Welcome, God's chosen ones. When truth roars like thunder, even the staunchest deniers can't help but pay attention. Have you ever noticed how quickly people can switch sides? One moment, they're unwavering in their beliefs, and the next, they're drawn to your light, as if it's the only path forward. Intriguing, isn't it? It's not just about liking you, it's about the undeniable evidence of who you are and what you carry. Before we dive in, take a moment to comment 999 below as a sign of agreement with this truth. Your engagement means everything, and I want to deeply thank each of you who has supported this mission through your heartfelt, super thanks. Your encouragement and love are truly blessings beyond measure. Now, here's the question. What could cause someone so steadfast in their opposition to suddenly flip the script? Could it be the way your actions speak louder than any words ever could? Or is it the unmistakable hand of God moving in your life? Stay tuned, because we're about to uncover why your presence has become a force too powerful to resist, and why even those who doubted you are now rallying to your side. Let's explore this divine shift together. God's chosen ones. People know you're real, they realize it, and someone is now switching sides. People often hide behind masks. Day in and day out, they wear these facades, smiling when they're hurting, acting confident when they feel uncertain, or feigning loyalty while harboring secret doubts. It's an instinctive part of human nature, a way to protect ourselves from vulnerability or to fit in with the crowd. But what happens when someone starts to see through the surface? Have you ever experienced the moment when someone finally stops pretending and the mask begins to slip? Masks only work as long as no one looks too closely. When someone begins to see the truth beneath the facade, everything changes. And what if that person is you, whose authenticity shines through the layers? What happens when your realness cuts through the noise and forces others to question everything they once believed to be true? This is not about flashy words or dramatic actions. It's about consistency, the kind of consistency that quietly speaks volumes, louder than any grand gestures or promises. Think about it. When someone sees that you are the same person in private as you are in public, what do they start to realize about themselves and the people around them? It's as if a light has been turned on, illuminating everything that was once hidden. This moment is like a cold splash of water, shocking the person into a new realization. Suddenly, the people they've been loyal to, those they once admired, seem shallow and insincere, cheap imitations compared to the realness you embody. But here's where it gets intriguing. The switch doesn't happen instantly. First, they hesitate. Have you ever noticed how people often hesitate before making big decisions? They replay old conversations, reconsider past decisions, and start to notice the cracks in the foundation of the loyalty they once held. These cracks represent all the things they had ignored for the sake of convenience or fitting in with the crowd. But now that they've seen the truth in you, they can no longer ignore them. How does it feel when people finally start to see the truth that you've always known? It's like their entire perspective shifts. As it's written in James 1:5, "If any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives to all liberally and without reproach." In this moment of clarity, they're seeking wisdom and understanding. They realize they've been living with illusions, and now they want something real, something authentic. The truth is, people long for authenticity, even if they don't recognize it at first. Have you ever been drawn to someone because of their unshakable authenticity? It has an irresistible pull, a magnetic quality that draws them in. As they observe you, unapologetically being yourself, they start to understand what they've been missing all along. Have you seen how those who stand firm in their beliefs attract others no matter the pressure? It's like they've been searching for someone to show them the way, and now that they see it in you, they can't turn away. Eventually, the mask they've been wearing, one that they thought protected them, becomes too much to bear. It suffocates them, and they begin to feel the pressure of it weighing down on them. They can no longer hide behind the facade. Can you remember a time when you had to remove your own mask and face the truth? The shift, which began quietly and subtly, becomes undeniable. When they make the choice to switch sides, it's not just a simple decision. It's a profound declaration of allegiance to what's real. And you, in turn, become the undeniable standard they now measure everything else by. Think about the biblical story of Daniel. He remained steadfast in his faith, even in the face of great opposition. Those around him, including the king, saw his authenticity and integrity and were drawn to it. His unwavering commitment to what was real in his relationship with God made him stand out. Isn't it fascinating how, in the end, the truth that Daniel carried was stronger than any mask those around him could wear? How much more powerful is it when we, too, become that beacon of truth and authenticity in a world full of facades? As you walk in your authenticity, you may wonder, how much of the mask am I still wearing in my own life? How many people around me are craving the truth that I carry? The reality is, once you embrace who you truly are, the power of that authenticity will resonate with others in ways you never imagined. People may start to switch sides, choosing the real over the fake. And when they do, you'll know that you've become the undeniable example of what it means to live in truth. What do you think happens when you become that example to others? How does your authenticity affect those around you? Truth has a unique way of cutting through every layer, no matter how thick the lies or distractions might be. It's not loud, and it doesn't need to be. Just like gravity, truth is silent, constant, and impossible to escape. Have you ever felt the weight of truth pulling at you, even when you tried to ignore it? People may fight it, deny it, or try to cover it up with falsehoods, but in the end, it always remains, silently waiting for them to wake up to it. When someone switches sides, it's often because the truth they've been avoiding has become too heavy to ignore. It's like trying to deny the gravity of the earth. It's there, it's undeniable, and eventually it will pull them in. Consider the story of the Apostle Paul, who initially fought against the truth with every fiber of his being. He persecuted Christians, believing he was doing what was right. But one day, on the road to Damascus, Paul encountered the truth in the most dramatic way. A blinding light knocked him to the ground, and a voice asked, "Saul, Saul, why are you persecuting me?" Acts 9:4. At that moment, the truth could no longer be ignored. It wasn't about Paul forcing a change or convincing him. He was struck by the undeniable power of truth itself. What happens when the truth forces us to confront our actions, just as it did for Paul? At first, they might not even realize the shift happening within them. Maybe they started noticing inconsistencies or began to feel the weight of their own doubts. Perhaps they saw cracks in the foundation of everything they believed to be solid, or they realized that something didn't quite add up. Have you ever been in a situation where you thought everything was fine, only to discover that your assumptions were built on fragile ground? That's the moment when truth starts to reveal itself, gently but powerfully. It wasn't you forcing them to change, it was the truth, pulling them in like a force of nature. The truth doesn't need to be argued for, it doesn't need to be proven, and it doesn't require anyone's approval to exist. It just is. And that's the incredible magnetism of truth. Truth is magnetic because it doesn't need to be dressed up or embellished. It doesn't need to be adorned with fancy words or decorated in a way that makes it more appealing. It simply exists in its purest form. Just think about it. When you've come across someone who exudes honesty and authenticity, don't you feel drawn to them? It's like a force you can't explain. Have you ever felt that deep, compelling pull towards something real? That's the power of truth at work. When people begin to feel that pull, they realize how empty everything else has been, how much they've been living in illusions. They might try to resist the truth for a while. Ego and pride have a way of clinging to what's familiar, even if it's not right. But deep down, they know they can't fight forever. It's not about being right or winning them over. Have you ever tried to convince someone of the truth, only to find that no amount of argument could make them see it? Truth doesn't need anyone to validate it. It simply stands on its own. What if the real power lies not in forcing someone to change, but in letting the truth speak for itself? When truth begins to resonate, it doesn't need to be justified. It shatters illusions, clears away the confusion, and leaves everything else in its wake. Look at the example of King Nebuchadnezzar in the book of Daniel. Nebuchadnezzar had his dreams interpreted by Daniel, but despite the truth being revealed to him, he stubbornly resisted, even though the truth was in front of him. His pride and ego made him hold on to his illusions until he was humbled by God. Daniel 4:33-34. The truth didn't need to be force-fed. It eventually made its way to him, and when it did, it left him no choice but to declare, "Now I, Nebuchadnezzar, praise and exalt and glorify the King of heaven." Truth, in its own time, will always prevail. And when that happens, it's not just a matter of switching sides, it's deeper than that. They recalibrate their entire perspective. It's like when Paul encountered the truth on the road to Damascus. His whole life was turned upside down. When the truth reveals itself, it doesn't just change their opinions. It transforms their entire way of seeing the world. What if you, too, have experienced that transformative power of truth in your own life? The truth doesn't ask for permission, and it doesn't need anyone's approval. It just reveals itself, and once it does, no one can stay the same. Remember the parable of the prodigal son, Luke 15:11-32. The son went to great lengths to escape the truth, thinking he could live a life without consequences. But when he realized how empty and lost he truly was, the truth came rushing in, and he returned to his father. His entire perspective shifted, his eyes were opened, and the truth transformed him. The son didn't change because of someone's words. He changed because of the undeniable truth of his situation. When truth shows up, people move closer, not because they want to, but because they have to. It's like a magnetic pull they can't resist. Have you ever felt like you couldn't run from something, even though you tried to avoid it? The more they witness the power of truth, the more they realize that no matter how much they try to deny it, the truth has a way of finding them. And when it does, there's no turning back. It's like the moment when everything aligns and they understand finally that the truth was always there, waiting for them to see it. As John 8:32 says, "And you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." When truth begins to break through the lies and the illusions, it doesn't just change your thoughts, it changes your heart. And for those who have been walking in darkness, the light of truth is like a beacon, guiding them back to what really matters. Once truth has revealed itself, no one can stay the same. Just like the magnetic pull of gravity, it draws us all closer, and in its presence, everything else fades away. How powerful do you think the truth can be in your own life? Energy doesn't lie. Long before someone admits they're reconsidering their stance or switching sides, they've already felt it in your presence. Have you ever walked into a room and instantly felt the energy shift, even before anyone spoke? It's not about what you say, how you dress, or even what you've accomplished. It's the energy you carry, that invisible, undeniable force that speaks louder than anything else. And here's the kicker. People can sense it, even if they don't fully understand it. How many times have you been drawn to someone's presence, not knowing exactly why, but feeling something magnetic about them? It's the energy they radiate. It all starts small. Maybe they notice how calm you are when everything around you is chaotic, how certain you are when everyone else is second-guessing themselves, or how your words hit differently, not because they're fancy, but because they come from a place of truth. Think about moments in the Bible when someone's presence changed the atmosphere, like when Moses descended from Mount Sinai, and his face shone so brightly from being in God's presence that people couldn't even look at him. Exodus 34:29-30. That energy, that glow, wasn't from Moses' own doing. It was the result of being in the presence of God. Your energy doesn't just enter a room, it lingers, reshapes the vibe, and forces people to pay attention, even if they don't realize they're doing it. Have you ever wondered why people are so drawn to you in certain situations? This isn't about being flashy or trying to dominate the room. It's about the kind of presence that feels steady, unshakable, the kind of energy that makes people question their own because it exposes where they're lacking. It's subtle but relentless, and it doesn't beg for recognition. It simply is. That's what gets under their skin in the best way. Think about the story of David and Goliath. David didn't boast about his abilities, nor did he try to appear mighty, but the energy he carried, his unwavering faith in God, was enough to shake the entire army of Israel. His confidence came not from his own strength, but from the power of God that was with him. How often do we forget that the strength we carry is not our own, but a reflection of God's power in us? The fascinating thing is, most people don't even connect the dots right away. They might think it's your confidence, your intelligence, or even just luck. But deep down, it's none of that. It's the energy you're putting out, and they feel it on a level they can't quite explain. Have you ever tried to pinpoint what exactly makes someone magnetic, only to realize it's something intangible? It's the energy they exude. Jesus, in Matthew 9:20-22, healed the woman who had been suffering from bleeding for 12 years, not by a word, but by the simple act of her touching his cloak. Jesus' presence carried the healing energy of God. This energy, though invisible, was tangible in its impact. Eventually it becomes impossible to ignore. They start leaning in, curious, trying to figure out what makes you different. Before they know it, they're aligning with you, not because you asked them to, but because your energy spoke to something in them they didn't even know needed to be awakened. Have you ever experienced the moment when someone simply begins to align with your vision or path without you asking or pushing? It's not about convincing them with words, it's the energy of truth, of peace, or of purpose that draws them in. Think about the story of how the early Christians spread their message. It wasn't through grand speeches or large crowds at first. It was their energy, their faith, their love, and their commitment to the truth that drew others to them. Acts 4:13 says, "When they saw the courage of Peter and John and realized that they were unschooled, ordinary men, they were astonished and took note that these men had been with Jesus." It was the energy of their relationship with Christ that spoke louder than anything else. What if the key to influencing others wasn't in the things you said, but in the energy you bring to every room? What if your steady, unshakable presence is the message that God is sending to those around you? Your energy has the power to awaken something in others, to help them see a truth they might not have realized. When you walk in the fullness of God's peace and purpose, that energy speaks for you, whether you say a word or not. Consistency is one of the most underrated forms of power. It doesn't demand attention or accolades. It doesn't scream for recognition. Instead, it quietly builds credibility, one small action at a time, until even the harshest skeptics can't deny its presence. Have you ever noticed how consistency has a way of making a person stand out, even in a crowd? It's like the steady pulse that keeps everything moving, even when no one is watching. When you are truly consistent, when you're unwavering in who you are, what you stand for, and how you show up, you create a force that is impossible to ignore. It doesn't require constant validation. It simply is. People, whether consciously or subconsciously, notice patterns. Have you ever thought about how others are watching you more than you might realize? They might not say it out loud, but every time you stick to your word, follow through on a promise, or hold the same values, no matter the situation, you're planting a seed in their mind. It's not about being flashy or extraordinary. It's about being dependable. Over time, they start to see that you're not just putting on a show or riding a fleeting trend. You're the real deal, and you're in it for the long haul. How much more powerful is someone who stays true to their word, regardless of the challenges they face? Think about the biblical example of Job, a man who, despite immense trials, never wavered in his faith. His consistency in trusting God, even when everything around him crumbled, became a powerful testimony. Even his friends questioned his integrity, but Job remained steady, proving that true consistency is a strength that can't be easily shaken. In Job 2:9-10, when his wife urged him to curse God and give up, Job replied, "Shall we accept good from God and not trouble?" His unyielding consistency wasn't about perfection. It was about unwavering faith and trust. It wasn't his temporary victories that spoke the loudest, but his continuous faithfulness in the face of adversity. The thing about consistency is that it builds trust in a way nothing else can. It's easy to impress someone once, to make a good first impression, or to shine momentarily. But to do it over and over again, that's what truly sets you apart. Have you ever been inspired by someone who shows up day after day without fail? Their steady presence becomes a form of leadership in itself. Over time, even those who doubted you will start to feel the pull. They'll compare your unwavering presence to the fickleness of others and begin to understand why you stand out. Think about how the Apostle Paul's consistency in spreading the gospel, even through suffering and persecution, made him one of the most influential figures in the New Testament. His ability to endure and stay steadfast in his mission created a ripple effect that continues to influence lives today. Relentless consistency isn't about being perfect. It's about being dependable. It's about showing up authentically, no matter what. In a world filled with uncertainty, where loyalties shift and trends change with the seasons, how powerful is it to be someone others can count on, no matter what happens? Your consistency doesn't have to be loud or showy. It simply needs to be steady, solid, and true. And here's the truth. People crave that kind of stability. Just look at how Christ was described in Hebrews 13:8. Jesus Christ is the same yesterday and today and forever. His consistency in love, grace, and truth is a constant we can rely on. Eventually, it's not just that they recognize you, they can't help but respect you, because while others come and go, switch up, or fade away, you remain. And in the end, consistency isn't just a habit, it's a statement of who you are. Think about how a lighthouse remains steadfast, guiding ships through stormy seas. It's not about the grand gestures, it's about the consistent light it shines, no matter how dark the night or turbulent the waves. You too become that unwavering light in the lives of those around you. And as you continue to show up authentically, they'll see the power in your consistency, not because you've been perfect, but because you've been true. Integrity has a way of speaking without ever making a sound. It doesn't need to announce itself or demand attention. It simply exists, steady and undeniable. Have you ever noticed how some people seem to carry an unspoken strength? It's not because they boast or seek recognition. It's because their integrity speaks louder than any words could. Integrity is not about perfection or being morally superior. It's about alignment. It's about your actions consistently matching your words, even when no one's watching. It's easy to speak with conviction, but the true test comes when no one is there to hold you accountable. How many times do we find ourselves in situations where no one will notice if we take a shortcut? It's in those moments that integrity either stands firm or falters. When someone switches sides because of your integrity, it's rarely a dramatic moment. It's quiet, internal, and deeply personal. They've been watching you, maybe for weeks, months, or even years, paying attention to the little things. Think about how the Apostle Paul, through his actions and teachings, showed unwavering integrity even in the face of imprisonment and persecution. In Philippians 1:20 he says, "I eagerly expect and hope that I will in no way be ashamed, but will have sufficient courage so that now, as always, Christ will be exalted in my body, whether by life or by death." Paul's integrity wasn't about grand gestures, but about living out his beliefs every single day, even when it wasn't easy. Have you ever had someone observe your consistency, even in the quietest of moments, and realize that something in you stands out? They notice how you handle pressure, how you treat people who can't do anything for you, and how you navigate situations where taking shortcuts would have been easier. These moments stick with them, even if they don't say a word. Jesus, when he encountered the woman caught in adultery, John 8:3-11, didn't condemn her as others expected, but instead showed a quiet integrity, standing firm in his compassion and unwavering in his truth. His actions were a living testament to the alignment between his words and his deeds, and it changed the hearts of those who witnessed it. Have you ever witnessed a moment where someone's integrity caused you to reflect on your own actions? What's powerful about integrity is that it shines brightest in contrast. When they compare your steadfastness to the inconsistencies around them, the difference becomes glaring. It's not that you're perfect, it's that you're real, and realness is rare enough to turn heads. In a world where people often wear masks, integrity stands out like a beacon. Think about the story of Daniel in the lion's den, Daniel 6. Despite the dangers, Daniel remained faithful to his God, and his unwavering integrity was so evident that even his enemies knew he would not compromise. His realness, his refusal to bend or hide his faith, shone brighter than the lies of those around him. How much power is there in simply being real, even when it feels like the world is asking you to be anything but? Switching sides often isn't about liking you more. It's about realizing they can no longer trust the side they're on. Your values become a mirror, reflecting what they've been tolerating or ignoring in others. Have you ever seen someone who, after being exposed to someone's unshakable integrity, starts to question their own loyalties? It's not about a sudden, dramatic shift. It's a quiet realization that builds up over time. Integrity doesn't need to convince anyone. It doesn't beg for approval or try to sway opinions. It stands firm, and that unshakable foundation is what pulls people in. When someone finally makes the shift, it's because they've seen the truth of who you are, and they want to be aligned with it, not because you asked them to, but because they couldn't deny it any longer. Jesus himself embodied this kind of integrity. In the Sermon on the Mount, he taught, "Let your yes be yes and your no be no." Matthew 5:37. Jesus didn't need to convince anyone of his truth. He simply lived it out. His integrity drew people to him, not through force or manipulation, but through the unshakable truth of his character. In the end, people didn't follow him because he demanded it, They followed because they saw something real and undeniable in him. Integrity, in its purest form, does the same thing. It invites others to come and see the truth for themselves. In a world full of noise, integrity stands as a quiet force that draws people in, not by persuasion, but by the sheer power of its consistency. How often do we underestimate the power of simply being who we say we are? Integrity doesn't need to shout for attention. It speaks through the consistency of our actions day after day. When we live out our truth with unwavering commitment, others can't help but notice. And in the end, it's that quiet strength that speaks louder than words ever could. Results don't lie. While words can be twisted, promises broken, and intentions questioned, results stand as irrefutable proof. Have you ever been in a situation where someone's words were convincing, but when the time came, their actions didn't measure up? It happens all the time. People can talk endlessly, make promises, and even present grand plans, but at the end of the day, results are the true measure of success. They don't need explanations or defenses. They speak for themselves. Think about the story of David and Goliath. David didn't need to boast about his abilities or engage in long discussions about why he could defeat the giant. His action, taking down Goliath with one stone, spoke volumes. It wasn't his words that changed the course of events. It was the undeniable result of his faith in God. When people see you achieving what others only talk about, the conversation shifts. It's no longer about opinions or debates. It's about facts that can't be ignored. This is the power of undeniable results. They force people to reevaluate what they thought they knew. The skeptics who doubted you, they start rethinking their stance. The ones who dismissed you, they're now paying attention. And those who were on the fence, they're finally choosing a side, and it's yours. Remember the story of Noah and the ark? For years, people ridiculed Noah for building an ark, believing there would be no flood. But when the rain began to pour, all those who doubted him had no choice but to face the undeniable result of Noah's faithfulness. In the end, it wasn't his words, but the proof of the flood that made them take notice. That's the power of undeniable results. They shift perspectives and force a reevaluation of everything once assumed. Have you ever seen a shift in others' attitudes once they witnessed results that couldn't be ignored? What makes results so powerful is that they cut through all the noise. In a world full of empty promises and flashy distractions, tangible outcomes are rare. They're proof that you don't just talk the talk, you walk the walk, and the evidence is right there for everyone to see. Think about how the Apostle Paul spoke about his own actions in 1 Corinthians 9:24-27. He didn't just preach about discipline and dedication, he lived it. His life became a testimony to the power of consistency and action. When people can argue with your methods, your personality, or your approach, but they can't argue with success, the conversation changes. They're left without words to defend their disbelief. This is where loyalty starts to shift. When someone sees consistent, undeniable proof of your effectiveness, it plants a seed of doubt about where their current allegiance lies. They begin to wonder why they're supporting people or systems that talk big but deliver little. That doubt grows until switching sides feels less like a betrayal and more like common sense. Consider how Jesus' miracles were the undeniable results that led many to follow him. His actions spoke so loudly that even those who questioned him couldn't deny his power. John 11:47-48 tells of how the chief priests and Pharisees feared that if they didn't act against Jesus, everyone would believe in him. His results, his miracles, were too powerful for them to ignore, and they knew it. People don't just follow someone because of their words. They follow because they see something real and powerful in the results. Undeniable results don't just win arguments, they win respect. They create a gravitational pull that draws people in, even if they were initially resistant. Have you ever had someone approach you after seeing your results and ask for your advice or guidance? It's the natural response to success. People are drawn to those who prove their worth through action. It's not about bragging or proving anyone wrong. It's about showing through action that you're the real deal. Jesus didn't need to defend his authority. His works spoke for themselves. John 14:11 says, "Believe me when I say that I am in the Father and the Father is in me," or at least believe on the evidence of the works themselves. His results were undeniable, and it was these very results that drew people to him. And when the evidence is too strong to ignore, people can't help but gravitate toward you. Think about how many people have been drawn to successful movements throughout history, not because of the leader's words, but because of the results they achieved. When you walk in the power of undeniable results, you don't need to convince anyone. They'll come to you because they see something real. Just like the disciples were drawn to Jesus because of his works, your consistent actions will attract those around you. And in the end, it's not just about proving a point, it's about living out the undeniable truth of who you are and what you can achieve. There comes a moment when the curtain falls, and someone realizes they've been walking a path that leads nowhere. It's not a gentle revelation, it's a jarring gut-punch realization that everything they believed in, defended, or stood for was built on a foundation of sand. Have you ever had that moment when you suddenly realize that the direction you were heading was all wrong? It can feel like the ground beneath you is crumbling, and everything you once stood firm on is now slipping away. That's when the switch happens, not because they want to, but because staying where they are feels like betraying themselves. The discomfort of staying in the wrong place becomes too great to ignore, and eventually they know they must make a change. This shift often begins with frustration. They start noticing cracks in the structure they've been standing on, the lies, the contradictions, the lack of progress. Have you ever been in a situation where you've noticed things starting to unravel, but you kept telling yourself it was all okay, only to realize that the cracks couldn't be ignored anymore? At first, they might brush it off, make excuses, or tell themselves they're just imagining things. But the cracks don't go away. They widen, and eventually they can't look past them anymore. The contrast between what they believed and what's really happening becomes impossible to ignore. It's like the story of the Israelites in the wilderness. Though they were promised a land of milk and honey, they spent years wandering in circles because they didn't trust God's timing. They were stuck on a path that wasn't leading anywhere, despite the promises. The cracks in their journey became too obvious to overlook. On one side is their current path, stagnant, hollow, and full of empty promises. On the other side is your path, clear, purposeful, and undeniably real. The difference is stark, almost blinding. It forces them to confront a truth they've been avoiding. What they believed in was never as solid as they thought. Have you ever seen someone shift from loyalty to doubt because they couldn't ignore the contrast anymore? It's like the prodigal son who left his father's house to chase temporary pleasures, only to find himself in the worst place imaginable, feeding pigs and longing for scraps. Luke 15:11-16. It wasn't until he realized that his path was a dead end that he returned home, not out of shame, but out of necessity for survival. Switching sides in this moment isn't a betrayal of their past. It's an act of survival. They're not just leaving their old path behind. They're choosing to align with something that feels right, even if it means admitting they were wrong. And that's not easy. It takes courage to walk away from what's familiar, even when you know it's a dead end. The courage to leave the wrong path, knowing it's the only way to move forward, is a step many resist taking. But once they do, there's no turning back. The relief of stepping onto solid ground, of finally aligning with something real, outweighs the discomfort of change. Just like the Israelites, when they finally entered the Promised Land, after wandering in the desert for so long, they found peace and purpose in the path God had always intended for them. They switched sides not because they were pushed, but because they were pulled by the undeniable truth of where they were meant to be. It's a powerful realization that the only way forward is to step into something that offers not just security, but fulfillment. This truth is something that can't be denied once it's felt. It pulls them toward it like a magnetic force, and in that moment, they finally understand why they had to let go of their old path. They aren't abandoning their past out of weakness. They're embracing the future with strength and clarity. Confidence that doesn't beg for approval is one of the most powerful forces in the world. It's not about being the loudest or the flashiest. It's about a quiet, unshakable certainty that says, I know who I am, and I don't need anyone's permission to be it. Have you ever encountered someone who simply exuded confidence without trying to impress anyone? It's the kind of confidence that doesn't need external validation or praise. It's rare, and that's exactly why it's so magnetic. When people encounter unapologetic confidence, it's like a shock to the system. Most are used to seeing insecurity wrapped in bravado or self-assurance tied to external validation. But when someone walks into a room carrying the kind of confidence that's rooted deep within, completely detached from opinions, applause, or criticism, it's impossible to ignore. Think about the story of Esther in the Bible. Esther's confidence didn't come from her royal position, but from knowing her identity and purpose. When she approached the king without being summoned, a dangerous act for anyone, especially a woman, she wasn't doing it to show off her courage. She was confident in her role and her calling to save her people. In Esther 4:16 she says, "If I perish, I perish." This is the kind of confidence that doesn't seek approval, but is rooted in truth and purpose. It's the kind of confidence that doesn't just command attention, it shifts the atmosphere. It's not arrogance either. Arrogance is defensive, insecure, and desperate for attention. True confidence doesn't demand anything. It's steady, grounded, and entirely self-sufficient. Think about the difference between a tree rooted deeply in the ground and a flower that needs constant attention. The tree doesn't beg for attention or validation, yet it stands strong and tall through storms and seasons of drought. True confidence, like the tree, doesn't need to prove itself to anyone. It simply is, and that's what makes it contagious. When someone sees you standing firm in your truth, they start questioning their own doubts and insecurities. They wonder what it would feel like to carry that same kind of certainty in themselves. Take the example of Jesus. His confidence was never loud or brash. When he walked among people, he didn't need to prove his power or greatness. He simply was who he was without apology. In John 14:9, when Philip asks Jesus to show them the Father, Jesus responds, "Anyone who has seen me has seen the Father." Jesus' confidence didn't come from an external need for approval. He carried an unapologetic certainty that spoke volumes in every action, every word. His confidence in his divine purpose was undeniable. It wasn't about impressing anyone. It was about living truthfully and fearlessly. That's the kind of confidence that attracts others. The beautiful thing is, this kind of confidence isn't loud. It's felt. It's in the way you speak, how you carry yourself, and the ease with which you navigate challenges. You're not trying to prove anything. You're simply existing as you are. Think about the effect it has when someone who is grounded in their confidence walks into a room. It's not about them boasting or dominating the conversation. It's the silent power they carry. People can sense it, even if they don't understand it. And that's what draws people in. Over time, they can't help but want to be closer to that energy. They start aligning with you, not because you've convinced them to, but because your confidence has made them question their own limitations. It inspires them, challenges them, and ultimately pulls them in. Think about how Paul's confidence in God's calling and his mission spread through the early church. His unwavering belief in his purpose, even in the face of imprisonment, was a quiet yet powerful force that inspired many to follow. It wasn't about his charisma, it was about his rooted confidence in God's plan for his life. Your unapologetic confidence becomes the quiet revolution that shifts everything. It becomes the change that others can't ignore. They may not even realize it at first, but slowly, the confidence you exude becomes contagious. People around you begin to reflect that same certainty in themselves, and it's not because you pushed them, it's because your quiet power inspired them to stop doubting and start believing. The more you stand firm in your truth, the more others will be drawn to it. And before long, your unapologetic confidence will have sparked a revolution of its own, quietly shifting the dynamics of everyone it touches. Long before anyone openly admits it, they've been watching you. Every word you speak, every decision you make, every move you take is being observed, analyzed, and filed away in their minds, often without them even realizing it. It's like an invisible thread connecting you to their thoughts, one they can't quite shake. Have you ever felt like someone was watching your every move, even when they weren't saying anything? It's not that they're overtly watching you. Sometimes it's subtle, but they're noticing everything, even when they don't acknowledge it. At first, they might not know exactly why they're drawn to you, but something about your consistency, your authenticity, or your quiet power keeps pulling them in. What is it about someone who is consistently true to themselves that attracts others, even when they don't seem to be trying? They might act like they're indifferent, even dismissive, but in reality, they're paying attention. People can often act like they don't care, especially when they feel insecure or threatened by someone else's strength. But even in their indifference, they're quietly observing how you handle adversity, how you treat others, and how you navigate challenges with a calm that's foreign to them. Think about how Joseph's brothers, who initially dismissed and betrayed him, couldn't help but notice the way he rose to power in Egypt. Even after all the hardship, Joseph maintained his integrity, and it was this steadfastness that eventually caused his brothers to recognize him, even though they didn't realize it at first. Genesis 42, 7-9. The world may act indifferent, but they're always watching. Have you ever been in a situation where you were treated dismissively, only to later realize that your actions had made an impact on those around you? They may never say it, but they're impressed, even if they don't want to admit it. People often hide their true feelings, especially if they feel insecure about being influenced by someone else. They might never openly tell you how much they admire you or how much they've learned from you, but deep down, they're taking note of the way you live your life. It's like the story of David, who, despite his youth, was watched by King Saul and his army as he faced Goliath. They doubted him at first, but his courage and faith spoke volumes, and even though they didn't initially acknowledge it, they couldn't help but be impressed by his unwavering confidence in God. 1 Samuel 17:45-47. It's not about grand gestures or flashy acts. It's about quietly demonstrating integrity and confidence through your actions, and people can't help but notice. What's powerful about this is that it doesn't require you to perform or seek validation. While they're watching, you're just living your truth, showing up consistently, and being exactly who you are. You're not trying to impress anyone, you're simply existing authentically. In that way, your actions are far more powerful than any words could be. Every time you stay true to your values, every time you handle a situation with integrity or quiet confidence, those seeds take root in their minds. You're not performing for an audience, You're living out your purpose, and that is what inspires others. Have you ever realized that your true power lies in your ability to simply be yourself, without trying to seek approval or admiration? Then, one day it clicks. All those little observations come together in a powerful realization. They see that you're the real deal. They can no longer ignore it. It's like the moment when someone who's been silently watching finally realizes that they've been observing something authentic, something solid. The people around you may never verbally acknowledge how much you've influenced them, but when it finally clicks, they realize they've been seeing something worth following. It's not about you convincing them, it's about them suddenly realizing that what they've been watching all along was something worth aligning with. Just like the woman at the well, who, after her encounter with Jesus, went back to the town and told everyone about him, John 4:28-29. They might not have understood it immediately, but the realization becomes undeniable once it's there. And just like that, the switch happens. Not because you asked them to, but because the seeds you planted have finally grown into something undeniable. It's the power of consistency, authenticity, and quiet strength. When people start to realize what they've been observing all along, it shifts everything. They may not immediately tell you, but their actions will speak volumes. They'll align with you, not because you've convinced them with words, but because what they've seen in you resonates so deeply with them that they can't help but follow. Just as in the story of Peter and John in Acts 4:13, when the Sanhedrin saw the courage of the apostles and realized they were unschooled and ordinary men, they were amazed and took note that they had been with Jesus. Your authenticity and unwavering consistency will become the unspoken influence that changes everything. The power of influence is like a stone dropped in water. It doesn't just affect one spot, it sends ripples outward, touching everything around it. Have you ever witnessed a moment when a small, seemingly insignificant action sparked a much larger change? It's like when a single person stands up for what they believe in, and suddenly others feel empowered to do the same. When someone switches sides because they see the truth, it often doesn't stop with just them. That one shift sparks a domino effect, quietly and powerfully turning the tide. It's not always obvious at first, but once the first person makes the move, it's like a chain reaction starts, and soon others follow suit, often without even realizing why they're doing it. Consider the story of the early Christian church in Acts. When the apostles began boldly proclaiming the gospel despite persecution, their message didn't just remain with the 12 disciples, it spread like wildfire. One person's conviction, even in the face of adversity, started a ripple effect that transformed an entire society. It wasn't just the apostles who made the shift, it was their followers, and eventually entire communities were impacted by the change. Just like that, one person's shift in mindset can start a movement that grows beyond their control. Have you ever been the catalyst for change, even when you didn't set out to be? The thing about influence is that it doesn't need to be loud or in your face. It's often subtle. Think about how a quiet leader can inspire change without ever having to raise their voice. Someone notices the change in one person, the confidence they have now, or the success they've achieved, and they start to wonder if they're missing out. It's not about a loud proclamation or a forceful pitch. It's about the quiet, undeniable evidence of someone's growth and progress. When they see someone they trust make a decision, it creates a sense of safety. They start to think, maybe this is the right move after all. When Jesus called the disciples to follow him, it wasn't with force or coercion. It was the simple invitation to walk alongside him, and through his influence many others followed. Matthew 4:19 says, "Come, follow me, and I will send you out to fish for people." Jesus didn't force anyone to follow. He simply embodied the truth, and that made people want to follow. That's when the ripple effect takes hold. One person's decision to switch sides isn't just a personal choice. It becomes a signal to others that it's okay to change, to challenge the status quo, to align with something real. It creates a shift in the group's collective mindset, almost like a quiet revolution spreading through them. Just like in the story of Nehemiah rebuilding the walls of Jerusalem, his leadership and faithfulness in rebuilding the city led others to join in. Nehemiah's one decision to take action sparked a collective effort, and in Nehemiah 2:18, the people responded, "Let us start rebuilding." The ripple effect of one man's vision became a collective movement. It's contagious. When others witness someone's growth, confidence, or success, they want to be part of it. They want the same thing for themselves. The movement is rarely about one individual. It's about what they represent. The Apostle Paul talks about how, through his own perseverance, others were encouraged to follow Christ. Philippians 1:14. When people witness real growth, real confidence and success, it becomes something they want to be a part of. Soon, that initial shift isn't just an isolated event. It turns into a movement, a transformation within a group, a sea change that can't be ignored. Imagine a group of people who have been stuck in old ways of thinking, hesitant to make a change. But then, one person, confident in their decision, steps forward and makes a bold move. That one decision becomes the catalyst for others to follow, and before long a group of people is united in their new direction. What started as one person's decision spreads like wildfire, and before you know it, your influence has changed not just one mind, but a whole group's direction. That's the power of influence, the ability to spark a chain reaction that leads to lasting change. The beauty of this ripple effect is that it often begins in the most quiet, subtle ways. A single act of courage, a moment of authenticity, or a display of unwavering confidence can shift the course of an entire group. When you align with truth, when you walk in purpose, others will naturally be drawn to that energy. You become a beacon for others to follow, and your influence spreads far beyond what you can see. The small, seemingly insignificant steps you take create a force of change, a movement that can't be ignored. What if you could see your influence, not just as a one-time act, but as a wave that continues to ripple through the lives of others, creating a lasting impact for years to come? There's something incredibly powerful about challenging someone's narrative, especially when they didn't even realize they were living inside a story that wasn't theirs to begin with. Have you ever noticed how people can become so entrenched in their beliefs that they don't even question the story they've been telling themselves? It's as if they've adopted someone else's version of reality without even realizing it. When you step into their world, consistently challenging what they believe to be true, you force them to confront the cracks in their own mindset. It's not about outright confrontation. It's about the quiet, relentless questioning that makes them reconsider their assumptions, their values, and even their allegiances. Think about how Jesus challenged the Pharisees. He didn't directly attack their beliefs with insults or accusations. Instead, he spoke truth in a way that exposed the inconsistencies in their interpretations of the law. He challenged their narrative by living out the truth in front of them, calling them to recognize the hypocrisy in their ways. In Matthew 23:27, Jesus says, "Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You are like whitewashed tombs, which look beautiful on the outside, but on the inside are full of the bones of the dead, and everything unclean." Jesus didn't need to shout or argue. He simply lived out the truth, and that alone was enough to challenge their false narratives. What if we could challenge the false narratives of the world, not by confrontation, but simply by living authentically and unapologetically? The beauty of this challenge is that it doesn't require you to be loud or combative. You don't need to attack their beliefs. Just live yours unapologetically. Think about how the Apostle Paul, in the face of intense opposition, continued to proclaim the gospel and live according to his faith. He didn't force anyone to believe, but by staying true to his convictions, he naturally challenged the status quo. In Philippians 1:20, Paul writes, "I eagerly expect and hope that I will in no way be ashamed, but will have sufficient courage, so that now, as always, Christ will be exalted in my body, whether by life or by death." Paul's life was a challenge to the Roman Empire's narrative of power, status, and conformity. He didn't need to argue. His life was the proof. In what areas of your life could you stand firm in your truth and challenge the narratives of those around you? By being the living proof of what they once thought impossible or illogical, you force them to face the uncomfortable truth that their narrative no longer fits. At first, they might try to rationalize it, ignore it, or justify their old beliefs. It's easy to hold on to something that feels safe and familiar, even if it's no longer true. But think about how, over time, a person's unshakable authenticity forces others to question their own beliefs. The more they see you living in a way that directly contradicts everything they've been taught or told, the harder it becomes to deny. For example, when Daniel was in the Babylonian court, his unwavering commitment to God's laws challenged the narrative of the Babylonian Empire. Despite the pressure to conform, Daniel's faithfulness to God's principles made him stand out, and even King Nebuchadnezzar had to acknowledge the power of his God. In Daniel 3:28, Nebuchadnezzar says, "Praise be to the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who has sent his angel and rescued his servants." They begin to question everything, from the people they've trusted to the systems they've relied on. It's not that you're convincing them with arguments, it's that your life is the proof that something else is possible. When those beliefs start to crumble, the shift happens naturally. Just like the prodigal son, who left his father's house and tried to live by a narrative that promised fulfillment but only led to emptiness, they too begin to realize that what they've been following is a dead end. When the son finally returns home, he's no longer bound by the false narrative he had believed. He chooses to align himself with something real and true. In Luke 15:18-19, he says, "I will set out and go back to my father and say to him, 'Father, I have sinned against heaven and against you.'" Aligning with you becomes the only logical choice. It's not about convincing them or making them agree with you. It's about showing them that their current narrative is built on sand, while yours stands on solid ground. In Matthew 7:24-25, Jesus tells the parable of the wise man who built his house on the rock, saying, "Therefore everyone who hears these words of mine and puts them into practice is like a wise man who built his house on the rock. The rain came down, the streams rose, and the winds blew and beat against that house, yet it did not fall, because it had its foundation on the rock." Your authenticity, grounded in truth, is the rock upon which people can build a better narrative. And in that moment, they realize the only way forward is to embrace a new story, one where they are no longer chained to outdated beliefs, but are free to align with something real and undeniable. This is where true transformation happens, not through force or persuasion, but through the quiet power of living out your truth. When someone sees that your story is not only believable, but undeniable, they can't help but want to be part of it. And that's when the shift happens. It's not just a change in perspective, it's a change in narrative. And once they've embraced that new story, they'll know they can never go back. Greatness has a way of demanding attention, even when you try to stay out of the spotlight. It doesn't scream for recognition. Instead, it quietly draws people in with its quiet confidence, its relentless drive, and its undeniable presence. Have you ever noticed how someone who is truly great doesn't need to announce it to the world? Their actions, their attitude, and their presence speak louder than any words ever could. When someone is truly standing in their power, fully embracing who they are and what they're capable of, there's a magnetic pull that others can't ignore, no matter how much they try to look the other way. It's like the story of David, who was anointed king long before he sat on the throne. Despite being overlooked by his own family, David's greatness wasn't hidden for long. His victory over Goliath wasn't just a physical triumph. It was a demonstration of inner greatness that couldn't be ignored. 1 Samuel 16:12-13. People may try to look away from greatness, but sooner or later it forces them to take notice. The fascinating thing about greatness is that it doesn't require validation or applause. It exists unapologetically, whether people recognize it or not. This is the beauty of true greatness. It doesn't need anyone's approval to exist. Just like the story of Joseph, who despite years of betrayal, imprisonment and hardship, never stopped believing in his purpose. Greatness shines through regardless of external circumstances. When Joseph was elevated to power in Egypt, it wasn't because he sought recognition or applause. It was because he remained steadfast in his integrity and purpose. In Genesis 41:46, we see Joseph's greatness recognized when Pharaoh declares, "I am Pharaoh, but without your word, no one will lift hand or foot in all Egypt." Joseph didn't beg for recognition. His greatness was undeniable, and it commanded attention. When you remain unbothered by the doubters or naysayers, when you continue moving forward with unwavering belief in yourself, your light becomes impossible to miss. It shines through the cracks of the noise, rising above the distractions and the criticisms until it becomes undeniable. People can only pretend not to see it for so long. They can resist, they can stay loyal to their old beliefs, or they can stay in their comfort zones. But greatness is contagious. Have you ever seen how someone's unshakable confidence makes others start to question their own limitations? It's almost as if greatness creates a new benchmark for what's possible. Just as the Apostle Paul, despite his past as a persecutor of Christians, became a beacon of light for the early church, inspiring others with his boldness and faith. Acts 9:20-22. Greatness doesn't just affect the person who embodies it. It ripples outward, pulling others along. As people witness you continue to shine, unaffected by the opinions of others, they begin to question their own hesitations, their own choices. They start to see what's possible, what's achievable, and wonder if they've been missing out on something much bigger than themselves. That's when they start gravitating toward your light. It's like the way light pulls someone out of darkness. Gradually, almost imperceptibly at first, but unmistakably. They don't need convincing. They can feel the warmth of your power. Your presence becomes a beacon, and those who were once indifferent or unsure can't help but be drawn to the energy you radiate. Just as the light of Christ draws those who seek the truth, your greatness, rooted in authenticity and purpose, becomes something others can't ignore. Jesus' greatness wasn't in his outward appearance, but in the transformative power he carried. In John 8:12 he says, "I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will never walk in darkness, but will have the light of life." Greatness, like light, draws others to it. It creates a path for them to walk towards something greater than they've known. Greatness doesn't stay hidden forever, and when it finally emerges, it pulls others toward it like a force of nature. Have you ever seen how the rise of someone's true potential can create a wave of transformation around them? What starts as a quiet, almost unnoticed force becomes a powerful movement. As your light grows, so does its ability to inspire others. Those who were once on the sidelines or unsure will begin to see your example as the new direction they want to follow. And before you know it, your greatness becomes not just a personal journey. It becomes a source of inspiration, hope, and transformation for everyone who encounters it. Greatness, when fully realized, has a way of pulling others into its orbit, making it impossible for them to resist the energy it creates. In the end, real recognizes real. And it doesn't just stop at recognizing it, it gravitates toward it. When you stand firm in your truth, when you consistently live with integrity, when your results speak louder than your words, people can't help but be pulled into your orbit. They may start off skeptical, hesitant, or unsure, but sooner or later, they'll see the undeniable force of who you are. Your confidence, your authenticity, your quiet power, all of it will shine through. And those who have been watching, even from the sidelines, will find themselves drawn to the light you radiate. You don't need to chase validation or try to convince anyone of your worth. The energy you project, the truth you live, and the results you deliver will do the work for you. People will start switching sides, not because you demanded it, but because they see something real in you that they can't ignore. And when that shift happens, it's not just a personal victory, it's a ripple effect, a movement that spreads far beyond what you could ever imagine. Greatness doesn't need to shout or beg for attention, it simply is. And those who are ready for it will find their way to you, whether it's one person or an entire group. So keep standing in your power, unapologetically, unwaveringly. Because greatness in all its quiet brilliance has a way of becoming impossible to overlook. And when it happens, there's no turning back. As God's chosen ones, you are walking in a divine purpose that cannot be ignored. The authenticity of your faith, the strength of your spirit, and the light you radiate are undeniable. People who once doubted you are now seeing the truth, and some are even shifting their allegiance, recognizing the power of God's presence in your life. This transformation is a testimony of His greatness and a reminder that when we stand firm in our calling, others will take notice and be drawn closer to His truth. Remember, your journey is just beginning, and as you continue to walk in His favor, many will witness the change in your life and want to be a part of it. Keep shining, keep believing, and keep trusting in God's perfect plan for you. If this message has blessed you, I invite you to support this channel through a donation via Super Thanks. Thank you so much for your generosity. Whether you choose to donate or not, your support means the world. Please, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this message with others. Leave a comment below and let me know how this resonates with you. I pray God's abundant blessings upon you today and always. May He guide your steps and surround you with His peace. Beloved chosen ones, have you ever felt a weightless yet undeniable pull on your spirit? A calling that whispers you are set apart, chosen for something extraordinary. Perhaps you've noticed how eyes linger on you, sometimes in admiration, other times in envy, and occasionally with an obsession that seems almost unnatural. This is no coincidence. What you carry within you is divine, a light so radiant it disrupts the world around you. Someone, somewhere, has finally recognized the truth about you. You are one of God's chosen ones. But why now? Why does it feel as though every step you take is being closely observed? Why does your presence stir hearts and awaken curiosity, even in those who don't fully understand what draws them to you? The answers lie in the purpose God has placed on your life. Just like Joseph, the favored son of Jacob, whose brothers couldn't bear the brilliance of his destiny, you may find that your light invites both celebration and opposition. Joseph's dreams spoke of divine favor, yet they also sparked jealousy that led to betrayal. However, no pit, no prison, and no rejection could extinguish the calling God placed on him. Genesis 37. Pause for a moment and reflect. Could this be your story? Have you noticed how your presence unsettles some, draws others closer, and leaves many questioning who you truly are? There's a reason for this. When God's favor rests upon your life, it is impossible to remain invisible. Your light shines like a beacon, cutting through darkness and bringing clarity to those who seek it. This light, your light, disturbs spiritual realms and disrupts the ordinary flow of life around you. To everyone here, your support is deeply cherished. A heartfelt thank you to those who have generously shown their love through super thanks. Your encouragement empowers us to continue spreading messages of hope and purpose. If you feel a stirring within your spirit, if this message resonates with the truth you've always sensed but couldn't quite explain, I invite you to comment 77 as a declaration. Declare that you are ready to walk boldly in the purpose God has placed on your life. But this is only the beginning. What does it mean to live as one of God's chosen ones? Why do others seem obsessed with connecting to you, even when they can't fully understand why? As we move deeper, we'll uncover the signs of your divine calling, the challenges that come with it, and the overwhelming victories that are already written into your story. Just as Joseph's trials led him to a position of unimaginable influence, your struggles are preparing you for something far greater than you can imagine. Stay with me as we explore the undeniable truth. Your light has revealed who you are, and now the world cannot look away. The question is, are you ready to step into the fullness of your purpose? Let's walk this journey together, uncovering the mystery of your calling and why they finally see you clearly and are so eager to connect with you. God's chosen ones. They finally see you clearly and are obsessed with connecting to you. For many, encountering you, a chosen one, is like standing before a living mountain, a force so monumental that its very existence demands change. You are not simply seen, you are experienced. Your presence awakens something primal and profound within others, something they cannot articulate but deeply feel. It is as though you embody a challenge, become more, rise higher. Those who cross paths with you sense an energy that both fascinates and overwhelms them, drawing them closer like a force of nature. This connection is not born of casual admiration. It is a deep soul-level necessity, a yearning for something they have always known existed but could never touch. You are to them the answer to an unspoken question. Have you ever wondered why people look at you with that mix of awe and confusion? Why they seem obsessed, unable to tear their gaze away? It is because your very existence disrupts their slumbering spirit. You awaken them. Without trying, you stir existential questions they have long buried. Who am I? What is my purpose? Why does my heart stir when I see you? You are not merely an inspiration, you are a disruption. Like a gust of divine wind sweeping through a stagnant room, your presence unsettles the comfortable, revealing how empty their routines truly are. What once seemed meaningful now feels hollow. It is written in Matthew 5:14, "You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden." Your light exposes what others do not want to see. And therein lies the conflict. You do not just inspire, you expose. You shine light into the shadows of others' souls, revealing not only beauty, but also brokenness. You become a mirror, reflecting the truth that many fear to confront. The admiration they feel for you is pure, but it is also painful. Have you noticed how some approach you with reverence, only to later withdraw in discomfort, resentment, or even anger? It is not you they reject. It is the truth your presence reveals. They want the light you carry but recoil from the clarity it brings. Like Peter, when confronted with the divine power of Christ, they say, "Depart from me, for I am a sinful man, O Lord." Luke 5:8. This is the paradox you live within. The fascination you provoke is not one-sided. It takes its toll on you as well. You feel the weight of being a chosen one, the constant gaze, the endless questions, the unspoken expectations. It is as if others see you as a key to unlocking their own mysteries, and yet they forget that you too carry burdens. They see your light, but do they see your struggles? Do they understand how exhausting it is to be both a beacon and a mirror? Even Jesus, the ultimate chosen one, felt the emotional toll of being surrounded by those who sought him but did not understand him. He withdrew often to pray in solitude, as described in Luke 5:16. But he often withdrew to the wilderness to pray. But remember this, your light is not yours alone. It is divine. You are not the source. You are the vessel. Your uniqueness, the very thing that isolates you, also confirms your purpose. This duality, the blessing and the burden, is what sets you apart. It is no coincidence that you often feel alone, even when surrounded by others. The path of the chosen one has always been one of isolation and transcendence. Think of Moses, who ascended Mount Sinai alone to meet God. Exodus 19:3. Think of Elijah, who found the voice of God not in the earthquake or fire, but in the stillness of solitude. 1 Kings 19:12. To walk as a chosen one is to walk a narrow, sacred path. And yet, those who encounter you feel it, the sense of standing at the edge of something sacred. You are a living portal, a threshold between the mundane and the divine. It is not just your presence that stirs them. It is what you represent. You're a reminder that there is something greater beyond this life, something eternal, something holy. When people are near you, they feel closer to the infinite, as though you carry the keys to a realm they have long forgotten but desperately long to explore. It is no wonder they obsess over you. To them, you are the bridge between what is and what could be. So ask yourself, what will you do with this light? Will you hide it, or will you let it shine? Will you curse the weight of this calling, or will you embrace it as a sacred trust? For it is written in John 8:12, "I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will never walk in darkness, but will have the light of life." Let them see you clearly. Let them reach for you, not because of who you are, but because of what you carry. You are chosen, not to be worshipped, but to lead others to the one who chose you. Embrace your light, for it is not a burden, it is your greatest purpose. Chosen one, here lies the paradox. No matter how much people try to draw close to you, they can never fully reach you. This unreachability is not born of arrogance, nor is it a deliberate attempt to create distance. It's the nature of the light you carry. Your light is a gift, meant to be shared but never possessed. When it shines, it does far more than guide. It attracts, it confronts, and it transforms. Those who approach you experience a mixture of reverence and confusion, as though standing before something that transcends the normal laws of existence. Your presence is not just physical. It radiates an unseen frequency, a vibration that touches the deepest and most forgotten corners of their soul. It is a frequency of truth, a reminder of the divine, a whisper of lost perfection, and a nudge toward the hidden potential they fear to explore. But this light is also a double-edged sword. Have you noticed how those drawn to you often come with their own expectations, their own hopes, and even their unspoken frustrations? They see you as a guide, but in their desperation, they sometimes transform you into a target. You become the object of their projections, the answer to their unvoiced questions, the balm for their unseen pains, and the symbol of the desires they cannot fulfill elsewhere. This is where your trial begins, the constant challenge of discerning who approaches you with sincerity and who merely seeks to consume the light you bear. Being chosen is not just a blessing. It is a test of endurance, wisdom, and faith. You are a lighthouse in the storm, guiding others to safety. But lighthouses, too, must withstand the fury of the waves. As it is written in Isaiah 42:6-7, I will make you a light for the nations, to open eyes that are blind, to free captives from prison, and to release from the dungeon those who sit in darkness. You are chosen to bear the light, but carrying it comes at a cost. People come to you with their wounds and burdens, their restless souls crying out for answers. They look to you to fill the voids within them, often forgetting that you, too, carry a weight of your own. Have you ever felt alone in a crowd, surrounded by people, yet profoundly isolated? It is not uncommon for the chosen ones to feel this way. The depth that draws others to you is also what sets you apart, for few can withstand the truth that surfaces when they come near. Your light reveals not only beauty, but also the shadows they have long ignored. Some will turn away, unable to handle the discomfort. Others will cling to you, not out of love, but out of a desperate need to feed on your light. In such moments, you must remember this truth. You are not here to please everyone. You are here to lead, like Jesus, who bore the weight of the world while walking among those who misunderstood him. You are called to embrace both the gift and the burden of being chosen. And so you must learn the delicate balance between giving and protecting. To fulfill your purpose, you must discern when to open your heart and when to guard it. This is not selfishness, it is wisdom. Even Jesus withdrew to protect his spirit, retreating to pray alone when the weight became too great. Matthew 14:23. You, too, must preserve your essence, for your light must not be extinguished by the demands of others. Ask yourself, who truly seeks my light, and who seeks to consume it? Who draws near out of love, and who comes with an agenda? Remember this, chosen one. Your light is a reflection of the divine. It is not yours to diminish or hide, but it is yours to steward. You are not alone in this journey. For every burden you carry, there is strength provided by the one who called you. In 2 Corinthians 4:6 it is written, For God who said, Let light shine out of darkness, made his light shine in our hearts to give us the light of the knowledge of God's glory. Trust in this light, guard it wisely, and let it shine as it was meant to, not for the sake of those who misunderstand it, but for the glory of the one who placed it within you. For those who seek the chosen ones, the desire for connection often transcends conscious understanding. It's as if their souls recognize something their minds cannot yet name. Have you noticed how people are drawn to you, not fully understanding why? Some approach you with purity, seeing you as a beacon amidst the storms of their lives. They are guided by a longing for truth, clarity, and peace. But others come with murkier intentions, emotional voids they hope you will fill, or shadows seeking to feed off the light you carry. These encounters are not coincidences, they are part of your journey. For you, the chosen one, discerning these intentions is not just important, it is vital. Every interaction you have can either strengthen you or drain you, guide you forward or divert your path. This is the paradox you must navigate. The more you're sought after, the more elusive you seem to become. It is not a deliberate distance you create, but the very nature of your calling. Your essence, that divine light within you, cannot be claimed, imprisoned, or possessed by anyone. Have you ever felt that the harder someone tries to hold on to you, the more intangible you become? This is because you were never meant to be the final answer for anyone. Your role is to point others to their own truths, to show them the way back to the divine. And yet, this unreachability is what makes you indispensable. Like John the Baptist, whose purpose was to prepare the way for Christ, John 1:23, you are not the destination but the guide. Your mission requires balance, a constant dance between shining brightly for others and guarding your own essence. You cannot dim your light for fear of attention, nor can you allow your purpose to be derailed by the expectations of others. This is why your connection to the divine is critical. It is the source that replenishes your strength, renews your spirit, and reminds you that your light is not your own. It is a reflection of something far greater. Chosen one, do you feel the weight of walking between two worlds, the earthly and the sacred? Every step you take resonates beyond what you see, echoing into unseen dimensions. You are a bridge, navigating emotional and spiritual landscapes that few can comprehend. This path may feel solitary, but it is profoundly meaningful. Every interaction you have has the potential to shape not only the lives of others, but also your own understanding of your greater purpose. It is a journey that requires courage, resilience, and faith. Have you noticed how those who come to you, even in their pain, anger, or confusion, often leave with a sense of peace, clarity, or hope? This is because you possess a gift, the ability to transmute energies. You're like a spiritual alchemist, turning shadows into lessons, chaos into harmony. But this gift comes at a cost. To transform the energies of others, you must first face them, temporarily absorb them, and return them renewed. This process requires immense spiritual resilience. It is why Jesus often withdrew to pray alone, replenishing his strength. Luke 5:16. Your connection to the divine is not optional, it is your lifeline. Your impact often transcends the moment. A conversation, a word of understanding, or even your presence can plant seeds in others that may take years to grow. Have you ever heard someone recount how a single encounter with you changed their life? This is because you do not simply interact. You plant seeds of transformation. These seeds may be invisible at first, but they grow slowly, leading others to question, to grow, and to align more deeply with their purpose. It is a quiet, powerful impact that echoes far beyond what you can witness. You may never see the full harvest, but rest assured, the seeds you plant are bearing fruit. However, you must also remember this truth. You cannot save everyone. You were not meant to carry the weight of the world alone. Even Jesus, in his compassion, set boundaries. He did not heal everyone at once, nor did he allow his mission to be consumed by others' expectations. As the chosen one, you too must set boundaries, not out of selfishness, but out of wisdom. To offer your light generously, you must protect your heart and spirit from being drained. This is why chosen ones often seek solitude or deep, meaningful connections. Have you felt the pull to withdraw from superficiality, to retreat into places where your spirit can rest? It is because you understand that to keep shining, you must nourish your inner flame. As it is written in Matthew 11:28, "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest." You know that your safety, your strength, and your renewal come from the divine alone. Chosen one, your path may not be easy, but it is sacred. You are here to guide, to transform, and to remind others of the light they carry within themselves. Walk this journey with courage, knowing that every step you take serves a higher purpose. You are not alone, for the one who called you walks with you, replenishing you for the mission ahead. Perhaps the most fascinating aspect of the chosen one, your journey, is the way you embody both mystery and clarity. To those who observe you, you are both an enigma and an answer. Have you ever felt people looking at you, searching for something they cannot quite name? This is because there is an indefinable quality to your presence, a light that cannot be fully captured, a wisdom that cannot be explained. You are magnetic, not because you try to be, but because your very existence transforms those who encounter you. Yet this aura of mystery serves a greater purpose. It is a constant reminder that you too are in motion, always learning, growing, and aligning with the divine purpose that has called you. It is this duality, being partially understood but never fully grasped, that keeps alive the fascination of those who seek you. Some may call it an obsession, but the truth is deeper. They see in you something eternal, something that transcends the ordinary. As it is written in John 3:8, "The wind blows wherever it pleases. You hear its sound, but you cannot tell where it comes from or where it is going." So it is with you. The intensity of your calling cannot be captured by words, for your life is not merely a human experience, but a spiritual journey in motion. Every interaction you have reminds you of this truth, that your light is both a gift and a responsibility, a force that must be wielded with wisdom and care. Have you noticed how those who approach you often do so in search of something they cannot name? They may not even know what brought them to you. It is as though you carry answers to unspoken questions, a compass pointing them toward what their souls have longed for. But here lies the challenge. Being this silent guide is both fascinating and exhausting. Even when you do not seek it, your presence becomes a beacon for the lost, a light that guides without forcing the way. This is part of your divine calling, but it is also why storms are drawn to you. Being a beacon does not come without its trials. Have you experienced how some people, unprepared for the depth you carry, project their own insecurities, fears, and frustrations onto you? To them, your light feels less like inspiration and more like a threat. You are a mirror reflecting truths they would rather ignore. This dynamic creates a cycle. Admiration turns to rejection, pursuit becomes avoidance. For you, chosen one, this constant push and pull requires unshakable discernment. You must learn to identify who is genuinely ready for transformation and who simply seeks temporary relief from their pain. This is where wisdom and compassion meet, where boundaries become not just necessary but sacred. Yet in this process lies something extraordinary. There is beauty in the way you connect the visible to the invisible, the tangible to the transcendent. You were not placed here merely to illuminate, you were called to challenge. You do not follow the flow of what is comfortable or familiar, you redirect it. Your presence unsettles complacency, inviting others to grow. Just as Jesus overturned the tables in the temple to restore sacred order, Matthew 21:12-13. You too are here to instigate necessary change. It may not always be welcome, but it is always meaningful. For those who have the courage to approach you and remain, you offer something rare and life-altering, the chance to see the world and themselves in a completely new way. Have you noticed how your presence, even in brief moments, leaves others changed? This is because you do not merely interact, you plant seeds of transformation. These seeds challenge, inspire, and awaken, sometimes in ways that are uncomfortable, but always profound. As it is written in 2 Corinthians 5:17, "Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, he is a new creation. The old has gone, the new has come." Chosen one, your ability to disrupt what is stagnant and redirect others toward truth is part of your divine calling. You are both a guide and a catalyst, a vessel through which the unseen becomes seen. While it may feel like a heavy burden at times, remember this: the one who called you walks with you. In him you find strength, renewal, and purpose for the path ahead. Let your light shine boldly, for it is through you that many will find the courage to see themselves and their lives in a new and sacred light. For you, the chosen one, every day is a dance between the earthly and the eternal. Have you felt this tension, this constant balance between honoring your humanity and carrying a purpose that transcends your own needs? It's not an easy path. The world often pulls at you, trying to dilute your light, distract you from your mission, or make you question your impact. Yet you know your strength does not come from yourself alone, but from your connection to the divine. It is this sacred connection that sustains you, renews your energy, and reminds you that your mission, though challenging, is a sacred privilege. As it is written in Isaiah 40:31, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint." The mission of the chosen one, your mission, is never just about you. Your light is an invitation to others, a call for them to recognize their own capacity to shine. Even in moments of pain, doubt, or fear, your presence serves as a reminder that something greater is at work, a plan that transcends human understanding. For those who have the courage to respond to this invitation, walking alongside you is not merely an experience, it is a transformation. Have you seen it? The way they begin to question, to grow, to rediscover a part of themselves they had long forgotten. This is part of the mystery and beauty of your calling. You are a guide not to yourself, but to the divine. There is something almost otherworldly about the dynamic between you and those who seek you. When people come into your presence, it feels like stepping into a different field of energy, a place where gravity shifts and the rules of the ordinary world no longer apply. This sensation is not mere curiosity, it is a deep need to understand, to absorb, to connect. But for you, chosen one, this energy can become overwhelming. You cannot turn off your light. It is not a performance, it is your essence. And while this light guides others, it can also exhaust you. Have you noticed how deeply you crave solitude at times, those moments when you retreat to recharge and protect what you carry? Even Jesus withdrew from the crowds to pray and find renewal, as described in Luke 5:16. But Jesus often withdrew to lonely places and prayed. This need for solitude is not weakness, it is wisdom. When you carry light, you become a catalyst for others. In your presence, the walls people build around their vulnerabilities begin to crumble. For some, this is liberating. For others, it is terrifying. You do not force change, yet your very presence creates the conditions for transformation. Some approach you with reverence, eager to absorb the energy you radiate. Others, unprepared for what they see reflected in you, may withdraw or lash out, resisting the truths they are not ready to confront. This duality is part of your journey, a constant balance of compassion, discernment, and boundaries. Chosen one, do you feel the weight of being a light in a world that often embraces darkness? Your existence is a reminder that there is something more, something that cannot be bought, controlled, or diminished. You challenge the world simply by being yourself. You do not conform, you redirect. Your life exposes the choices others make to remain in comfort, mediocrity, or illusion. This tension between admiration and resistance is the very reason your interactions hold so much power. For those willing to remain close, you offer a rare gift, not just inspiration, but transformation. This is not a surface-level change. It is a complete reconstruction of belief, purpose, and identity. As it is written in Romans 12:2, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." Yet your mission is not to see every outcome, nor to harvest what you sow. Your role is to plant seeds, seeds of hope, truth, and awakening. These seeds may take months, years, or even lifetimes to grow, but they will bear fruit. Do not be discouraged if you do not see immediate results. As Paul writes in 1 Corinthians 3:6, "I planted the seed, Apollos watered it, but God has been making it grow." Your purpose is to sow, and in that act of faith, you fulfill a role that transcends time. And yet, chosen one, even with all your strength and divine connection, you are still human. You feel the weight of being seen, analyzed, and sought after. You know what it is like to become a crutch for those who have not yet found their own stability. This is why balance is critical. You must protect your heart and your light. You must allow yourself to be replenished, not just by solitude, but also through your connection to the divine, and by those rare individuals who truly see and understand you. Your light is a sacred gift, but it is not infinite unless it is nurtured. Remember the words of Matthew 11:28. "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest." Allow yourself moments of restoration, for only then can you continue to guide, inspire, and transform. You were called for a reason, and though the path is challenging, it is also sacred. Walk it with faith, chosen one, knowing that every step, every interaction, and every seed you plant is part of something far greater than yourself. To be a chosen one is, at its core, to live as a paradox. Have you noticed this in your own journey? On one hand, you carry within you a clarity and purpose that make you a beacon for others. Your light inspires, heals, and guides those who cross your path. Yet, this same light also makes you vulnerable, attracting not only those who seek healing, but also those who seek to consume what they cannot understand. You must navigate this delicate terrain with wisdom, knowing that not every gaze of admiration is benevolent, and not every connection is meant to flourish. This requires profound sensitivity and sharp discernment to separate those who genuinely seek growth from those who merely cling to someone else's brilliance. It is not selfishness, it is self-love, for your mission demands both giving and preserving yourself. Have you ever wondered why those around you are so profoundly affected by your presence? It is because you act as a constant invitation to introspection. People do not simply come to you for answers. They come because you awaken questions within them. Why do I feel this way around you? What is it about you that challenges me so deeply? These questions, though uncomfortable at first, are the doors through which others can enter a deeper understanding of themselves. This is the true impact of your presence. You do not offer ready-made truths, but create space, sacred space, for others to discover their own paths. As it is written in John 8:32, "Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." For you, chosen one, every interaction is like a multifaceted mirror. In others, you see reflections of your own journey. Their fears, hopes, and struggles resonate deeply with you. This profound empathy, however, can become a burden. Feeling others' pain so intensely requires immense inner strength and resilience. This is why you seek refuge in solitude, not out of arrogance or indifference, but out of necessity. In the silence, you reconnect with the divine source that sustains you. As Jesus himself withdrew to the mountains to pray, Luke 6:12, you too must retreat to find balance and restoration, replenishing your strength for the path ahead. Yet even in solitude, you are never truly alone. Your connection to the divine is your constant companion, a quiet current of strength that keeps you standing when the weight of the world feels unbearable. Have you ever paused to ask yourself, what if every struggle is preparing you for something greater? This connection reminds you of a deeper truth. You are not here by chance. Every obstacle, every confrontation, and every moment of doubt is part of a greater plan, a tapestry being woven with threads you cannot yet fully see. Knowing this may not erase the struggles, but it brings profound comfort. You are exactly where you need to be, doing what you were called to do. To the world observing you from the outside, you may appear as an indecipherable mystery, a being who moves between two realms, the earthly and the eternal. But to you, the experience is profoundly human. You love, you grieve, you question, and you endure like anyone else. The difference lies in your response. Instead of fleeing from pain or denying its presence, you embrace it. You understand that through these very experiences, your light grows stronger. As Romans 5:3-4 teaches us, we also glory in our sufferings, because we know that suffering produces perseverance, perseverance character, and character hope. Your strength does not come from the absence of challenges, but from how you transform them. Every pain becomes a lesson. Every loss becomes a new beginning. Have you ever stopped to ask, what if your greatest trials are shaping your greatest purpose? This internal alchemy, the ability to turn suffering into wisdom, darkness into light, is what makes you not just a guide, but living proof that transcendence is possible, even in the darkest moments. It is a wisdom that cannot be learned from books or conveyed through mere words. It is born from the depths of your connection to the eternal, a truth that flows through every fiber of your being. And yet, this wisdom is often silent, more often felt than spoken. Have you noticed how others sense this depth within you, even when they cannot articulate it? It is like standing before the ocean. They see the surface, but they feel the vastness that lies beneath. This enigmatic quality is what draws others to you, like a flame that lights their path but is never consumed. As it is written in Matthew 5:14, "You are the light of the world. A city on a hill cannot be hidden. Your light cannot be extinguished, for it is divine." Chosen one, your journey is a profound paradox. You are both fully human and something beyond, a being who exists on the edge between the mundane and the sacred. This duality can feel isolating, for few understand what it means to carry such a vast mission in a world that values the superficial. Yet it is this very duality that makes you powerful. Your humanity allows you to connect deeply with others, while your spirituality elevates you, creating a bridge that touches lives in ways no one else could. Remember, you are not alone. The one who called you, equips you, sustains you, and walks with you. Have you ever asked yourself, what if the challenges you face today are shaping the legacy you will leave tomorrow? Your path may be challenging, but it is sacred. Every step you take, every soul you touch, and every lesson you learn brings you closer to fulfilling your purpose. Let this truth anchor you. You were chosen for such a time as this. Esther 4:14. Walk boldly, for you carry a light that cannot be hidden, a light that transforms the world. You, the chosen one, are a living reminder that the divine can manifest in the ordinary, that the extraordinary exists within the everyday. Have you ever noticed how those who cross your path are rarely the same afterward? Something within them shifts, even if it is imperceptible at first. Perhaps it is a glimmer of hope where there was once despair, or a sense of purpose where emptiness had taken root. These subtle changes, born from your presence, hold the power to transform entire lives. For you, chosen one, this is both a profound responsibility and a blessing. You do not seek recognition or gratitude, for your mission is fulfilled simply by existing in alignment with your truth. And it is this alignment, this quiet, unwavering authenticity, that inspires others to discover their own truths. Have you considered that your light may be awakening the realization in others that they too carry a light worth shining? Even with all the strength you radiate, you know that your journey is not a solitary one. You walk with the divine, guided by signs you do not always fully understand, but learn to trust. How often have you moved forward with nothing but faith in something greater? This trust, though unseen, is your anchor. It keeps you going when the path ahead is unclear, when challenges feel insurmountable, and when doubt whispers at the edges of your mind. Every obstacle becomes an opportunity for growth. Every moment of doubt is a chance to deepen your faith. It is this unwavering trust in a greater purpose that gives you the strength to persevere, not because the path is easy, but because you know it is necessary. As it is written in Proverbs 3:5-6, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight." You live in constant harmony with the invisible, perceiving nuances that others overlook. For you, life is not a series of coincidences, but a carefully woven web of synchronicities. Nothing happens by chance. Every encounter, every word spoken, and even those left unspoken, carries a deeper meaning, a message waiting to be understood. Have you begun to see these patterns, to decipher the currents that shape your reality? This ability to read beyond the surface makes you both a guide and a keen observer, someone uniquely attuned to the hidden forces moving through life. Your heightened perception is not something you chose. It is a natural consequence of your connection to the divine, a gift you carry with reverence, humility, and care. Yet, this gift comes with a cost. Have you ever felt overwhelmed by the intensity of what you see and feel? You perceive and bear the world's pain in a way others cannot, carrying the weight of energies that others avoid. This burden, though sacred, requires you to walk the delicate line of emotional and spiritual protection. You must learn to separate what belongs to you from what belongs to others, to release what you are not meant to carry. It is not selfishness, it is survival. Even Jesus, when surrounded by overwhelming needs, withdrew to rest and pray, Luke 5:16. Likewise, you must seek solitude, not as an escape, but as a means of purification and renewal. In those silent moments, have you noticed how answers come? It is in this stillness that you reconnect with your essence, with the mission that calls you forward, and with the divine source that renews your light. Chosen one, remember this: your journey is not just for you. It is for those you inspire, guide, and heal simply by being who you are. Trust the signs, trust the struggles, and trust the quiet whispers of the divine that lead you ever onward. For your light is not yours alone. It is a reflection of something far greater, something eternal that has been entrusted to you. To those around them, the chosen one is a living paradox. Have you ever felt this paradox within yourself? A calm, unshakable serenity on the surface, yet beneath it, a heart that feels everything deeply. Your strength is both a shield and a bridge, allowing you to navigate between the visible and invisible worlds with a grace that few can truly comprehend. Those who draw near feel this strength, but they also sense the profound humanity that pulses behind it. It is this combination of strength and vulnerability, of light and shadow, that reveals your true power. You are not perfect, nor are you meant to be. Your authenticity, your willingness to be real, raw, and true, is what makes you so magnetic. When someone sees you clearly, chosen one, they are not merely seeing a person. They are witnessing a reflection of the divine. Have you ever noticed how deeply others respond to you, even when no words are spoken? This recognition transcends rational explanation. It is a moment of spiritual communion where something unspoken but sacred stirs within both souls. For the observer, it can feel like finding a missing piece of a much larger puzzle. For you, it serves as confirmation that your light, the very essence you carry, is fulfilling its purpose. Yet, this profound connection requires care. Have you ever felt drained after sharing too much of yourself? Not everyone is ready to see so deeply or bear the weight of the truths your presence reveals. As the chosen one, you've to learn to balance sharing your essence with preserving it. Your light is a gift, but it is not meant to be spent recklessly. Like Jesus, who discerned when to speak and when to remain silent, you must protect your energy while still fulfilling your purpose. As it is written in Matthew 7:6, Do not give what is holy to dogs, nor cast your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under their feet and turn and tear you to pieces. In the end, you know that your journey is both individual and collective. There are moments when you must walk alone, when no one else can fully understand the weight of your calling. But even in those moments, you are never truly isolated. Every step you take contributes to something far greater, a divine plan that unfolds like a grand symphony, with each note, each action, and each moment adding to its beauty. Do you see this truth within your own life? Your light is not only for you, it serves as a reminder to those around you that they too carry a spark of the divine within them. By living in alignment with your truth, you inspire others to seek their own light. You show them what is possible when one walks in courage, purpose, and faith. Chosen one, have you considered the ripple effect of your journey? Your presence plants seeds of hope and transformation in ways you may never fully see. Let this truth anchor you. Your light is fulfilling its purpose, not just in what you do, but in who you are. To you, the chosen one, the world around you is more than what the eyes can see. Have you felt it? The invisible threads connecting every being, every event, as if all are parts of a cosmic tapestry unfolding with divine precision. This profound understanding brings both peace and responsibility. You know that your actions, words, and even your silences create ripples far beyond the immediate moment. Every choice you make is not just about you, but about the echoes it will create in others. Does this awareness weigh on you at times? It is this deep responsibility that keeps you aligned with your purpose, even when the mission feels almost unbearable. Have you noticed how those who cross your path often don't realize the full extent of your impact until much later? A glance, a word, or even the quiet memory of your presence can reverberate in their lives like ripples in a pond. This effect, so subtle yet so transformative, is both a privilege and a mystery. Your life touches places you may never see, influencing thoughts, choices, and destinies in ways you may never fully comprehend. And yet, you don't need to see it. Your trust lies not in the need to understand, but in the certainty that everything is part of a greater plan. Your task is to remain faithful to the one who called you, knowing that no act of light, no matter how small, is ever wasted. You have also learned, chosen one, that your strength is not only in the light you give, but in your ability to renew yourself. Have you recognized the importance of these moments of introspection when you step back and reconnect with your divine source? You know that you cannot pour into others from an empty vessel. It is in these sacred pauses that you remember a critical truth. Your mission is not about perfection, but about authenticity. You're not here to please, to gain recognition, or to fit into anyone's mold. You're here to be, to embody truth, and to serve as living proof that there is something far greater at work, something guiding everything, even in the most uncertain times. In the end, you walk with a quiet serenity, the calm confidence of one who knows that your existence is part of something far greater. You do not seek glory, nor do you crave recognition. Why? Because you understand that true fulfillment lies in carrying out your mission with humility and love. Do you see how your persistence, even through the darkest moments, inspires others to keep moving forward? You are proof that light can never be extinguished, not by hardship, not by doubt, and not by fear. As you continue to walk this path, chosen one, you leave behind a trail of inspiration for those with the courage to follow. Even when the journey feels heavy, you persist because you know this truth. You were born for this. You were chosen to illuminate not only your own path, but also to light the way for others who are seeking their own truth. Remember the words of Galatians 6:9. Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. So keep walking, keep shining, and trust that every step you take is part of the divine plan unfolding through you. Throughout this journey, we have uncovered a profound truth that cannot be ignored. God's chosen ones are never invisible. Even when the world overlooks you, even when you feel disconnected, unheard, or forgotten, there's a higher purpose working through you. You are seen clearly, unmistakably, and eternally by the Creator Himself. And perhaps, right at this very moment, someone else, divinely guided, has been drawn to you. They can't quite explain why they feel this pull toward you, but deep in their soul, they sense the light, the wisdom, and the purpose that you carry. You are not just another person. You are a vessel of something extraordinary, something that those who are meant to see will recognize with reverence. The truth is, solitude has a sacred meaning for those chosen by God. It is not a mark of rejection, but rather a seal of protection. Your path was never meant to be crowded with distractions, shallow relationships, or people who cannot see your value. God sets apart His chosen ones to prepare them, refine them, and preserve their purpose. That is why the journey feels lonely at times. The silence is not a void. It is where God's voice speaks loudest. The isolation is not punishment. It is preparation. Can you feel that? Do you realize what this means? You are the light set upon a hill, a beacon in a world that has grown dim. Not everyone can handle that light. Not everyone can approach the flame. That is why God allows only those who are ready, those who have been called to truly see you. And when they see you, they cannot ignore you. They are drawn in, fascinated by the clarity and strength that your presence brings. You, God's chosen one, carry a power you may not even fully recognize yet. A power that inspires, transforms, and lifts those around you. If these words have touched your heart, it is not by chance. God does not make mistakes. He has led you here because you needed this reminder. You are not alone. There are others like you, walking their own path of purpose, waiting for divine moments of connection. When the time is right, those who are meant to find you will. Until then, trust the process, trust God's timing, and trust yourself. If this message resonates with your soul, I encourage you to share it. Share it not just because others need to hear it, but because you might be the very light someone has been praying for. You may not even realize the impact of your voice, but that is the beauty of being chosen. God uses you in ways you may not see, but the ripple effect reaches farther than you could ever imagine. Your role in this divine story is significant. Do not hide your light. Do not silence your truth. Share it so others can find hope, strength, and connection through you. To you, yes, you, the one who feels unseen, unheard, or misunderstood, remember this. God has never taken His eyes off you. Every tear, every prayer, every silent moment has been accounted for. Your solitude has not gone unnoticed, and your pain is not wasted. You are stronger than you know, wiser than you feel, and closer to your breakthrough than you realize. Hold on to this truth. God is preparing you for something greater. He is positioning you for connections and opportunities beyond what you can see. The people who are meant to see you will see you. They will recognize the God-given light within you, and they will honor it. Until then, walk boldly. Walk in faith. Trust that the waiting is a divine process, shaping you into the person God created you to be. Thank you for taking the time to hear these words, for allowing this message to speak to your spirit. You are not here by accident. God sees you. I see you. And somewhere out there, someone else is being led to you because of the purpose you carry. May God bless you abundantly. May He fill your days with peace, strengthen your heart with courage, and surround you with His divine love. May the loneliness you feel today be replaced with joy and purpose tomorrow. And may you always remember, you are chosen, you are valued, and you are loved. Walk forward with confidence, knowing that you are never alone. God's favor, guidance, and protection go before you every step of the way. Amen. Beloved chosen ones, have you ever felt like your words fell on deaf ears, your dreams dismissed with a casual shrug, or your vibrant light overshadowed by the criticisms and insecurities of others? You share your heart, hoping to inspire, but are met with blank stares or skeptical smiles that make you question your worth. Let me tell you something that could change everything. You are not the problem. There is a profound reason why your presence often stirs discomfort, and it's rooted in the divine purpose God has placed upon your life. Today, we'll uncover this truth and equip you with the strength to rise above the doubts and distractions. You may have wondered why your relationships sometimes feel strained, or why others seem to misunderstand your intentions. The world's resistance can make you feel isolated, as though your very essence doesn't belong. But consider this. Could it be that your uniqueness, the very thing that sets you apart, is the reason for the friction? In John 15:19, Jesus reminds us, "Because you are not of the world, but I chose you out of the world. Therefore, the world hates you." As God's chosen one, you carry a light that exposes darkness, a truth that unsettles the comfort of complacency in others. This is not your flaw, it's your divine identity. Before we dive deeper into this transformative message, take a moment to join the community of faith by commenting 777 below. Let this be your bold declaration that you are ready to step into clarity and live out your God-given purpose. To those who have shown your love and support through Super Thanks, thank you from the depths of my heart. Your encouragement helps create this safe and uplifting space where we can all grow closer to God and His plans for us. Now, take a deep breath and reflect. Are the people around you pouring life into your soul, or are they sowing seeds of doubt and discouragement? The voices you allow into your life shape your spirit, either aligning you with your purpose or pulling you further away from it. The Bible urges us in Romans 12:2, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." This transformation often requires you to evaluate your surroundings and take courageous steps to protect your calling, even if it means walking a lonely path for a season. But what happens when the negativity you face begins to affect your spirit? Do you start believing the doubts others cast upon you? Do their words shift your focus away from the mission God has given you? These are the critical questions we'll explore together as we uncover how discernment and faith can shield you from the enemy's tactics. This journey isn't easy, but it's necessary, and the breakthroughs waiting for you on the other side are beyond anything you can imagine. So, as we step into this conversation, prepare your heart to receive revelations that will challenge your perspective and ignite your faith. What if the discomfort you feel in certain relationships is God's way of redirecting you to a higher calling? What if the struggles you face are not a sign of your weakness, but a testament to the strength and light within you? Stay with me, because what you're about to learn could unlock the breakthrough you've been seeking for so long. This message is for you, chosen one, and it's time to walk boldly into your purpose. God's chosen ones, you aren't the problem. The people you talk to are. As we embark on this sacred journey together, dear chosen one, let these words penetrate the deepest parts of your soul. Allow them not only to resonate, but to challenge you, to stir you, and to awaken within you a desire for transformation. Reflect on the relationships in your life and the environments you engage with daily. Are they truly aligned with the purpose God has placed upon your heart? This is not just a casual reflection, it is a divine moment of awakening. You are called for something extraordinary, something greater than the ordinary experiences of life. This is your time to rise above the noise, to silence the doubts, and to reclaim the truth that you are not the problem. The issue often lies in the connections you maintain and the energies you allow to permeate your spirit. These relationships hold a profound impact on your emotional, mental, and spiritual well-being. Can you sense it? The subtle yet undeniable influence each interaction has on your soul. Every conversation, every shared moment, carries an exchange of energy. Some of these exchanges uplift, filling your spirit with joy and motivation. Others, however, may leave you feeling drained, burdened, or even questioning your worth. The Bible warns us of this in Proverbs 13:20. Walk with the wise and become wise, for a companion of fools suffers harm. Are the people around you wise guides or burdens that pull you away from your calling? Let us first consider the concept of energy exchange. Every individual you encounter brings with them a unique frequency, a vibration of their spirit. When you interact with someone, you are engaging in a mutual exchange of these energies. Chosen ones, marked by God for a higher purpose, often possess a heightened sensitivity to these interactions. You may find that you intuitively sense the emotions, intentions, and energies of those around you, even without words being spoken. This sensitivity is a gift, allowing you to empathize deeply and connect with others in ways many cannot. But as with any gift, there is a duality to its nature. What happens when you are surrounded by individuals who carry negativity, bitterness, or despair? Have you noticed how such encounters leave you feeling depleted, anxious, or even burdened by emotions that are not your own? This is not a coincidence, it is a spiritual truth. Jesus himself demonstrated the importance of discerning these dynamics. In Mark 5:30, after a woman touched his garment in faith, he immediately sensed the power leaving him and asked, "Who touched my clothes?" This passage is a powerful reminder that even the Son of God recognized the significance of energy exchange. If he was mindful of who was drawing from his spirit, how much more should we, as his followers, be aware of who and what we allow into our lives? Emotional fatigue is a clear warning sign. If you consistently feel drained after spending time with certain people, it is not just an emotional reaction, it is a spiritual signal. Your spirit is warning you of misaligned energy. Recognizing these patterns is not an act of judgment, but an act of wisdom. As a chosen one, your path is one of elevation, not stagnation. You are called to inspire, to uplift, and to shine. This divine mission requires strength, clarity, and alignment. How can you fulfill this calling if you are weighed down by negativity that was never meant to be yours? Reflect on this. Who in your life amplifies the light within you, and who dims it? Are your interactions propelling you toward God's purpose, or are they pulling you away? Surrounding yourself with those who reflect the love and light you carry is not selfish, it is necessary. Jesus himself surrounded himself with a close circle who supported his mission and often withdrew to pray and recharge when the weight of the world became too heavy. Now is the time to take inventory of your relationships. This isn't about cutting people off without reason. It's about discerning who truly belongs in your life's journey. Do these individuals align with your divine purpose? Do they encourage your growth and nourish your soul, or do they leave you feeling depleted and burdened? Chosen one, the call is clear. Elevate your environment, choose your connections wisely, and remember that you are not here to carry every burden. Your light is precious, your mission divine. Let those who surround you be a reflection of the greatness God has placed within you. This is your time to step into alignment, to protect the energy entrusted to you, and to walk boldly in the path you were destined to follow. Another important reflection, chosen one, is the presence of toxic relationships in your life. Toxicity often disguises itself, slipping into our lives under the guise of normalcy or even affection. It can manifest in various forms, including constant criticism, subtle manipulation, harsh judgment, or emotional unpredictability. These are not just frustrating behaviors. They are signs of spiritual and emotional misalignment that can hinder your growth and dim your light. As you walk your divine path, it's crucial to recognize these red flags and act with wisdom and courage. Take a moment to reflect. When was the last time you felt truly excited to share your dreams with someone? Perhaps it was a new vision, a passion project, or an idea born from your soul's deepest desires. How did they respond? Did their words uplift you, filling you with hope and encouragement? Or did their reaction weigh you down with doubt, negativity, or fear? These moments reveal much about the spirit of those around you. Are they vessels of God's love and light, or are they reflecting their own fears and insecurities onto you? The Bible reminds us in Proverbs 27:17, "As iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another." Healthy relationships sharpen your spirit, challenge you to grow, and align you with God's purpose. Toxic relationships, however, dull your spirit and hinder your progress. If you find yourself in constant battles for validation, clarity, or peace, it is a sign that the relationship may be unhealthy. Relationships that leave you anxious or unsettled are another clear red flag. Healthy connections create a sanctuary of trust and mutual respect. They offer safety both emotionally and spiritually. If you are constantly walking on eggshells, afraid of how someone will react, or feeling the need to censor your thoughts and feelings, this is not the fruit of a God-centered relationship. You deserve to be surrounded by people who allow you to be your authentic self, free from fear or judgment. Paul's words in Philippians 4:7 describe the peace that comes from God as one that transcends all understanding. In a similar way, the people God places in your life to uplift you will contribute to that peace, not detract from it. If your interactions consistently bring anxiety, confusion, or distress, it's time to reevaluate. Is this relationship drawing you closer to God's purpose for your life, or is it creating unnecessary chaos? This reflection naturally brings us to the subject of boundaries. Boundaries are not about building walls to isolate yourself. They are about creating sacred guidelines that protect your energy and allow you to flourish. They define how you wish to be treated and ensure that your relationships are built on respect and mutual support. Jesus himself demonstrated boundaries, often withdrawing to pray and recharge, even when others demanded his time and attention. Setting boundaries, however, can feel uncomfortable at first, especially if you have been accustomed to prioritizing others' needs above your own. But hear this: self-care is not selfish. It is a sacred act of stewardship. By protecting your energy and maintaining your well-being, you honor the vessel God created you to be. This allows you to pour into others from a place of abundance rather than depletion. Remember, the commandment to love your neighbor as yourself, Mark 12:31, inherently includes self-love. You cannot fully love or support others if you are constantly sacrificing your peace, joy, and purpose. Establishing boundaries might mean saying no to toxic behaviors or limiting time with individuals who drain your energy. It may feel challenging at first, but it is a necessary step in aligning with God's plan for your life. As you establish these boundaries, notice the shift in your spirit. You may begin to feel lighter, more focused, and more aligned with your divine calling. The people who truly value and respect you will honor these boundaries, seeing them as an extension of your self-worth. And those who resist or react negatively, they may not have been meant to walk alongside you on this sacred journey. Chosen one, this is your moment to rise above the toxicity and claim the abundant life God has promised you. Trust in His guidance as you reflect, discern, and establish the relationships and boundaries that will propel you forward. You're not here to merely survive. You're here to thrive. When you recognize the divine calling upon your life, the people around you play a pivotal role in shaping your journey. God has marked you for a higher purpose, and those who share your space should honor and support that purpose. Reflect on the individuals in your life. Are they helping you grow spiritually, emotionally, and mentally? Or are they subtly pulling you away from the path God has set before you? The Bible reminds us in Proverbs 13:20, "Walk with the wise and become wise, for a companion of fools suffers harm." This scripture emphasizes the importance of aligning yourself with those who uplift and inspire you. The people closest to you should mirror the values you hold dear, challenging you to become a better version of yourself and celebrating your victories as if they were their own. Chosen ones often possess a heightened sensitivity to energy and intentions, a gift of discernment bestowed by God. This inner knowing allows you to sense when something feels off, even if it isn't immediately visible. Have you ever felt a heaviness in your spirit after spending time with someone? That feeling is not to be dismissed. It's a divine nudge, urging you to reevaluate that connection. Trust your intuition, for it is a tool God has given you to navigate your relationships. Change often begins with self-awareness. By acknowledging the influence of the relationships in your life, you empower yourself to make choices that align with your divine purpose. It may feel uncomfortable to distance yourself from certain people, especially those you've known for a long time, but growth requires courage. The Bible says in 2 Corinthians 6:17, "Come out from among them and be separate, says the Lord." This isn't about judgment, it's about preservation of your purpose, your peace, and your spiritual journey. Toxic relationships can take many forms, but they all share a common thread. They drain your energy and diminish your light. Pay attention to patterns. Are there people who consistently belittle your dreams or criticize your efforts? Do you find yourself feeling anxious or uneasy in their presence? These are red flags that should not be ignored. Healthy relationships foster peace, encouragement, and mutual respect. Setting boundaries is an essential step in protecting your energy and preserving your spiritual well-being. Boundaries are not barriers of rejection, but safeguards of respect. They allow you to define how you wish to be treated and ensure that your interactions align with your values and goals. Initially, this may feel challenging, especially if you're accustomed to putting others' needs before your own. But as you grow in self-awareness, you'll recognize that prioritizing your well-being isn't selfish. It's necessary for fulfilling your God-given purpose. Reflect on the relationships in your life. Are they feeding your spirit or draining it? Do they bring you closer to your purpose or pull you further away? God has called you to shine, to inspire, and to walk boldly in His light. Surround yourself with people who amplify that light, who encourage your growth, and who stand as allies in your journey of faith and purpose. You are marked for greatness. Protect your calling with wisdom and discernment. Manipulation often stands as a silent thief in toxic relationships, robbing you of your confidence and clarity. A manipulative person uses subtle tactics like guilt, fear, or a sense of obligation to control your choices and actions. Have you ever felt like you're carrying the emotional weight of someone else's happiness? That feeling of being responsible for their moods or decisions is a hallmark of manipulation. This dynamic can leave you second-guessing your every move, trapped in a cycle of trying to please someone at the expense of your own needs. It's a heavy burden, one that drains your emotional energy and stifles your growth. Another clear sign of toxicity is a lack of support. Healthy relationships act as a springboard for your dreams, encouraging you to reach higher and grow stronger. But toxic individuals often sow seeds of doubt, skepticism, or outright discouragement. Think back to a moment when you shared your goals with someone. Were they excited for you, or did their reaction feel dismissive, as though your aspirations were trivial or unattainable? Words have power, and constant belittling remarks can erode even the strongest confidence. As a chosen one, you deserve relationships that celebrate your victories and nurture your potential without resentment or jealousy. Emotional instability is another glaring red flag. If you constantly find yourself riding the waves of someone else's unpredictable moods, it can leave you emotionally exhausted. A healthy relationship provides balance and emotional security, allowing both people to feel valued and at peace. If you're caught in a relentless cycle of emotional highs and lows, it's a signal that the relationship may not be serving your highest good. Reflect on the emotional climate of your interactions. Do they bring calm, or do they leave you in chaos? This awareness is crucial for your mental and spiritual well-being. Setting boundaries is not just an act of self-preservation, it's an affirmation of your worth. Boundaries define how you expect to be treated and protect your energy from being depleted by unhealthy dynamics. They might start with small steps, like expressing your needs clearly, or escalate to limiting contact with those who consistently cross the line. While setting boundaries can feel daunting, especially if you're accustomed to sacrificing your needs for others, it's essential to remember that you are not obligated to endure relationships that harm your spirit. Proverbs 4:23 reminds us, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." Guarding your heart means being intentional about who you allow into your inner circle. Self-reflection is the foundation for transformation. Take an honest look at the relationships in your life. Do they uplift your spirit or weigh it down? Journaling can be a powerful tool in this process. Record your emotions after interactions with specific people. Over time, patterns will emerge, giving you clarity about which connections are nurturing and which are draining. This exercise is not about judgment, but about recognizing the impact of your environment on your well-being. As you assess your relationships, actively seek out positive influences. Surround yourself with individuals who inspire, challenge, and support you. Look for mentors, friends, or communities that align with your values and encourage your growth. These connections will provide the encouragement and accountability you need as you navigate your spiritual journey. Remember, the company you keep can either propel you toward your divine purpose or pull you away from it. 1 Corinthians 15:33 warns us, "Do not be misled. Bad company corrupts good character." Be intentional about choosing relationships that reflect the love, light, and truth God has placed within you. This process also requires self-love and acceptance. Recognize your worth as a chosen one and treat yourself with kindness and compassion. Self-love is not arrogance. It's acknowledging the value God has placed on your life. When you love yourself, you're less likely to tolerate toxic relationships and more inclined to cultivate ones that uplift and empower you. Healing is a journey, not a destination. As you begin to release unhealthy relationships, you may feel a mix of emotions: sadness, guilt, even anger. Allow yourself to process these feelings, but don't let them hold you back. Growth often requires letting go of what no longer serves you. Trust that God is guiding you toward relationships and environments that align with your divine purpose. In the next part of this journey, we'll delve into actionable steps to identify toxic patterns and create a nurturing environment for your spirit. This is your time to reclaim your power, align with your calling, and step boldly into the life God has destined for you. You are meant to be a vessel of light, a vessel of hope, inspiration, and love for the world around you. This divine calling on your life is not just a blessing, but a responsibility. However, in order to fulfill this mission, you must protect your light from being dulled by the shadows of negativity that surround you. As you embark on this journey, it's essential to reflect on the relationships in your life and the impact they've had on your spiritual growth. Think carefully about the people you allow into your inner circle. Do they encourage you to pursue your dreams with confidence, or do they sow seeds of doubt about your abilities? Do they celebrate your victories as their own, or do they shrink in the face of your success, perhaps even making you feel guilty for your accomplishments? These are not trivial questions. They are the key to understanding the energy and dynamics within your relationships. In Proverbs 27:17, it is written, "As iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another." The relationships you choose should be ones that refine you, encourage your growth, and inspire you to be the best version of yourself. But what happens when those relationships instead tear you down, leaving you questioning your worth and your purpose? The reality is, many people struggle with toxic relationships, and you are not alone in this. There are countless others who, just like you, are searching for the courage and wisdom to break free from relationships that no longer serve them. This journey of self-awareness and empowerment is one of collective healing. By recognizing the negative impact of certain people, you can help others find the strength to overcome similar struggles. Your experience can become a beacon of hope for others who feel trapped, offering them the possibility of reclaiming their power and creating lives filled with positivity, love, and support. Have you ever stopped to consider the true cost of staying in toxic relationships? It is far too easy to become entrenched in a pattern of negativity, thinking that you must endure for the sake of others or because it is familiar. However, the Bible reminds us in Matthew 7:6, "Do not give dogs what is sacred, do not throw your pearls to pigs." In other words, you must be discerning about where you invest your energy and your love. When you commit to surrounding yourself with people who uplift and inspire you, you make the decision to prioritize your own well-being and spiritual health. This is the first step towards aligning yourself with God's purpose for your life. When you walk this path of intentionality, you open the door to a life overflowing with blessings, growth, and alignment with God's plan. You begin to see the clarity that comes when you choose to protect your light from the darkness of negativity. This moment of clarity, this realization that the power to change your life lies within you, is where true transformation begins. It's not just about recognizing toxic relationships, it's about taking practical steps to create an environment where your spirit can thrive. Imagine yourself in a space where you are free to grow without fear, where you can be your authentic self without judgment or restriction. It's not just a dream, it's a reality that you can manifest. Have you considered what it would be like to live in such an environment? What would it feel like to have people around you who celebrate your growth, support your dreams, and cheer you on when you succeed? This is the promise of surrounding yourself with the right people, those who see you as God sees you, as a chosen vessel filled with potential, power, and purpose. The next step in this journey is to take action. Begin by examining your current relationships. Are they helping you grow, or are they hindering your progress? Think about the people who make up your inner circle. Do they encourage you to reach for greater heights, or do they hold you back with their negativity? This is not about condemnation, but about creating space for your spirit to soar. It's about recognizing that, as a chosen one, you deserve to be surrounded by those who reflect the light that is within you, who nurture and cultivate your growth, and who are committed to seeing you succeed in every area of your life. As you embark on this process of healing and transformation, remember that it may not always be easy. Jeremiah 29:11 assures us, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope." Trust that the steps you're taking now to reevaluate and remove toxic relationships are part of God's greater plan for your life. By making this commitment to change, you are setting yourself up for the abundant life He has promised you. This is your moment of clarity. This is the first step toward reclaiming your power and creating an environment where your spirit is nurtured, your light shines brightly, and your calling is fulfilled. As we move forward, let's explore the practical steps you can take to identify toxic relationships and build a network of support that empowers you to live your divine purpose. The road ahead is filled with promise, and by taking action now, you are opening the door to a life that aligns with God's plan for you, a life of fulfillment, peace, and spiritual alignment. The transformation you're about to experience will empower you to walk boldly in your purpose and inspire others to do the same. The first step in transforming your relationships is awareness. It starts with paying attention to how you feel after interacting with someone. Have you ever walked away from a conversation feeling lighter, inspired, and ready to take on the world? Or have you noticed that, after spending time with certain individuals, you feel drained, anxious, or even diminished? These emotional responses are not just fleeting feelings. They are powerful indicators of the energy dynamics at play. If you consistently leave interactions feeling negative, it may be time to assess the true nature of that relationship. Are you being fed with positive energy, or are you being depleted by negativity? This self-awareness is crucial in uncovering patterns of toxicity. Reflect on your interactions. Are there consistent moments of manipulation, criticism, or control that leave you questioning your worth? Healthy relationships are built on mutual respect, understanding, and support. As Romans 12:10 says, "Love one another with brotherly affection. Outdo one another in showing honor." True connections encourage each other's growth and honor each other's individuality. If you constantly find yourself compromising your needs, walking on eggshells to avoid conflict, or feeling like you are not enough, it's a clear sign that the relationship might not be nurturing your highest good. You are called to surround yourself with people who lift you up, not drag you down. Do the people in your life celebrate your successes, or do they dismiss them? Are they rooting for you as you chase your dreams, or do they find ways to sabotage your progress? If you are surrounded by individuals who do not encourage your aspirations, or who make you feel small in the face of your accomplishments, it may be time to recognize that these people are not aligned with your divine purpose. Proverbs 27:17 reminds us, "As iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another." In healthy relationships, you should feel sharpened, refined, and empowered, not diminished or discouraged. Once you've become aware of these toxic relationships, the next step is to take action. And the first action you can take is to set boundaries. Boundaries are not just limits. They are essential for protecting your energy and maintaining your peace. Have you ever noticed how your mood shifts when you allow someone to overstep their boundaries? It's crucial to communicate your needs openly, but sometimes it's just as powerful to simply limit the amount of time you spend with certain individuals. You have the divine right to prioritize your well-being, and that sometimes means distancing yourself from people who consistently drain your spirit. In some cases, you may have to take the difficult step of letting go of relationships entirely. While this is never easy, it is necessary for your spiritual growth. Letting go doesn't have to be done harshly or without compassion. In fact, sometimes the most loving act is to step back gradually, allowing space for healing, both for you and for the other person. But remember, your priority must always be your well-being. Into Matthew 10:14, Jesus said, "If anyone will not welcome you or listen to your words, leave that home or town and shake the dust off your feet." This is not about judgment, but about protecting your spirit from negativity that may prevent you from fulfilling your divine purpose. As you distance yourself from toxic influences, it's equally important to focus on cultivating positive relationships. Seek out people who inspire you, who celebrate your growth, and who align with your values and beliefs. It may require you to reach out to old friends who have always had your back, or join new communities that share your passions and spiritual goals. Surrounding yourself with supportive, positive individuals will create an environment where you can thrive and fulfill your potential. First, Thessalonians 5:11 encourages, "Therefore encourage one another and build each other up, just as in fact you are doing." It's time to build up relationships that encourage your divine purpose, not those that tear it down. A powerful tool in this process is self-reflection. Make it a habit to regularly assess your relationships and their impact on your emotional and spiritual well-being. Journaling can be a transformative practice for this process. Write down your thoughts, reflect on your feelings after spending time with others, and consider what aspects of these interactions uplift you and which drain you. Journaling provides a safe space to clarify your emotions, and it can give you insight into what needs to change. As you reflect, also consider seeking the guidance of mentors or spiritual advisors. These trusted individuals can offer fresh perspectives, helping you navigate the complexities of your relationships and stay aligned with your divine purpose. Proverbs 15:22 reminds us, "Plans fail for lack of counsel, but with many advisors they succeed." As you work on surrounding yourself with positive, supportive individuals, don't forget to practice gratitude. When you express gratitude for the people who lift you up, it strengthens those bonds and fosters more of the same. Gratitude shifts your focus from what is lacking to what is abundant. It enhances your energy and helps you attract more of the positivity you desire. 1 Thessalonians 5:18 tells us, "Give thanks in all circumstances, for this is God's will for you in Christ Jesus." When you focus on the blessings of healthy relationships, you magnify their impact in your life. At the same time, it's important to cultivate resilience as you let go of toxic relationships. The process of shedding negative influences can be challenging, and it's normal to experience feelings of sadness, guilt, or loss. Acknowledge these emotions without letting them overwhelm you. Remember, healing takes time, and you deserve to be gentle with yourself during this process. As Isaiah 41:10 encourages, "So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." Trust that God is with you in this journey, helping you navigate the emotional turmoil and leading you toward healthier, more supportive relationships. As you walk this path, you are not alone. Many others are on a similar journey, and together we can support one another in creating environments that nourish our spirits. Share your experiences with those around you, and you may be surprised by the support and understanding that others can offer. Your story could be the beacon of hope someone else needs to begin their own journey toward positive change. Finally, trust in the unique journey God has set for you. Jeremiah 29:11 reminds us, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a hope and a future." As you continue to navigate relationships, trust that God is leading you to those who will help you grow into the person you were always meant to be. The process may take time, but the rewards of nurturing relationships that align with your divine purpose will be immeasurable. The right people will resonate with your energy, uplift your spirit, and help you shine your light to its fullest. Next, continue to assess your relationships regularly. Building healthy relationships is an ongoing process that requires attention and effort. Check in with yourself after spending time with others. How do you feel? Are you uplifted or drained? These reflections will help you remain aware of the energy you allow into your life and ensure that you are surrounded by those who support your growth. As you cultivate positive relationships, don't forget to express gratitude for the people who uplift and inspire you. Show appreciation for their presence in your life, whether through a simple thank you, a thoughtful message, or a small gesture of kindness. Gratitude fosters deeper connections and encourages a positive energy exchange. Another important aspect of moving forward is to continue developing your intuition. Trusting your gut feelings and instincts will guide you in navigating your relationships. Your intuition is a powerful tool that can help you discern who is aligned with your energy and purpose. Spend time honing this skill through meditation, mindfulness, or journaling. The more you tune into your inner voice, the more confident you will become in your ability to make decisions about your relationships. Moreover, remain open to new connections. As you let go of toxic relationships, you create space for new supportive individuals to enter your life. Be open to meeting new people and exploring different communities. Surround yourself with those who inspire you and challenge you to grow. You may find that your new connections bring fresh perspectives and opportunities for collaboration and growth. As you journey forward, keep your divine purpose at the forefront of your mind. Remember that you are marked by God for a reason, and your calling is waiting to be fulfilled. Align your relationships with this purpose and let go of anything that does not serve it. The more you stay focused on your divine mission, the more clarity and direction you will have in your relationships. It's also essential to cultivate resilience in the face of challenges. You may encounter obstacles or setbacks as you navigate your relationships. Understand that these challenges are part of the growth process and do not define your journey. Stay committed to your path and trust that God is guiding you every step of the way. Finally, remember that you are not alone on this journey. Seek out a community of like-minded individuals who share your values and aspirations. Together, you can support and uplift each other as you navigate the complexities of relationships and spiritual growth. The collective energy of a supportive community can be incredibly powerful in fostering your growth and helping you stay aligned with your purpose. Chosen one, as you prepare to move forward from this message, remember that your journey is not just about recognizing toxic relationships. It's about actively creating a life that aligns with your divine purpose. You are not the problem. The people you talk to and the energy you allow into your life play a significant role in shaping your experience. If this message has resonated with you, we invite you to join our family and become a part of the Chosen Ones community. By subscribing, you will remain connected to the divine wisdom and guidance that will empower you to continue growing on your unique journey. Don't keep this message to yourself. Share it with others who may need to hear it. There are many out there facing similar struggles, needing encouragement to trust in their worth and divine purpose. Remember, your journey is not meant to be walked alone. Together, we are building a supportive community grounded in faith, wisdom, and spiritual growth. Subscribe, share, and engage with us as we uplift each other and boldly step into our divine purpose. You are deserving of relationships that nurture and inspire you, and it's time to take the necessary steps to cultivate those connections. Take a moment to reflect on the relationships in your life. Who lifts you up and who drains your energy? Use these reflections as a guide to make intentional choices about the people you allow into your life. Trust your intuition, set healthy boundaries, and prioritize your well-being. Your growth depends on the energy you invite in. May you be blessed with clarity in your relationships, strength to walk boldly in your divine purpose, and the wisdom to surround yourself with people who support and uplift you. May peace and abundance flow into your life as you continue on your journey. You are loved, you are worthy, and you are divinely guided. Welcome, chosen ones. Today's message is for you, those who have walked through the fire and emerged stronger, those who were doubted, misunderstood, and even mocked, only to rise above it all with grace and purpose. Isn't it fascinating how the same people who once ignored or dismissed you now seem utterly consumed by thoughts of you? Their obsession is more than admiration. It's admiration wrapped in envy, dipped in denial, and cloaked in curiosity. It's as if your life has become their favorite mystery novel, and every page reveals something they never expected. If this resonates, comment 777 below, because your story deserves to be celebrated. To all of you who continue to support this channel through Super Thanks, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude. Your generosity fuels this journey of inspiration and helps spread messages of faith and hope to those who need them most. Thank you for standing alongside me and being part of this incredible community. You are deeply appreciated, and your light shines brighter than you know. But let's talk about the why behind this growing obsession. Why are they suddenly so captivated by who you are and how you've done it? The answer lies in something deeper than curiosity. It's about their unspoken realization that you've become everything they doubted you could ever be, and more. Your silence speaks volumes, your success challenges their expectations, and your confidence shakes their assumptions. They don't just want to know how you did it. They crave your blueprint, your strategy, even your strength. So stay with me, because we're diving into this complex dynamic. This isn't just about their fixation on you, it's about what your life reveals about them. Together, we'll explore why your rise has become their obsession and how this is all part of God's greater plan for your life. Buckle up, chosen ones, because this journey is only beginning. God's chosen ones. Now, they're obsessed with who you are and how you did it. They can't get enough. You dared to do what they couldn't, while they clung to the rules they were taught, rules that promised safety and success. You tore those rules apart and rewrote them entirely. They were told to play it safe, follow the crowd, and never question authority. But you chose a different path. You didn't just defy the rules, you created your own playbook, and somehow you succeeded beyond their wildest imagination. That's what truly unsettles them. You're living proof that the life they've spent years chasing might be built on nothing but fear and limitations. Think about it. How often do we see people blindly following the same old formula for success, even when it leaves them feeling trapped? They've been conditioned to believe that sticking to the script is the only way to rise. Yet here you are, someone who ripped up that script and achieved everything they were working for without conforming. It's no wonder they can't stop thinking about you. How did you break free while they stayed bound? How did you rise while they remained stuck? In the Bible, David's rise to kingship mirrors this journey. Saul, the reigning king, followed all the right rules, yet he lost favor with God. Meanwhile, David, a shepherd boy with no formal claim to the throne, defied expectations and was chosen to lead. 1 Samuel 16. How could someone so unconventional be chosen by God? Just like David, your story challenges the status quo, leaving people around you questioning everything they thought they knew. What truly frustrates them is how effortless you made it look. While they've worked tirelessly to fit into roles they were told to pursue, you refuse to step into any box at all. Their obsession isn't just about curiosity, it's born of envy and disbelief. Your success forces them to confront an uncomfortable truth. The rules they've been following might be nothing more than chains holding them back. Deep down they wonder, what if I could have broken free too? But instead of facing that truth, they choose to watch you obsessively. They analyze your every move, hoping to find a flaw or a shortcut that will justify their own hesitation. They whisper behind your back, searching for evidence that you got lucky or cheated the system. Yet no matter how hard they look, they find nothing. Why? Because you never needed their system to begin with, like Joseph in Egypt, who rose from a slave to Pharaoh's right hand by trusting in God's vision, Genesis 41. Your path was never about following human rules. It was about divine purpose. And here's the twist that keeps them awake at night. Their obsession isn't just about how you succeeded, it's about why they didn't. While they were busy following the crowd, you were carving out a path of your own. They wonder, what if I had dared to take that leap too? That lingering regret gnaws at them, but they'll never admit it. Instead, they study you from the shadows, hoping to uncover the secret to your freedom. Yet here's the truth they refuse to see. You didn't just break the rules, you exposed them as illusions. Just as Jesus challenged the Pharisees' rigid traditions, revealing that true righteousness comes from the heart, Matthew 23. You've shown that real success isn't found in blind obedience, but in authenticity and courage. The rules they worshipped, they were never real, and that's what terrifies them most. So now, they can't stop watching you. You've become their benchmark, their source of fascination and frustration. But the question remains, will they continue living in the shadows of rules that don't serve them? Or will they find the courage to break free themselves? Perhaps, like Nicodemus approaching Jesus at night, John 3, they'll finally muster the bravery to ask, how did you do it? Until then, they'll remain captivated by the life you've built. A life that shows them what's possible when you choose faith over fear. What they fail to see is that it wasn't easy at all. They weren't there for the sleepless nights, the countless sacrifices, or the moments when doubt whispered in your ear. All they see is the outcome, a success so radiant it blinds them to the work it took. Their obsession stems from the fact that your achievements make their own struggles seem trivial by comparison. They were conditioned to believe success had to be a grueling, drawn-out process, one that required endless validation and applause. But you sidestepped all that noise and quietly delivered results that made their excuses feel hollow. Isn't it fascinating how quickly people forget the price of greatness when they only see the reward? Your story reminds me of Nehemiah rebuilding the walls of Jerusalem. His enemies mocked and doubted him, yet he pressed on with determination, trusting God to provide strength. Nehemiah didn't pause to seek approval or validation. He let the finished wall speak for itself. Nehemiah 6:15-16. Like him, you chose to focus on the work, not the noise. Could this quiet resilience be what unsettles them most? What really shakes them isn't just what you achieved, it's what your success implies about their limitations. Your accomplishments force them to confront the possibility that the boundaries they accepted weren't real. Were the obstacles they complained about truly insurmountable, or were they simply too afraid to try? Like Peter stepping out of the boat to walk on water, Matthew 14:29, you showed that what seemed impossible was only waiting for someone bold enough to take the first step. Isn't it remarkable how one person's courage can reveal the fear holding others back? Then, There's your confidence, steady, quiet, and unshakable. You didn't need to broadcast your efforts or demand applause along the way. Instead, you let your results do the talking. That kind of quiet power is utterly foreign to those who are used to over-explaining, overcompensating, and yet under-delivering. While they were busy chasing recognition, you were busy chasing purpose. And now, they can't help but be drawn to the stark contrast between your journey and theirs. But make no mistake, their obsession isn't rooted in admiration, it's haunted by regret. Your success has forced them to confront a truth they've avoided for years. They could have done more. They could have dared to dream bigger, work harder, and believe more deeply. But instead, they chose comfort over challenge, and now your achievements serve as a constant reminder of what they've left undone. Like the parable of the talents, Matthew 25:14-30, where the servant who buried his talent was condemned for not taking a risk, your story shines a light on their own hesitations. Could they have achieved more if they'd been willing to step out in faith? The nagging realization that they might have squandered their potential keeps you at the center of their thoughts. And as they replay your story in their minds, they're not just questioning your journey, they're questioning their own choices. So, here you are, the living proof that what they called impossible was only improbable for those unwilling to try. They can't stop thinking about you because deep down, they know their obsession isn't really about you. It's about the version of themselves they could have been. Will they continue to watch from the sidelines, or will your story finally inspire them to take a step of their own? Only time will tell. They doubted you. Some even mocked the idea that you could succeed. To them, you were the underdog, an easy target for their low expectations. They thought they had you all figured out, boxed into their predictions of mediocrity. But you didn't just rise above those predictions, you shattered them, leaving their assumptions in the dust. And now they can't stop obsessing over how you managed to prove them so painfully wrong. What stings them most isn't just your success. It's the fact that you succeeded without their approval. They were convinced their opinions mattered, that their doubts had the power to shape your destiny. But your growth didn't just defy their expectations, it completely invalidated their judgments. In the same way David, the youngest and seemingly least likely of Jesse's sons, was chosen by God to be king, 1 Samuel 16:7. You've shown that human judgment often misses the mark. They were so focused on appearances and assumptions that they failed to see the depth of your potential. Think about how many people doubted Moses when he was called to lead the Israelites out of Egypt. Even Moses doubted himself, but God saw beyond what others could. He saw a leader in the making, Exodus 3:11-12. Like Moses, your journey is a testament to the fact that other people's doubts don't determine your destiny. How often do we allow the doubts of others to limit what we believe about ourselves? Could it be that their judgments of you were more about their own insecurities than your actual potential? Each milestone you achieve feels like a defeat to them because it highlights just how wrong they were. They told themselves they understood your limits, but those limits existed only in their minds. Your growth forces them to confront an uncomfortable truth. They underestimated you because they never truly took the time to understand you. They were too focused on their own fears and inadequacies to recognize the greatness within you. How many opportunities have they missed in life because they were blinded by their own biases? Their obsession with you isn't admiration. It's a desperate attempt to figure out what they overlooked. They replay your story over and over, searching for the moment they misjudged you, as if finding that answer will somehow heal their bruised egos. But no matter how hard they look, they won't find what they're searching for. The truth is simple and painful. They judged you from a place of fear. Fear that someone they dismissed could rise higher than they ever dared to. The Bible reminds us not to despise small beginnings. Zechariah 4:10. Those who mocked your humble start didn't realize that God often uses the unexpected to accomplish the extraordinary. Your story is living proof of this principle. While they were busy doubting, you were busy growing, quietly, steadily, and with purpose. And now, your very existence is a mirror reflecting back their own lack of vision. Every victory you claim feels like a loss to them, not because you took something from them, but because it exposes their failure to see what was possible. What drives their obsession isn't just curiosity, it's regret. Regret that they doubted you, underestimated you, and dismissed you. Regret that their own insecurities clouded their judgment. And perhaps deep down, regret that they didn't believe in themselves enough to take the risks you took. Your growth forces them to ask, what if I had dared to believe in myself like that? It's a question they may never find the courage to answer. So here they are, watching your every move, not out of admiration, but out of discomfort. They can't admit it to you, or even to themselves, but your journey has become a constant reminder of their own lack of faith, both in you and in themselves. And as they wrestle with that realization, the question remains, will they let your story inspire them to change, or will they stay trapped in the comfort of their doubts? Only time will tell. They believed they were the gatekeepers of your destiny, the ones who held the keys to your success. They built the rules, defined the standards, and convinced themselves that no one could rise without their approval. To succeed, you'd have to conform to their expectations, seek their validation, and wait for their permission. Or so they thought. But you shattered their illusion. You didn't wait for their blessing or bend to their authority. You saw the cracks in their system, walked right past their so-called gates, and built something extraordinary on your own terms. And that's what keeps them up at night. You thrived without their approval, exposing the fragility of the very system they believed made them powerful. The authority they clung to so tightly. You showed it was never real in the first place. It's reminiscent of how Jesus overturned the tables of the money changers in the temple, challenging a system that profited off the illusion of power and control. Matthew 21:12-13. You too disrupted a system built on ego and manipulation, and it left them shaken. How could someone succeed without playing by their rules? How could someone rise without their validation? These questions haunt them because your success forces them to confront an unsettling truth. The power they claim to have over others is irrelevant to those bold enough to step outside their control. What truly unsettles them is not just that you succeeded, but that you thrived in ways they never imagined possible, while they spent years reinforcing their authority and demanding approval from others. You quietly forged your own path. Like Nehemiah rebuilding Jerusalem's walls despite relentless opposition, you trusted in a greater purpose, proving that human gatekeepers cannot block divine destiny. Nehemiah 4:1-6. Could it be that their so-called authority was never as solid as they thought? Your rise suggests that the barriers they erected were more symbolic than real. They replay your story endlessly, searching for answers. How did you defy their expectations? Where did they go wrong? But the truth is, they didn't miscalculate a step you took. They underestimated you. Their entire system is rooted in ego, control, and the belief that no one can thrive without their blessing. They never imagined someone could bypass their approval because they themselves depend so deeply on external validation. How often do we see people projecting their insecurities onto others, believing everyone operates the same way? Your secret, however, is simple. You didn't need their approval because you approved of yourself. You believed in your vision, your worth, and your purpose when no one else did. Just as the Apostle Paul declared, "If God is for us, who can be against us?" Romans 8:31. You understood that true success isn't determined by human opinion, but by divine alignment. And that's the truth they find hardest to accept. Now, they can't stop watching you. They dissect your every move, hoping to find a loophole, a hidden advantage that makes sense to them, but they find nothing. Your success wasn't handed to you. It wasn't a product of their system or anyone's permission. It was earned through courage, authenticity, and an unwavering refusal to conform. While they were busy maintaining control, you were busy walking in freedom. And here's what terrifies them most. You've become living proof that their power is irrelevant to those who dare to believe in themselves. Your story challenges the narrative they've spent years building, forcing them to question their own relevance. Like Pharaoh clinging to his power as the Israelites walked free, Exodus 14, they can't admit the truth, but they can't ignore it either. You represent the very thing they fear. Proof that their approval was never a prerequisite for success. So they watch, obsess, and analyze, hoping to find a flaw that will restore their sense of control. But they won't find one. Your journey has exposed a deeper truth. The only validation that matters comes from within and above. And while they may never admit it, your example will haunt them as a constant reminder of the power of self-belief, courage, and faith. They've spent their entire lives crafting an identity rooted in fragile foundations, societal expectations, borrowed beliefs, and the constant need for external validation. Then you appeared, confident, self-reliant, and unapologetically authentic. Your very presence feels like a floodlight exposing the cracks in everything they've built. This isn't just admiration or envy, it's something much deeper. You've triggered an existential question they can't ignore. Who am I really? Your confidence serves as a reminder of the risks they were too afraid to take. Your self-reliance underscores their dependence on others to define their worth. Your authenticity strips away the illusion of the carefully curated masks they wear just to fit in. And the most painful part, they know it. Watching you thrive feels like standing in front of a mirror reflecting their insecurities, the version of themselves they've tried to suppress. Could it be that they've spent all this time living for others instead of living for themselves? It's reminiscent of the story of Gideon in Judges 6. Initially, Gideon doubted his ability, seeing himself as the least in his family. But God called him to lead with strength and authenticity. Imagine the people around Gideon, those who likely questioned their own lives when they saw him rise. Similarly, your journey challenges those who cling to the safety of their comfort zones. How many opportunities do people miss because they fear stepping into their true identity? This is why they can't stop thinking about you. They dissect your every move, not just to figure out your success, but to make sense of their own discomfort. Why does your confidence unsettle them so deeply? It's because you're not just a person to them. You're a symbol. You represent everything they've convinced themselves they couldn't be, everything they've told themselves wasn't possible. Deep down, they're starting to realize a hard truth. They've been living a life that doesn't feel like their own. The decisions they once thought were safe now feel like a cage. The beliefs they clung to so tightly now seem hollow. Your existence challenges their identity in ways they weren't prepared for and dismantles the foundation they built it on. Like the rich young ruler in Matthew 19:16-22, they're confronted with the painful realization that what they've been holding on to may not bring them true fulfillment. How often do we cling to false securities, only to realize they've been holding us back all along? Their obsession with you isn't just about you, it's about their internal struggle. Every step you take makes them question their own choices. Every success you achieve makes them wonder what they've been missing. They're searching for answers to questions they're too afraid to ask out loud. What if I've been wrong? What if the life I've built isn't the one I truly want? And while they may never admit it, your authenticity has shaken something loose within them. You've awakened a desire they buried long ago, the desire to live freely, unapologetically, and authentically. But instead of embracing that truth, they project their struggle onto you. Your life becomes the stage for their unresolved doubts, their unasked questions, and their unmet potential. Like the Pharisees who couldn't comprehend Jesus' freedom from their rigid laws, John 8:32, they can't fully understand the liberation your authenticity represents, but even as they resist it, they can't look away. Your life is a challenge to their comfort, a confrontation with their fears, and a call to step into something greater. And so, they watch, obsess, and analyze, not because they want to celebrate you, but because they're desperate to make sense of themselves. What they may never say aloud is this: your courage to live authentically has planted a seed in them. Whether they water that seed or let it wither is up to them, but your example will remain a constant reminder of the freedom that comes from living in alignment with who you truly are. They thrive in a world of predictability. They like their narratives tidy, their outcomes certain, and their people easy to mold. But then there's you, the one they can't categorize, control, or even fully comprehend. You defy their expectations at every turn. Just when they think they've pinned you down, you make a move that completely shatters their assumptions. You are the variable they didn't account for, and that keeps them up at night. Your unpredictability has become their obsession because it challenges the foundation of their control. These are people who build their lives around understanding and managing others, believing that everyone fits into a neat little box. To them, people are puzzles to solve or systems to manipulate. But you're an enigma they can't crack, a mystery that refuses to play by their rules. Your next move is never obvious, and your motives remain entirely your own. Could it be that their need to control others is really a reflection of their inability to control themselves? In the Bible, Jesus' actions baffled the Pharisees. They couldn't predict him, couldn't trap him, and certainly couldn't control him. When he healed on the Sabbath or associated with tax collectors and sinners, he defied every rule they held sacred, leaving them angry and confused. Matthew 12:1-14. Like Jesus, your refusal to conform leaves others grappling with their own inability to impose order on your life. How often do we see people struggling when their rigid frameworks are challenged by someone who chooses freedom over conformity? What rattles them even more than your unpredictability is your unreachability. It's not just that they can't physically pin you down, it's deeper. Emotionally, intellectually, and spiritually, you exist in a realm beyond their influence. You don't rely on their validation, nor do you play into their games. Their usual tactics, manipulation, persuasion, guilt, fall flat against your quiet self-assurance. And that infuriates them because they've built their power on the assumption that everyone craves their approval. Your detachment is what unsettles them most. You've achieved a level of independence they can't fathom. Like Paul, who declared, "I am not trying to please people. If I were still trying to please people, I would not be a servant of Christ." Galatians 1:10. You've chosen to live free from the chains of others' opinions. Your ability to walk away, to move without explanation or justification, leaves them grasping at straws. How do you control someone who doesn't need anything from you? The answer is simple: you can't. And so they fixate. They watch your every move, dissecting your actions, hoping to find a way to decode you. They analyze, speculate, and gossip, convinced that if they dig deep enough, they'll find a way to understand you and, in turn, control you. But the harder they try, the more elusive you become. Your unpredictability isn't chaos, it's liberation. It's the freedom to live on your own terms, unbound by the expectations of others. This freedom is something they've never known, and that's why it terrifies them. Their lives are governed by the need for control over their image, their relationships, and their surroundings. But you are a reminder that true power comes not from controlling others, but from mastering yourself. Like the wind that blows where it pleases, as described in John 3:8, your movements are guided by something intangible, something they can't predict or constrain. Could it be that your freedom challenges their deepest fears about their own lack of autonomy? Their obsession with you reveals more about them than it does about you. They're not just unsettled by your choices, they're threatened by what your choices represent. You are living proof that it's possible to exist outside the system they've worked so hard to maintain. And while they may never admit it, they envy the peace that comes from walking in your own truth. So they watch, analyze, and speculate, desperate to find a way to explain you. But here's the irony. The very freedom they can't understand is the same freedom they secretly crave. Your unpredictability forces them to confront their own fears, their own need for control, and their own inability to let go. And as long as you continue to move authentically and unapologetically, they'll remain captivated, haunted by the realization that they'll never truly understand the kind of freedom you embody. They've watched you face storms that should have destroyed you. They saw you stumble under the weight of challenges that seemed insurmountable, moments where even they thought, this is it. This is the end. Some even celebrated, convinced that your defeat was inevitable. But every single time, you did what they never expected. You rose again. And not just as you were before, but stronger, wiser, and more unstoppable than ever. Your resilience confounds them. It's not admiration that drives their obsession, it's sheer confusion. You've shattered the narrative they've been taught to believe, that success belongs only to those who conform, that failure is final, and that strength without their approval is unsustainable. Yet here you are, thriving despite every roadblock, dismantling their assumptions with every step you take. How is it possible for someone they dismissed, underestimated, and even tried to suppress, to break through barriers that were designed to hold you back? Your story mirrors that of Joseph in Genesis. Betrayed by his brothers, sold into slavery, and imprisoned unjustly, Joseph faced trial after trial that should have ended his journey. But each time he rose, growing stronger in his faith and character, until he stood second only to Pharaoh. Genesis 41:41. Like Joseph, your resilience reveals a strength they cannot understand, a strength that doesn't depend on circumstances, but on an unshakable inner foundation. Could it be that your trials, like his, were preparing you for something greater all along? What baffles them even more is how you handle these victories. You don't beg for sympathy, crumble under criticism, or seek applause for your strength. Instead, you adapt, you learn, and you grow, quietly and powerfully. While they have been conditioned to avoid risks and failures at all costs, you've leaned into them, treating setbacks as stepping stones instead of stumbling blocks. How often do people miss the opportunity to grow because they're too afraid to fail? To them, resilience is a foreign concept. They've spent their lives avoiding hardship, believing that strength comes from staying within the confines of safety. But your journey exposes a truth they're desperate to avoid. Strength doesn't come from avoiding challenges. It comes from enduring them. Just as Paul wrote in Romans 5:3-4, "We rejoice in our sufferings, knowing that suffering produces endurance, and endurance produces character, and character produces hope." Your ability to embrace adversity and rise stronger terrifies them because it challenges their very way of life. And it's not just your victories that trouble them, it's the way you achieve them. You don't play by their rules, and yet you keep winning. You've shown them that the system they've built isn't invincible, that the obstacles they thought were insurmountable were never real barriers to begin with. They're left grappling with the uncomfortable realization that their own fear of failure has kept them trapped in a cycle of mediocrity. Could they have risen too? Had they dared to face their struggles instead of avoiding them? Their obsession isn't just about trying to figure you out. It's about trying to figure out themselves. Your resilience forces them to confront truths they'd rather ignore, that their conformity has limited them, that their avoidance of hardship has weakened them, and that their dependence on the system has made them vulnerable. Every time you rise, it feels like a personal defeat to them because it exposes their lack of courage to do the same. And now they can't stop watching you. They analyze every move, hoping to find a secret, a shortcut, or an explanation that makes sense to them. But here's what they don't realize. Your strength isn't about shortcuts or strategies. It's about faith, perseverance, and the willingness to keep going when everything seems lost. Like David standing against Goliath, 1 Samuel 17:45-47. Your power comes from a source they can't see and don't understand. Here's the truth they won't admit, but can't deny. They can't stop you because you are unstoppable. Your resilience has become a beacon, not just of survival, but of thriving despite every challenge. And while they may never understand it, your story has already proven one thing. Strength isn't about avoiding battles, it's about walking through them and emerging victorious. They may never admit it, but deep down, they know they're witnessing something extraordinary, something they'll never forget. And that's why they can't look away. Your success has become the mirror they dread, one that reflects truths they've spent their lives avoiding. Every step you take, every milestone you reach, forces them to confront the uncomfortable reality of their own mediocrity. Your life highlights everything they could have been, everything they could have achieved, if only they'd dared to try. And that realization fills them not with admiration, but with something far darker, a toxic cocktail of regret, envy, and self-loathing. They see in you a boldness they never had. Where you moved fearlessly toward your goals, they hesitated, held back by fear and the lure of comfort. While you took risks, embraced failure as a stepping stone, and turned setbacks into lessons, they clung to safety. Their lives were governed by the need for predictability, and in doing so, they forfeited the very growth that risk brings. Like the servant in the parable of the talents who buried his gift instead of investing it, Matthew 25:24-30. They chose the illusion of security over the possibility of greatness. And now, your courage and determination stand as a glaring indictment of their wasted potential. Every victory you achieve reminds them of the chances they let slip away, the dreams they were too afraid to chase, the opportunities they dismissed as too risky. And yet, instead of confronting this painful truth, they project their dissatisfaction onto you. Why take responsibility for their inaction when it's easier to turn you into the villain? Your achievements become the scapegoat for their regret, their resentment a shield against the accountability they refuse to face. The truth is, your success doesn't just challenge their choices, it dismantles the illusions they've built around those choices. They told themselves it was better to stay safe, that failure was to be avoided at all costs, that mediocrity was acceptable if it meant avoiding risk. But then there's you, thriving because you rejected those lies. Could it be that their resentment toward you is really resentment toward themselves? How often do people project their inner conflicts onto others instead of facing the truth head-on? Your story reminds me of the Israelites hesitating to enter the Promised Land because of fear. Despite God's assurance, they doubted and chose to remain in the wilderness. Numbers 13:31-14:4. You, on the other hand, have stepped boldly into your promised land, refusing to let fear hold you back. And just as the Israelites' hesitation cost them, your boldness highlights the price others pay for their unwillingness to act. How many opportunities have been lost because of fear disguised as caution? What makes their obsession with you even more intense is the gap between what they wish they were and what they've allowed themselves to become. Deep down, they know that you are everything they aspire to be, but lack the courage to become. It's not your success they truly hate. It's the reflection of their own inaction and mediocrity that your success illuminates. That's why they can't stop fixating on you, analyzing your every move, and trying to tear you down. It's not about you, it's about the shame they feel, but refuse to confront. Like Cain, who hated Abel not because of anything Abel did, but because Abel's offering highlighted Cain's own shortcomings. Genesis 4:3-8. Their resentment toward you is rooted in their own dissatisfaction. Instead of learning from your example, they choose to direct their anger outward, hoping to dull the sting of their inner conflict. But the truth is, their resentment does nothing to diminish your success. It only exposes the mediocrity they've chosen to accept. What they fail to see is that your success isn't a condemnation of their failures. It's a testament to the rewards of courage and persistence. Your victories are not about their losses. They're about the risks you were willing to take, the fears you were willing to face, and the perseverance that carried you through. And no matter how much they try to project their insecurities onto you, their dissatisfaction will remain until they confront it within themselves. So they watch, obsess, and criticize, hoping to find flaws in you to justify their own choices. But the truth they won't admit is this: your success is a beacon. It shines a light on what's possible when fear is overcome, when risks are embraced, and when mediocrity is rejected. They can choose to let that light guide them or let it torment them. The choice is theirs, but your story will continue to challenge everything they've chosen to avoid. And that's a truth they'll have to live with, whether they admit it or not. While they ran in circles, chasing fleeting trends and imitating what seemed popular, you were busy creating something extraordinary, something that didn't exist before you envisioned it. You didn't follow their blueprints or rely on what was already in motion. Instead, you forged your own path, crafted your own vision, and turned what seemed like nothing into something of immense value. And now, what you've built stands as a testament to your creativity, eclipsing anything they could have imagined. What unsettles them most is your ability to create value seemingly out of thin air. Your originality highlights their lack of imagination. While they spent their time mimicking others, trying to fit into molds someone else designed, you dared to step outside the box entirely. It reminds me of the story of Noah. While others mocked him for building the ark, he followed a vision no one else could see, creating something that saved humanity. Genesis 6:13-22. How often do people dismiss creativity simply because they lack the vision to understand it? They are obsessed with you not because they admire your ingenuity, but because your success exposes the limits of their own thinking. They copied, conformed, and chased trends, yet ended up with nothing more than recycled ideas. Meanwhile, you gave the world something it didn't even realize it needed. Your innovation turned a void into something valuable, and in doing so, you showed them what they missed. That true greatness doesn't come from imitation, but from bold, original thinking. Your story reminds us of Jesus feeding the 5,000 with 5 loaves and 2 fish, Matthew 14:13-21. Where others saw scarcity, he saw abundance. Similarly, you saw opportunity where others only saw emptiness. Could it be that their frustration with you stems from their inability to see beyond the obvious, to tap into the potential hidden in the unknown. Your success is a glaring reminder that their strategy of chasing trends and playing it safe was never going to lead to true greatness. They followed the crowd, thinking it would lead to success, but instead it kept them trapped in a cycle of mediocrity. Meanwhile, your ability to innovate and bring something new into the world has left them both awestruck and unsettled. How do they reconcile the fact that their safe path didn't work while your bold risks paid off in ways they can't even fathom? What's even more fascinating is that they can't figure out how you did it. How did you see potential in what they overlooked? How did you create something so valuable from what they dismissed as nothing? They fixate on you, analyzing your moves, hoping to uncover a formula they can replicate. But what they fail to realize is that your success isn't just about strategy. It's about vision. It's about the ability to see what others can't and to act on it fearlessly. Their obsession isn't admiration, it's envy mixed with regret. Deep down, they know that your creativity represents a level of boldness and originality they never dared to embrace. Like the Pharisees questioning Jesus' miracles, their fixation on you comes not from understanding, but from frustration that they can't replicate what you've done. They wonder, why didn't I think of that? Why couldn't I do that? But instead of looking inward for answers, they project their dissatisfaction onto you. Your creativity has redefined what value looks like. You didn't just follow the rules of the game, you rewrote them. And now they can't stop watching, not because they're inspired, but because they're haunted by the realization that they'll never catch up. Like Peter walking on water, you stepped out in faith while they stayed in the boat. Matthew 14:28-31. Your willingness to embrace uncertainty is what sets you apart, and it's something they can't duplicate. So they remain fixated, analyzing and speculating, hoping to find a way to replicate your success. But they won't, because what you've built didn't come from imitation. It came from authenticity, bold vision, and the courage to take risks where others saw only limitations. Your story is a powerful reminder that true value comes not from following the crowd, but from daring to lead. And while they may never admit it, your originality has shaken them to their core, forcing them to question everything they thought they knew about success. That's why they can't look away. They watched, waiting for your pain to destroy you. They assumed your struggles would crush you under their weight, forcing you to surrender to life's hardships. But instead of breaking, you did what they never imagined possible. You turned your pain into power. Every setback, every failure, every heartache became fuel for your ascent. While they wallowed in self-pity and let their defeats define them, you were quietly transforming your suffering into strength, turning each trial into a stepping stone toward greatness. You refuse to let pain define you, and that's what they can't understand. They're fixated on you, not because of your accomplishments, but because of your resilience. When life knocked you down, you didn't stay there. You didn't make excuses or allow your pain to become a permanent identity. Instead, you stood back up, stronger and more determined than before, using every hardship as a tool for growth. Isn't it remarkable how some people see pain as an end while others see it as a beginning? Your story echoes the journey of Job, who endured unimaginable loss but never allowed his pain to strip him of his faith. In the end, Job's steadfastness was rewarded with restoration beyond what he had lost. Job 42:10. Like Job, your strength in the face of suffering has become a beacon, a reminder that pain isn't the end of the story. It's the catalyst for something greater. Could it be that the struggles we endure are often preparing us for blessings we can't yet see? To them, your ability to transcend suffering isn't just inspiring, it's bewildering. They've spent their lives letting pain trap them in cycles of victimhood and self-doubt. They allowed their struggles to become the bars of a prison they never learned how to escape. But you broke those chains. You didn't just survive your pain, you transformed it into purpose. How often do people miss out on growth because they view pain as punishment rather than preparation? Your journey forces them to confront a truth they've been avoiding, that suffering doesn't have to define us. It can refine us. Your resilience exposes their own powerlessness, their refusal to confront the pain they carry, and their inability to rise above it. They wonder, how do you keep going? How do you keep rising when everything around you is designed to break you? Your strength is a mystery they can't solve, because it's rooted in something they don't possess: faith, courage, and the will to transform. Their obsession with you isn't just about what you've achieved, it's about what you've become. Every time they see you overcome another obstacle, it forces them to question their own limitations. Why couldn't they rise above their struggles the way you have? Why did they let their pain define them while you used yours as a launching pad? Like the Apostle Paul, who wrote, "We are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed, but not in despair." 2 Corinthians 4:8. You've shown them that the greatest victories often come from the hardest battles. What truly haunts them is that you've done what they never could. You've turned life's darkest moments into your brightest victories. While they allowed their hardships to hold them back, you let yours propel you forward. Every triumph you achieve reminds them of the potential they squandered, the opportunities they missed, and the strength they never cultivated. Could their fixation on you be less about envy and more about regret? And so, they watch. They analyze every step you take, not just because they admire your resilience, but because they long for it. Your ability to create meaning from suffering, to rise from the ashes stronger than before, is something they desperately wish they could replicate. But here's the truth they won't admit. Your strength comes not from avoiding pain, but from facing it head-on. Your ability to transform hardship into purpose isn't just a skill, it's a choice they've been too afraid to make. Your journey is a reminder that pain isn't the end. It's the beginning of something new. Like Joseph, who told his brothers, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good." Genesis 50:20. You've taken what was meant to break you and turned it into a foundation for greatness. That's why they can't stop watching. Your life challenges them to rethink their own. And whether they admit it or not, your story has shown them that pain isn't a barrier, it's the gateway to transformation. Your success isn't just a win, it feels like a personal insult to them. It's not only that you've achieved greatness, it's that you've done it despite everything they did to stop you. They tried to block your path, undermine your reputation, and sabotage your efforts. But their attempts didn't work. In fact, they had the opposite effect. They became the fuel for your rise. Now, here you are, thriving in ways they never expected, and they can't stand it. To them, your success isn't just about what you've accomplished. It's undeniable proof of their failure. Every move they made to stop you only propelled you further forward, and deep down they know it. They know that their inability to derail you highlights a harsh truth about themselves. Their power over you was always an illusion. What does it say about them, after all, that the obstacles they created only made you stronger? Could it be that their efforts to break you revealed more about their own weaknesses than about your strength? This dynamic is reminiscent of the story of Joseph and his brothers. They sold Joseph into slavery, thinking they could destroy his dreams. Yet every setback he faced only positioned him closer to his destiny. In the end, Joseph rose to power in Egypt, and his success became a testament to God's favor and resilience. Genesis 50:20. Like Joseph, your rise serves as a reminder that no amount of sabotage can stop someone who is aligned with a greater purpose. What truly drives them mad is that your success exposes a bitter truth. They lost. Every time you achieve another milestone, it's a silent yet undeniable reminder that they failed to control you. While they were busy trying to block your path, you were building something remarkable. Your achievements are not just victories, they are statements. They scream that you never needed their approval, their validation, or their permission. What they hoped would be your downfall became your stepping stone. Your growth is a mirror, reflecting their own stagnation, and that's a reflection they can't escape. Every success you achieve forces them to confront the uncomfortable reality that while they were focused on stopping you, they neglected their own growth. How many opportunities did they miss while they were busy obsessing over yours? How many times did their attempts to undermine you blind them to their own potential? Their fixation on you isn't about admiration, it's about resentment. Every victory you claim feels like a personal defeat to them because it reminds them of the fight they thought they could win, but lost. Like Saul obsessing over David, their inability to stop your rise has become an all-consuming frustration. 1 Samuel 18, 7-9. What happens when someone realizes they've spent their energy fighting a battle they were never meant to win? What makes it even harder for them to accept is that you've done it all without bending to their will. You didn't seek their approval, and you didn't play by their rules. Instead, you carved your own path and thrived despite their interference. That freedom, that independence, is something they don't understand, and it terrifies them. Could their obsession with you stem from their fear of acknowledging that they never had control over you in the first place? And now, every time you rise, it's a blow to their ego. They'll never admit it, but they're haunted by the fact that they were never able to break you. While they were plotting your downfall, you were proving them wrong at every turn. Like the walls of Jericho that came down, not because of the might of the city's defenders, but because of the faith and determination of the Israelites. Joshua 6:20. Your success has left their defenses crumbled, so they fixate. They replay your victories, dissect your strategies, and analyze your every move, hoping to find some way to make sense of how you succeeded when they thought they had all the power. But they'll never find the answer they're looking for, because the truth is simple. You succeeded not because of them, but in spite of them. Your success is a reflection of your resilience, your determination, and your refusal to be defined by anyone else's limitations. In the end, their obsession is a constant reminder of their defeat. Every time they see you rise, they're forced to acknowledge a truth they've been trying to avoid. They lost the fight they thought they could win, and that loss, more than anything else, is why they can't stop watching. Your silence has become your greatest weapon, and it's driving them to the brink. In a world where everyone seems desperate to broadcast their every thought, action, or achievement, your refusal to join the noise is a mystery they can't unravel. They thrive on chaos, arguments, gossip, and endless justifications. But you've denied them the satisfaction. Instead of explaining yourself or engaging with their provocations, you've chosen silence. And that silence speaks louder than any words ever could. They can't handle the fact that you don't play their game. When people criticize you, question your motives, or try to pull you into their drama, they expect a reaction. They want you to argue, defend, or prove them wrong. But your lack of response flips the script entirely. By giving them nothing, no energy, no explanation, you force them to sit with their own noise, their own insecurities. And isn't that the hardest thing for people who thrive on chaos? To sit in the silence they didn't anticipate. It reminds me of how Jesus responded when confronted by his accusers. In the face of baseless accusations, he chose silence, letting his actions speak louder than words. When Pilate asked him, Do you not hear how many things they testify against you? Jesus gave no reply. Matthew 27:12-14. That silence wasn't weakness, it was authority. By refusing to defend himself, Jesus left his accusers to wrestle with their own actions. Could your silence, like his, be a reflection of strength rather than submission? Your silence is not emptiness, it's strategy. Every move you make is deliberate, and they know it. That's why they obsess over you, analyzing every action and overthinking every decision, desperate to find cracks in your armor. But the less you give them, the more hooked they become. It's a paradox they can't escape. The quieter you are, the louder their curiosity grows. How often do people mistake silence for weakness when it's actually the ultimate display of control? What truly unsettles them is that your silence robs them of power. When you refuse to engage, you deny them the satisfaction of controlling the narrative. Instead, you let your results do the talking. While they're making noise, chasing distractions, and seeking validation, you're quietly building, succeeding, and growing. Your actions speak with a clarity their words never could. Could it be that the loudest voice in the room is never the strongest, but the one that doesn't need to shout? Their obsession isn't about admiration, it's about frustration. They can't figure you out because they don't understand the strength it takes to remain silent. They've built their identity around noise, filling every moment with arguments and explanations. But you've shown them that true power lies in restraint, like David refusing to retaliate against Saul, even when given the opportunity, 1 Samuel 24:10-12. Your refusal to engage reflects a strength they'll never comprehend. And here's the irony: the more they talk, the more they reveal their obsession with you. Every rumor they spread, every criticism they lob, only highlights their inability to let go. While they're stuck in a loop of speculation, you're free to focus on what truly matters: your growth, your goals, and your vision. They don't realize that in their attempts to pull you down, they've only shone a spotlight on their own insecurities. Your silence terrifies them because it's unshakable. They can't manipulate it, distort it, or control it. And while they scramble to decipher your motives, you've already won. Like the Israelites circling Jericho, you've let your actions and your persistence speak louder than any argument could. Joshua 6:15-16. Your silence isn't passive, it's powerful, and that power leaves them questioning everything they thought they understood about strength. In the end, your success is their greatest enigma. Every boundary you push and every victory you achieve serves as a stark reminder of what they failed to accomplish. While they were busy making noise, you were creating something extraordinary. Your journey proves that success isn't about following the crowd or playing it safe. It's about daring to rise above, turning silence into strength, and achieving what others believe to be impossible. That's why they can't stop watching, can't stop wondering, and can't stop obsessing. Your silence has spoken volumes, and its message is one they'll never forget. Your story is a radiant testament to the incredible work God is doing in your life, an undeniable declaration of resilience, purpose, and unstoppable favor. For those who can't seem to look away, it's because your light exposes their shadows. Your boldness, authenticity, and unapologetic rise challenge the limits they've placed on their own lives. Yet, as they obsess over your every move, remember this: their fixation isn't admiration, it's rooted in fear. Fear that your unwavering faith, your ability to overcome adversity, and the victories you've achieved through God's grace reflect a life they secretly yearn for, but lack the courage to pursue. Here's the beautiful truth: you've already won. The moment their obsession began, their defeat was sealed. No amount of envy, scheming, or negativity can touch the foundation God has built within you. They cannot steal your growth, nor can they control the narrative you've so powerfully rewritten with God's guidance. Every step you take forward, every blessing you receive, is a reminder to them and to you of the divine hand shaping your life. Let this be your encouragement as you continue to rise. You're not here to please the crowd or appease the critics. You are here to glorify God, fulfill His purpose, and walk boldly in the destiny He has prepared for you. Their obsession is simply confirmation that you are chosen. So keep thriving, keep shining, and keep moving forward, knowing that no weapon formed against you shall prosper. With God leading your path, there is nothing and no one that can stand in your way. If this message has touched your heart, if you feel the power and truth in every word, let's continue this journey together. Don't let this be the last time you hear a message that fuels your fire. Subscribe to this channel now to uncover more wisdom, find deeper encouragement, and keep building the faith that makes you unstoppable. This is just the beginning. Together, we'll unlock the tools and truths to help you rise even higher. If you feel led to support this ministry, your donation through Super Thanks would mean the world to us. It's through your generosity that we can keep sharing these powerful messages of faith, resilience, and God's promises. But whether you donate or not, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for being here. Your time, presence, and engagement are the greatest gifts, and I don't take them lightly. Before you go, take a moment to like this video, share it with someone who needs this encouragement, and leave a comment below. Your voice matters, and your thoughts inspire this growing community of believers. If you haven't already, hit the subscribe button and join us as we continue to explore the truths that strengthen our faith and guide our lives. As you step back into your day, may God bless you abundantly. May He give you the strength to keep shining, the courage to keep moving forward, and the peace to know that you are chosen for a purpose far greater than you can imagine. Remember, the best is yet to come. Stay blessed and never stop walking in the light of God's love and favor. Dear my friends, have you ever felt the eyes of others on you, and in that moment something just feels off? People start acting strange, almost as if they're reacting to an unseen force or energy that they can't quite understand. Have you ever wondered why? It's not just in your head. There's a reason why people behave differently when they recognize something powerful and unique about you. You see, when you follow your divine purpose, when your spirit radiates with the strength of your faith and authenticity, it sends ripples through the world around you. This energy, your unwavering devotion to God and the truth you stand for, can disturb those who are not aligned with that same force. Just like light disrupts darkness, your presence stirs up something deep within them. Consider the story of David and Goliath. 1 Samuel 17. David wasn't just a shepherd boy, he was chosen. And when the Israelites saw him step forward with courage to face Goliath, their immediate reaction wasn't one of admiration, but of confusion and disbelief. Who is this young boy to take on such a giant? They must have thought. And yet, God had chosen David not for his size, but for his heart and faith. His energy was different, and it was unsettling to those who didn't understand it. The same happens when people sense that something extraordinary is in you. Whether it's your steadfast faith, your commitment to your beliefs, or simply your unshakable authenticity in a world that demands conformity, they will notice. And they won't always know how to react. Some might try to suppress it, while others might outright reject it. Their discomfort will manifest in strange and at times irritating ways. You'll find yourself thinking, why can't they just be normal? Why are they reacting this way when all I'm doing is living my truth? But this is where it gets interesting. These reactions, though confusing and frustrating, are actually signs of something greater. They're indicators that you've tapped into a higher calling. And in this video, we're going to explore 6 specific behaviors that people often display when they recognize that you've been chosen. These aren't just random actions. They are clear, unmistakable signs that your presence is making an impact. So stay with me as we uncover these 6 behaviors, and I'll help you understand why they act the way they do when they realize that God's hand is upon you. Trust me, you won't want to miss this. Have you ever felt that someone was reacting to you in a way that you couldn't quite explain? What was it about your presence that caused such a stir? Let's dive in and uncover the mystery of how being chosen affects those around you. Chosen ones. 6. Things people do when they recognize you are the chosen one. The first thing they do, offering you free things. When people begin to recognize that you are chosen, one of the first things they often do is offer you free things. This might seem like a generous act, but for you, it can feel disconcerting and uncomfortable. Imagine walking into a bar, ready to enjoy your night, and suddenly the bartender says, "The first drink's on me." Or perhaps you attend an event, and before you even ask, someone offers you VIP access. It might even happen in the mundane settings of everyday life, such as shopping, where a store employee gives you an unexpected discount, or dining at a restaurant where your meal is covered without explanation. At first, you may feel a bit confused, maybe even suspicious. Why are they doing this? What have I done to deserve this kindness? You may wonder. This phenomenon occurs because others can sense something extraordinary about you. It's not just about what you say or do. There's an energy around you, an aura that they perceive, even if they don't fully understand it. Think about it. Your very presence radiates a kind of power that draws others to you. This energy, this unique aura, is something people pick up on, sometimes subconsciously, and it creates a kind of gravitational pull. They might not know why, but they feel compelled to offer you something, to honor what they perceive as something special about you. It's as though they're trying to connect with you, to be part of your orbit, to be near your unique energy. This idea isn't new. In the Bible, we see how God's chosen people were treated differently. Take Joseph, for example. In Genesis 41, Pharaoh recognized something extraordinary about Joseph. After interpreting Pharaoh's dreams, Joseph was not only given a position of power, but also gifts, riches, and honor that he did not seek. Pharaoh didn't hesitate to bestow blessings on Joseph because he recognized God's favor in him. Similarly, when people see the chosen energy in you, they respond by offering you things, not necessarily because you asked, but because they want to be part of your story and appreciate the greatness they see in you. But here's the catch. The more you experience these offers, the more you might start to feel uncomfortable. You may even feel pressured by the kindness, as though it comes with unspoken expectations. You didn't ask for it, and sometimes it's hard to know how to respond. Maybe someone pays for your meal and says, "Don't worry, I've got this." Or they invite you to an exclusive event with the subtle implication that your presence is the real reason they've made the invite. And you might find yourself thinking, why are they doing this? Do they want something in return? Or, even more pressingly, am I being set up for something? This can become oppressive. You might feel that people are doing too much, pushing their generosity on you without regard for your personal space or comfort. Sometimes these gestures can feel like they're wrapped in hidden agendas, especially when someone says, "Don't forget me when you're successful," trying to secure their place in your future success. You might even wonder, what if these offers come with strings attached? Now, it's important to understand that these actions come from a place of admiration, but they can also carry a hidden weight. It's natural to feel conflicted when you're the recipient of such gestures. On one hand, graciously accepting these offers can help build connections and open doors that might not have otherwise been available to you. Just like David, who was offered King Saul's armor, 1 Samuel 17, you might find that people want to give you what they believe will aid your success or honor your destiny. However, you must navigate this carefully. What does God say about handling generosity? In Proverbs 11:25, it's written, "A generous person will prosper. Whoever refreshes others will be refreshed." But this doesn't mean you have to accept everything that's offered to you, especially when it feels uncomfortable. You have the right to set boundaries. It's okay to politely decline if the gesture feels forced or comes with expectations you're not ready to fulfill. You do not owe anyone anything just because they've offered you something for free. The key is to remain grounded in who you are. When people offer you something, ask yourself, do I feel peace in accepting this? Or do I feel like there's something more to this that doesn't sit right with me? The answer to that question will guide you in how to respond. The reality is that your energy, your chosen energy, is powerful, and people are attracted to it. They see something in you that they can't quite explain, and they want to connect with that. So, accept the recognition, accept the honor, but do so with discernment. Be sure that the generosity is coming from a genuine place, and that you're not being pressured into something you're not comfortable with. In the end, when you're living your purpose and walking in the light of God, you will attract these offers. It's up to you to navigate them with grace, ensuring that your boundaries are respected, your integrity remains intact, and your unique qualities are both appreciated and protected. After all, your chosen path requires you to maintain balance, to show kindness without becoming overwhelmed by the expectations of others. How will you handle the attention and gifts that come your way? What will your response say about your relationship with the power that flows through you? The second thing they do, sticking close to you. Once people recognize that you are the chosen one of the most common behaviors you'll experience is their tendency to stick close to you. It can be subtle at first, but when you possess that unique and radiant energy, others are naturally drawn to you, even without fully understanding why. You become like a magnet, effortlessly attracting attention wherever you go. Imagine walking into a room, minding your own business, and suddenly, before you know it, 5 or 6 people are standing around you. At first, you might feel a sense of confusion or discomfort. You might wonder, why are they so close to me? What do they want? What's happening is that people sense something different about you, a kind of aura or charisma that makes you stand out. It's almost as if you carry a special light within you, one that draws others in. They might not fully understand what it is, but they can feel it. It's as if they believe that just by being near you, something extraordinary can rub off on them. Imagine a flock of birds descending on a piece of bread tossed onto the ground. At first, you don't see any birds, but the moment the bread hits the dirt, they appear in droves, eager to grab a piece. In the same way, people unconsciously flock to you, believing that by being close, they'll be able to absorb some of the extraordinary energy that surrounds you. It's not just about proximity, it's about a desire to connect with what's special about you. Think about the woman who in the Gospel of Mark reached out to touch Jesus' garment in the crowd. In Mark 5:25-34, we learn that she had been suffering for 12 long years, seeking healing from doctors, but none could help her. She believed that if she could just touch the hem of Jesus' garment, she would be healed. And when she touched it, she was healed instantly. Jesus, aware of the power that had gone out from him, turned around and said, "Who touched my clothes?" Mark 5:30. The woman's faith in Jesus' power to heal, even through a simple touch, demonstrates how people are drawn to the extraordinary energy that you carry as a chosen one. In the same way, when people see you, they believe that by being close to you, they may experience a change, an improvement, or even a miracle in their own lives. This phenomenon of others crowding around you can be both a blessing and a challenge. You may feel overwhelmed, even suffocated at times, with people invading your personal space. It might feel as though they are constantly trying to touch you, stand too close, or be right in your orbit. You could find yourself thinking, why can't they just give me some space? It's as if they can't help themselves. They want to be near you, drawn to your energy, and the sense that something extraordinary is just within reach. In some cases, this might even make you want to move to a different location just to get some peace and quiet. The Bible offers us many examples of similar situations where people are drawn to the presence of the extraordinary. In Luke 19:1-10, we read about Zacchaeus, a tax collector who was short in stature. When Jesus passed through Jericho, Zacchaeus, too short to see over the crowd, climbed a sycamore tree just to catch a glimpse of him. Zacchaeus was so determined to see Jesus that he was willing to make a spectacle of himself. Jesus noticed him in the tree and called out to him, "Zacchaeus, come down immediately. I must stay at your house today." Luke 19:5. This moment was life-changing for Zacchaeus, not just because of his physical proximity to Jesus, but because of the spiritual transformation that followed. These stories from the Bible highlight how the presence of the chosen one, whether it's Jesus or someone else who carries God's favor, draws people in. The crowd gathered because they recognized something special, something that had the power to heal, transform, or change their lives. They didn't just want to observe from a distance. They wanted to be close, to touch, to connect in any way possible. As someone who is chosen, you'll experience the same magnetic pull. People will crowd around you, invade your space, and try to get as close as possible because they recognize that your presence is linked to something powerful. They believe that by being near you, they might experience a breakthrough, find healing, or simply feel the energy of your unique aura. While this attention can be flattering, it can also be overwhelming. You might find yourself needing space, needing time to recharge without the constant presence of others. And that's okay. Just as Jesus took time to retreat into solitude, Mark 1:35, you too need to protect your peace and personal space. It's important to acknowledge the unique energy you carry, but also to set healthy boundaries. You don't owe anyone your space or energy simply because they want to be near you. When you begin to notice people gravitating toward you, be mindful of the responsibility you carry. Are they seeking your energy for selfish reasons, or are they truly coming with respect and honor? Set your boundaries, but also acknowledge that your presence holds power, a power that can bring healing, hope, and change to those who seek it. Just as the woman in the crowd touched Jesus' garment in faith, people around you will try to touch your life in the hope that something good will rub off on them. The question is, how will you manage the crowds, the attention, and the energy around you? How will you ensure that the space you create around yourself remains one of peace and not one of suffocation? The third thing they do, envy and rejection. When people recognize that you've been chosen, one of the most perplexing and hurtful reactions you'll encounter is envy. This may sound strange, but it's surprisingly common. What makes it even more frustrating is that this envy often doesn't have any valid cause. People simply get jealous of your unique energy and blessings, and instead of celebrating your success, they begin to distance themselves from you or even actively reject you. This rejection can come from friends, acquaintances, or even colleagues, those who were once close to you. One day they seem warm and supportive, but the next they treat you coldly as if you were beneath them. You might find yourself asking, "What did I do wrong? Why are they suddenly acting like this?" But the truth is, you haven't done anything. Their sudden rejection stems not from any fault of yours, but from their own insecurity and need to feel superior. The more you shine, the more it threatens their sense of self-worth. They feel better about themselves by trying to put you down, and that act of rejection, however painful, gives them a temporary sense of power and control. This can leave you confused, wondering why someone would treat you this way when there's no logical reason behind it. The Bible offers several examples of this kind of behavior, where envy leads to harmful actions without any justifiable cause. One of the most well-known biblical stories is that of Joseph and his brothers. In the Genesis 37, Joseph's brothers grew jealous of him because of his dreams and the special favor he received from their father, Jacob. His brothers, unable to deal with their envy, plotted against him and sold him into slavery. Their jealousy blinded them to the love their father had for them all, and instead fueled their desire to harm Joseph. Another example comes from 1 Samuel 18, where King Saul, initially supportive of David, becomes consumed by envy after David's success and the people's praise of him. Saul, threatened by David's rising popularity, tries repeatedly to kill him, despite David's loyalty and service. These stories illustrate how envy, especially when it's linked to someone else's success or favor, can lead to irrational, even dangerous actions. People who react to your success with envy are often suffering from their own internal struggles. They are energy vampires, people who feed off the positivity of others because they cannot generate it on their own. Your light shines so brightly that it makes their darkness more evident, and instead of being inspired by your energy, they feel threatened by it. The more they sense your unique qualities, the more they are reminded of what they lack. In their minds, the only way to deal with this disparity is to bring you down to their level. They may try to reject you, criticize you, or subtly undermine your success in an effort to diminish your light. If they can't control you or diminish your power, they may try to hurt you emotionally, making you doubt yourself in order to temporarily boost their own fragile self-esteem. This is often the behavior of narcissistic individuals who rely on manipulating others to feel superior. They want to see you falter because it makes them feel better, even if it's only for a short while. However, understanding that this behavior has nothing to do with you can help you handle it with grace and strength. Their rejection and negative behavior are merely a reflection of their internal struggles, not a measure of your worth or value. It's crucial to remember that when people react to your success with envy, it speaks more about their own limitations than about you. Envy is a sign of emotional weakness, a signal that they cannot handle the greatness in others because they feel small in comparison. When you encounter this kind of rejection, don't internalize it or allow it to diminish your spirit. Instead, recognize it for what it is, an attempt to manipulate and control your energy. Matthew 5:11-12 reminds us, "Blessed are you when people insult you, persecute you, and falsely say all kinds of evil against you because of me. Rejoice and be glad, because great is your reward in heaven." This teaches us that rejection and envy aren't about our worth, but about the way others deal with their own insecurities. What should you do when faced with this kind of envy? First, remember that their rejection doesn't define your worth or success. Instead, it's an opportunity for you to rise above and show grace. Keep shining your light, knowing that those who envy you are only reacting to your greatness because they see something in you they wish they had. Proverbs 16:7 tells us, "When the Lord takes pleasure in anyone's way, he causes their enemies to make peace with them." So trust that, no matter how others may act, your path is guided by a higher power, and no amount of envy can diminish the light that you carry. In the end, the envy and rejection you face are not your burdens to bear. They are reflections of others' inability to handle the extraordinary energy you bring to the world. So walk with confidence, keep your heart free from resentment, and remember that your worth is not determined by how others treat you, but by the special, chosen purpose you fulfill. The fourth thing they do, willful ignorance. When people recognize that you've been chosen, one of the most frustrating behaviors you'll face is willful ignorance. Unlike outright rejection, which is overt, this form of behavior is more subtle, but no less intentional. People will deliberately ignore you, and this is no accident. It is a calculated act designed to make you feel invisible, to undermine your confidence, and to diminish your sense of self-worth. They do this for selfish reasons, driven by their own insecurities, jealousy, and the need to feel superior. By ignoring you, they hope to bring you down, as it is easier for them to feel better about themselves if they can somehow diminish your presence in their lives. When someone deliberately ignores you, it's not just a random oversight, it is a competitive tactic. They see your success, your energy, your hard work, and your bright future, and instead of celebrating it, they are intimidated by it. So, they choose to act as if you don't exist. They may ignore your messages, avoid making eye contact, or even pretend to be too busy to engage with you in social settings. These subtle actions are meant to diminish your value in their eyes and make you feel less important. It is an act of emotional manipulation designed to diminish your energy and self-esteem. Take, for example, the behavior of a so-called friend who keeps tabs on you through social media but never interacts with your posts. They might know about your recent achievements through gossip, but pretend to show no interest when you share the good news. They will go out of their way to ignore you when you try to make contact, always finding an excuse or pretending that they are too busy to engage. This behavior is no accident. It is part of a deliberate plan to make you question your worth. By ignoring you, they hope to create the illusion that their lives are just as busy and successful as yours, even if deep down they are struggling with insecurity. This tactic is all about energy. These individuals seek to match or even surpass the positive energy that you naturally radiate, but they are too afraid to acknowledge your greatness. So instead, they try to make you feel neglected or devalued. They want you to think that their lives are just as meaningful and full as yours, but in reality, they are merely trying to deflate your self-worth in order to feel more secure in their own lives. This kind of behavior is toxic and is designed to create doubt and uncertainty in you. It's frustrating because willful ignorance is so insidious. It's not as obvious as open rejection, but it's still deeply hurtful. You can tell when someone is intentionally ignoring you, especially when you know they are aware of your presence and achievements. They will go out of their way to make it seem like you don't matter to them. For example, you may reach out to them and then see them posting on social media immediately after, responding to other people but avoiding any contact with you. It becomes apparent that they are pretending to be busy, all while deliberately ignoring your attempts to connect. It's a manipulative game designed to make you doubt yourself and your value. This behavior often stems from jealousy, a deep-seated insecurity that makes it hard for some people to celebrate the success of others. Instead of recognizing and appreciating your accomplishments, they feel threatened by your light and need to dim it in order to feel better about themselves. This dynamic is incredibly toxic, and it's important to recognize it for what it is: a reflection of their inner struggles and not a reflection of your worth. So, how do you deal with this willful ignorance? The first step is to recognize that their behavior has nothing to do with you. It's not a reflection of your value, but a manifestation of their own inability to cope with your success. Isaiah 41:10 reminds us, "Do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." This is a powerful reminder that you are not alone in these moments. You are being supported, and your worth is not determined by how others treat you. The best way to counteract this behavior is to remain confident in who you are. Keep shining your light, no matter how hard they try to dim it. Psalm 34:5 says, "Those who look to him are radiant. Their faces are never covered with shame." When you stay true to yourself, you radiate positivity and confidence, and no amount of willful ignorance can take that away from you. Recognize that their actions stem from their own insecurities, not from any lack in you. In the end, don't allow willful ignorance to rob you of your peace. Keep moving forward with grace and confidence, knowing that their behavior speaks volumes about their internal struggles. You are the chosen one for a reason, and no amount of manipulation or deliberate neglect can change that truth. Keep your focus on your journey and trust that as you continue to rise, the people who truly value you will see your light and come closer, not to dim it, but to bask in it. The fifth thing they do, constantly bragging about their achievements. When people recognize that you've been chosen, one of the most draining behaviors you'll encounter is constant bragging. It can feel like every interaction with certain individuals is a competition that they insist on dominating. You'll find that some people, unable to cope with the unique energy you exude, will try to prove their worth by boasting about their latest successes. It might start innocently enough, with them mentioning a new purchase or an event they're attending, but soon these boasts become more frequent and more exaggerated. "I just bought a new car," they'll say, or "I'm attending this exclusive event tonight," as if their accomplishments will somehow elevate them to your level. The need to constantly flaunt their successes can become tiresome, and no matter how polite or supportive you try to be, you can't escape the overwhelming feeling that they are trying to outdo you. Every conversation seems to be about them, their wealth, or their status. It's as though they believe that if they boast about their achievements enough, they can match or even surpass the energy you radiate naturally. Their need to compete with you is palpable, and it can quickly turn an otherwise pleasant interaction into a one-sided competition. What makes this even more frustrating is the way they often disregard your achievements. When it's your turn to share something positive in your life, they might abruptly change the subject, pretending not to hear you or offering a dismissive response. It's almost as if your accomplishments are less important than their own. You might feel a sense of frustration as they shift the conversation back to themselves, not even allowing you the space to celebrate your own victories. This behavior makes it clear that their aim is not to engage in a genuine mutual exchange, but to dominate the conversation by making themselves the center of attention. Their constant boasting is not just a display of self-promotion, it's a subtle but persistent form of competition. They don't openly acknowledge you as someone special, but instead try to overshadow you with their own stories and accomplishments. This is a defense mechanism driven by insecurities. They are not trying to lift you up, they are trying to bring themselves up by diminishing the attention you might naturally attract. It's not that they want to celebrate with you, but rather that they feel the need to prove something, either to themselves or to the world. They want to be seen as just as successful, just as important, but they go about it in the wrong way, by overshadowing you instead of elevating themselves through their own merits. This form of subtle competition is often tiring because it forces you to constantly watch as they try to one-up you without truly celebrating the good things that are happening in your life. It's a clear sign that their need for validation outweighs any desire for authentic connection. Their bragging is a reflection of their internal struggle to feel adequate as they desperately seek to compare themselves to you, hoping that, by putting their achievements in the spotlight, they can somehow match your greatness. You may feel drained by these interactions, as if their need to prove themselves is taking up all of your emotional energy. This isn't just a casual conversation, it's a competition, and they are trying to win. Recognizing this dynamic can help you navigate these interactions with a clearer perspective. Understand that their boasting has little to do with you, but everything to do with their own insecurity. They see you as someone who naturally shines, and rather than celebrating your success, they react by desperately trying to overshadow it. In moments like these, 1 Corinthians 12:26 offers us a reminder. If one part suffers, every part suffers with it. If one part is honored, every part rejoices with it. In other words, when others succeed, we should rejoice with them. Their boasting, however, shows they have not yet learned this truth. Instead of uplifting others, they feel the need to compete. Your challenge is to recognize that their constant need to brag is their problem, not yours. Keep shining your light and don't allow their need for validation to dim your spirit. Your worth does not depend on their approval, and your energy will always stand apart because it is rooted in something much deeper than material success. As Proverbs 27:2 reminds us, let another praise you, and not your own mouth, a stranger, and not your own lips. Your value will be evident even without constant boasting. Stay humble and grounded, and remember that the chosen ones do not need to prove anything. They simply are. Last but not least, the sixth thing they do, blaming you for their problems. When people recognize that you've been chosen, one of the most shocking and frustrating behaviors you'll face is being blamed for their own problems. This can be especially painful when it comes from those closest to you, partners, friends, or even family members. You might find yourself caught off guard when someone you care about shifts responsibility for their struggles onto you. It could be something as trivial as an argument or as significant as a missed opportunity. But they will find a way to make it your fault. For instance, a partner might say, "It's your fault we had that fight," even when the disagreement had nothing to do with you. Or they might claim, "You told me to do the dishes," twisting the situation to make it appear that you are somehow responsible for their frustration. These accusations often feel like an unfair weight on your shoulders, especially when you know deep down that you were not the cause of their problems. This behavior is rooted in their inability or unwillingness to confront their own issues. As someone who is strong and successful, you may become an easy target for their frustrations. They see you as a scapegoat for their failures, deflecting the blame from themselves to you. They may say things like, "We didn't get into the club because of you," or "It's your fault we missed that opportunity," even when the reasons for these situations have nothing to do with you. Instead of owning their actions or lack thereof, they point the finger at you to deflect attention from their own shortcomings. People who engage in this kind of blame shifting often do so out of insecurity and jealousy. When they see your success and positive direction in life, it shines a light on their own struggles and inadequacies. Instead of dealing with their own problems, they try to make you feel responsible for their unhappiness. This is especially common in those with low self-esteem or a deep need to put others down in order to feel better about themselves. In the Bible, we see similar behavior in the story of Joseph. His brothers, filled with jealousy and resentment over his favored status and dreams, blamed him for their own feelings and sold him into slavery. Genesis 37. Their actions were not driven by any wrongdoing on Joseph's part, but by their own insecurities. When someone blames you for their struggles, it's not about you at all. It's about their inability to face their own challenges. They don't want to acknowledge their own mistakes or shortcomings, so they make you the scapegoat. They may say, "You're the reason I haven't succeeded," or "It's your fault I'm unhappy," in an attempt to justify their own lack of progress or satisfaction. Often, there is no logical reason behind their blame, just a need to deflect and avoid accountability. Recognizing this behavior for what it is can help you navigate these difficult interactions. Their blame is not a reflection of your actions, but a symptom of their internal struggles. As hard as it may be, you must not internalize their accusations or let them undermine your confidence. Keep moving forward in the path God has set for you, knowing that their behavior is rooted in their own insecurity and fear. Matthew 7:3-5 speaks directly to this behavior. Why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye? How can you say to your brother, "Let me take the speck out of your eye," when all the time there is a plank in your own eye? You hypocrite, first take the plank out of your own eye, and then you will see clearly to remove the speck from your brother's eye. In the same way, those who blame you for their problems are focused on your supposed flaws while ignoring their own. They need to take responsibility for their actions and stop blaming you for what they refuse to face. Understanding this can help you maintain your peace and confidence as you continue to pursue your purpose. By recognizing that their blaming behavior stems from their own inner turmoil, you can protect your emotional and mental well-being. Stay grounded in your purpose, knowing that their struggles are not a reflection of you. Their attempt to drag you down is just a distraction from the true work that lies ahead. Your success and light will continue to shine, and no one can take that away from you. So, my friends, being recognized as chosen brings with it a unique set of challenges and behaviors from others. While it's uplifting to be seen and recognized for your unique energy and purpose, it also attracts envy, competition, and blame. The people around you don't always know how to deal with your presence and can react in frustrating and confusing ways. It's important to understand that these reactions usually have more to do with their insecurities and struggles than with you. Navigating these interactions with grace and resilience is key. Set boundaries when necessary and remember to stay true to yourself. Embrace the positive attention and opportunities that come your way, but don't let the negativity of others discourage you. Your journey as a chosen one is meaningful and powerful. Continue to shine your light and let your inner strength guide you through these challenges. Keep moving forward with confidence, knowing that your path is one of purpose and divine direction. I want to take a moment to send my deepest blessings to each one of you watching this. You are chosen for a reason, and your journey is divinely guided. May you continue to rise above the challenges and shine brightly in all your endeavors. May God bless you with the strength to face every obstacle, the wisdom to navigate every interaction, and the courage to embrace your unique purpose. You are destined for greatness, and your light cannot be dimmed. Share your story, your victories, and your challenges, knowing that you are not alone. May your path be filled with love, peace, and abundant blessings. If this message resonates with you, I encourage you to share your thoughts in the comments. Let's lift each other up with love, share our joys and struggles, and offer blessings to one another. Like this video, share it with those who need encouragement, and continue to bless others with your kindness and strength. You are chosen and you are powerful. Keep shining, and may God's grace continue to surround you. Welcome, chosen ones. Imagine this. Attempting to control a chosen one is like trying to capture the wind. It slips through your fingers, leaving you frustrated and powerless. Have you ever wondered why people who crave control are often the most unsettled when they encounter someone they can't dominate. It's because chosen ones, by their very essence, defy control. They are untamed forces like blazing wildfires, self-sustaining, unpredictable, and impossible to contain. In today's message, we're diving deep into the fascinating and sometimes outright hilarious reactions people face when they dare to control one of God's chosen. From emotional chaos to spiritual revelations, the fallout is nothing short of extraordinary. Have you ever seen someone try to trap a lion, only to find the lion watching calmly as they struggle? That's the kind of irony we'll explore today. Before we begin, if you're as excited as I am, comment 777 below to show your agreement. And a heartfelt thank you to those who have supported this channel through Super Thanks. It means the world to us. Now get ready for a journey into the unshakable power of the chosen ones, where every failed attempt to control them becomes a testament to their divine resilience. Let's dive in. God's chosen ones. Here are 12 surprising reactions people face when they try to control you. Number 1. The silent resistance that feels deafening. Chosen ones possess a unique way of resisting control, one that doesn't rely on loud arguments or dramatic displays. Instead, their defiance is quiet, deliberate, and disarmingly powerful. Their silence speaks volumes, louder than any confrontation ever could. When someone attempts to manipulate or dominate them, chosen ones do not engage in explanations or justify their stance. They simply stand firm and refuse to comply. This steadfastness creates an almost tangible tension that leaves those trying to control them unsettled and searching for footing. Controllers are accustomed to resistance in the form of anger or open defiance, something they can counter or overpower. But when faced with the chosen one's quiet refusal, they encounter something far more disarming. The absence of reaction isn't weakness. It's an unshakable form of inner strength. This stillness serves as a mirror, reflecting the controller's need for dominance and exposing their insecurities. Instead of feeling powerful, they are left asking themselves unsettling questions. Why isn't this working? Why do I feel judged by their silence? This quiet resistance acts like an invisible shield, one that frustrates and confounds those who seek control. Manipulators, desperate for a reaction, find themselves grasping at straws, only to realize that their efforts are futile. Chosen ones have mastered the art of emotional neutrality. They remain unflinching and immovable, their silence creating a profound discomfort. It forces the controller to confront their own desperation and lack of true authority. The Bible reflects this kind of quiet strength in Proverbs 15:1. A gentle answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. By staying calm and composed, chosen ones not only deflect the manipulator's tactics, but also reveal the emptiness of their power. How often do we underestimate the strength in stillness, the profound impact of saying nothing at all? What makes this silent resistance even more potent is its authenticity. Chosen ones aren't playing games or putting on an act. Their refusal to be controlled is rooted in a deeply ingrained sense of purpose and self-assurance. They follow an inner compass that doesn't seek validation or approval from others. To the one attempting to dominate them, this unyielding self-possession is maddening. Yet to the chosen one, it's simply a natural part of living in alignment with their God-given identity. This unshakable stance reminds us of Jesus' example during his trial before Pilate. In Matthew 27:14, it is written, But Jesus made no reply, not even to a single charge, to the great amazement of the governor. His silence carried a power that words could not match, leaving his accusers bewildered. Could it be that the strength of the chosen ones lies in their ability to embody this same divine stillness? As you reflect on this, consider the power of quiet resistance in your own life. How often do you find yourself drawn into unnecessary battles? Could there be a greater strength in standing firm, saying nothing, and allowing your presence to speak for itself? Perhaps the next time someone attempts to control you, your silence will be the loudest statement of all. Number 2, unmasking manipulation with surgical precision. When someone tries to manipulate a chosen one, they unknowingly venture into dangerous territory. Chosen ones possess a rare gift, an almost supernatural ability to see through schemes and hidden agendas with precision, as if guided by divine insight. Yet, what makes this even more unnerving for the manipulator is the method by which their deception is exposed. There are no dramatic confrontations, no loud accusations. Instead, chosen ones dismantle manipulative tactics with quiet, calculated grace, leaving the manipulator standing amidst the ruins of their failed strategy. The effectiveness of this process is nothing short of extraordinary. Chosen ones don't need to call out manipulation directly. Their actions alone are enough to expose the cracks. When faced with guilt-tripping subtle power plays or emotional baiting, they respond with calm disinterest. This refusal to engage acts as a magnifying glass, illuminating every flaw in the manipulator's plan. The chosen one's lack of reaction becomes a mirror, reflecting the hollowness of the manipulative efforts and rendering them powerless. The Bible captures this principle of exposing deception in Proverbs 26:26. Their malice may be concealed by deception, but their wickedness will be exposed in the assembly. A chosen one's clarity operates in much the same way, shining light into the darkness and uncovering what was meant to stay hidden. How often do we underestimate the quiet power of discernment, mistaking it for passivity when it is, in fact, an unshakable force? What makes this experience deeply unsettling for manipulators is the sense of personal exposure it brings. They cannot hide behind charm, coercion, or authority because the chosen one's spiritual clarity cuts through all facades. Manipulators find themselves caught in a space where no lie can stand, much like trying to cast a shadow under a blazing sun. It's impossible to conceal anything. This often leaves the manipulator not only exposed, but also embarrassed, scrambling to shift blame or salvage their plans. Consider how Jesus handled manipulation during his ministry. In Luke 20:20-26, when spies tried to trap him with a question about taxes, his response cut through their deceit with divine wisdom. He said, "Give back to Caesar what is Caesar's, and to God what is God's." His calm and precise reply not only disarmed their trap, but left them amazed and unable to respond. Could it be that chosen ones today embody this same clarity and grace, dismantling manipulation with truth and wisdom? But here's the real twist. Chosen ones don't operate this way out of malice or a desire to humiliate. They have no interest in proving superiority or exposing others for the sake of pride. Instead, their innate truth-seeking nature simply cannot coexist with deceit. For them, manipulation is like static noise, disruptive and intolerable. Without hesitation, they filter it out, not as an act of defiance, but as a natural response to maintain their alignment with truth. This effortless rejection of manipulation leaves a lasting impact on the manipulator. They are left bewildered, questioning how their carefully crafted plans unraveled so completely and so quickly. As they reflect on their failure, a humbling realization dawns. they were never a match for the chosen one's unwavering discernment. The Bible reminds us of the fate of deceit in Job 5:12. He thwarts the plans of the crafty so that their hands achieve no success. Chosen ones, guided by their inner light, embody this truth. Their calm resistance is not an act of rebellion, but a testament to their unshakable connection to divine wisdom. Does this resonate with you? Have you witnessed how the quiet clarity of a chosen one can unravel even the most intricate web of deceit? Perhaps you too have felt this divine discernment at work in your life, exposing hidden motives and shielding you from manipulation. The next time someone tries to control you, remember, it's not about matching their tactics. It's about standing firm in truth, allowing your clarity to do the work. Isn't it amazing how effortlessly truth prevails? Number 3, controllers suddenly question their own reality. When someone attempts to control a chosen one, an unexpected and unsettling phenomenon often occurs. The controller begins questioning their own reality. It's as though the act of dominating someone so spiritually attuned triggers a profound sense of disorientation. Chosen ones operate on a frequency that those obsessed with control simply cannot grasp. Their confidence is not boisterous or domineering. It is calm, unyielding, and deeply rooted in something unseen but undeniably powerful. This quiet strength creates a psychological imbalance in the controller, leaving them perplexed as to why their usual tactics seem futile. Controllers rely heavily on predictable reactions: fear, submission, or compliance. Yet chosen ones defy these expectations. They respond with an energy that feels immovable, almost transcendent. It's not resistance in the conventional sense, but a serene and silent declaration: you have no power here. This quiet yet resolute stance throws the controller off balance, forcing them to question not only their strategy, but their very understanding of authority. This dynamic mirrors the encounter between Jesus and Pontius Pilate in John 19:10-11. Pilate, frustrated by Jesus' silence, said, "Don't you realize I have power either to free you or to crucify you?" But Jesus calmly replied, "You would have no power over me if it were not given to you from above." Just as Jesus' calm truth unsettled Pilate, a chosen one's unwavering presence can disarm and unnerve those who seek to dominate them. The longer the controller persists, the deeper their doubt becomes. They begin projecting their insecurities onto the chosen one, wondering, "Why am I the one who feels out of control?" The harder they push, the more they feel like they're losing their grip, as though the chosen one has effortlessly flipped the script. But this reversal isn't magic. It's the chosen one's authenticity and unwavering inner balance that disrupts the manipulator's attempts. This phenomenon highlights an important truth found in Proverbs 16:7. When the Lord takes pleasure in anyone's way, he causes their enemies to make peace with them. Chosen ones embody such divine alignment that their mere presence dismantles hostility and control. Their power lies not in aggression, but in their steadfast adherence to truth, which makes any form of manipulation crumble. What's most fascinating is that chosen ones don't do this intentionally. Their resistance isn't premeditated or performative. They simply live in alignment with a truth that cannot be compromised or overridden. This natural authenticity creates an invisible barrier against control, leaving the controller feeling exposed and powerless. It's as if the very foundation beneath them has shifted, making them question not only their approach, but their own identity. Controllers often walk away from such encounters, questioning everything. How did my tactics fail? Why do I feel so out of balance? Who am I if I can't control this situation? They may even find themselves re-evaluating their relationships and their understanding of power itself. This raises an intriguing question. What is it about chosen ones that makes them so impervious to control? Perhaps the answer lies in their spiritual grounding. Their strength doesn't come from human effort, but from divine truth, making their authenticity a force that cannot be shaken. As controllers face this reality, they are confronted with the humbling realization that true power lies not in domination, but in integrity. Reflect on this. Have you ever noticed how simply staying true to yourself can unravel the plans of those who seek to control you? Could it be that the secret to standing against manipulation lies in embodying your God-given identity with unwavering peace? If so, imagine how much more powerful you can become by fully embracing this divine alignment. Number 4, the energy drain effect. Attempting to control a chosen one is not just a futile effort, it's an energy-draining ordeal that leaves the would-be controller utterly depleted. Chosen ones carry an energy that is not only emotionally resilient, but also spiritually protected, as if they are surrounded by an impenetrable, invisible shield. This protective barrier is not something they consciously project. It is a reflection of their alignment with divine truth and purpose. For those attempting manipulation or control, this energy feels impenetrable, repelling their efforts and quickly sapping their strength. Controllers often approach chosen ones with overconfidence, believing their usual tactics will be effective. They expect compliance, submission, or at least resistance they can overpower. Yet instead of gaining control, they find themselves inexplicably drained. The harder they push, the heavier the effort feels, like trying to move an immovable mountain. Every attempt rebounds, leaving them more fatigued and frustrated. This phenomenon is vividly captured in Isaiah 54:17. No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. The chosen one's energy, fortified by divine protection, ensures that no manipulative attempt can penetrate or prosper. Could it be that their spiritual alignment acts as a divine defense, turning every attack into wasted effort? The exhaustion experienced by the manipulator isn't merely physical or emotional, it's spiritual. Chosen ones operate on a higher frequency, one that resonates with love, truth, and divine purpose. Those who operate from lower vibrations, driven by fear, greed, or a desire to control, find themselves unable to sustain their usual games in the presence of such purity. The energy they expend trying to dominate the chosen one is like water poured into a sieve. It disappears without effect, leaving them hollow and bewildered. What's most striking is how effortless this is for the chosen one. They do not need to retaliate, argue, or even acknowledge the manipulative attempts. Their energy naturally protects itself, reflecting negativity and causing the manipulator's efforts to collapse under their own weight. The chosen one's unshakable connection to a higher power acts as both a shield and a mirror, exposing and draining the controller's lower vibrational tactics. This dynamic mirrors the promise in Psalm 91:4. He will cover you with his feathers, and under his wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness will be your shield and rampart. The chosen one's faithfulness to their purpose creates a refuge that no external force can penetrate. Could this divine fortification be the key to their strength and endurance in the face of manipulation? By the end of the encounter, the controller feels as though they've been running a marathon uphill, completely drained and yet nowhere closer to their goal. They are left questioning why their efforts were so ineffective and why the chosen one remained untouched. This rude awakening often serves as a turning point, forcing them to confront their own motives and weaknesses. Have you ever felt the exhaustion that comes from trying to manipulate a situation beyond your control? Or have you witnessed how effortlessly chosen ones repel negativity without lifting a finger? Perhaps this is a call to reflect on the energy we bring into our interactions. For the chosen ones, the lesson is clear. You do not need to fight battles when your very presence carries divine protection. For controllers, the realization is humbling. There's no overcoming the light of someone deeply aligned with God's truth. Number 5. The instant disconnection. When someone tries to control a chosen one, they quickly realize that the usual tools of guilt, fear, or dependency have no power. Chosen ones possess an almost unsettling ability to sever ties instantly, without hesitation or regret. This isn't an act of cruelty, it's an act of clarity. They recognize control for what it truly is, an attempt to undermine their freedom and authenticity. The moment they sense manipulation creeping in, they act decisively, leaving the would-be controller completely stunned and grasping for understanding. For most, cutting ties is a slow and emotional process, fraught with second-guessing and tangled emotions. But not for chosen ones. They don't linger in toxic situations or wait for explanations or apologies. Their inner compass guides them with an unwavering decisiveness, and once they determine a connection threatens their peace or purpose, it's over. It's as if they have an internal switch, and when it's flipped, it stays off, permanently. This ability catches controllers entirely off guard, as they're accustomed to people clinging, pleading, or yielding to their tactics. The Bible speaks to this kind of clarity in Proverbs 4:23. Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Chosen ones take this wisdom to heart. Their boundaries aren't just personal preferences, they're sacred commitments to protecting their spiritual well-being. Could this be the secret to why chosen ones are so unyielding in the face of manipulation? What makes this disconnection so shocking is its finality. Chosen ones don't engage in mind games or leave doors open for future reconciliation. Their departure is quiet but absolute, and the silence they leave behind is deafening. For the controller, it feels like slamming into a brick wall. One moment they're carefully orchestrating their moves, and the next they're left alone, bewildered at how everything crumbled so swiftly. This decisiveness comes from the chosen one's profound understanding of their worth. They are deeply aware that their energy is sacred and will not waste it on anyone who seeks to diminish it. Their unwavering sense of self aligns with the words of 1 Corinthians 15:33. Do not be misled. Bad company corrupts good character. Chosen ones recognize that allowing manipulative influences into their lives would compromise their calling, and so they choose peace over persistence, clarity over conflict. For the controller, this detachment feels deeply personal, like a rejection of their power. They often react with shock or confusion, questioning how their seemingly well-crafted tactics failed so completely. But for the chosen one, the decision is simple. Their peace is non-negotiable, and anyone who threatens it is left behind without a second thought. Have you ever noticed how decisively a chosen one can walk away from a toxic relationship, even when others hesitate? This ability to detach isn't born out of indifference, but from a higher awareness of their divine purpose. How often do we sacrifice our peace for the sake of maintaining unhealthy connections, when instead we could follow the example of chosen ones and place our spiritual well-being above all else? For the chosen, this isn't about pride or proving a point. It's about staying aligned with their God-given purpose. They understand that allowing toxic energy into their lives is a distraction from their path. Their ability to walk away is a reminder that sometimes the most powerful act of resistance is simply refusing to engage. Could it be that this strength is what truly sets chosen ones apart? Number 6. Their aura forces self-reflection. When a controller interacts with a chosen one, an unsettling phenomenon takes place. They begin to see themselves in ways they've long avoided. This self-confrontation doesn't come from accusations or direct exposure. Instead, the chosen one's unwavering authenticity acts as a mirror, reflecting truths the controller has worked hard to bury. It's not intentional. It's simply the natural impact of the chosen one's presence, which is grounded in alignment, clarity, and unshakable integrity. Chosen ones carry an energy that is both rare and intimidating. Their presence doesn't yield to manipulation or accommodate falsehoods. This uncompromising honesty creates a space where deception, even unspoken, begins to unravel. Controllers, accustomed to operating behind carefully constructed facades, find their masks slipping in the presence of such authenticity. It's as if the chosen one's energy shifts the atmosphere, making truth unavoidable. Not through confrontation, but because it is felt on a profound level. This mirrors the words of 2 Corinthians 3:18. And we all, who with unveiled faces contemplate the Lord's glory, are being transformed into his image with ever-increasing glory. In the presence of someone deeply aligned with divine truth, facades crumble, and authenticity becomes the only option. Could it be that chosen ones, by their very nature, bring others closer to their true selves, whether they're ready for it or not? For controllers, this forced self-reflection is profoundly uncomfortable. The insecurities, fears, and inadequacies they've suppressed begin to surface. The doubts they've hidden beneath layers of control and manipulation are brought into the light. While chosen ones don't intend to trigger this internal reckoning, their authenticity naturally exposes everything that isn't genuine in others. It's as though the purity of their alignment shines a spotlight on what has been kept in the shadows. This experience is both frustrating and confusing for the controller. They may leave interactions feeling uneasy, unsure why their usual tactics failed, or why they suddenly feel so vulnerable. In some cases, they might lash out, doubling down on their controlling behavior in an attempt to regain their sense of power. Yet deep down, they recognize that something has shifted. The interaction has planted a seed of self-awareness, a seed that challenges their perception of themselves and their behavior. Consider how Jesus interacted with those who sought to control or manipulate him. In John 8:7, when confronted by the Pharisees demanding judgment on the woman caught in adultery, Jesus simply said, "Let any one of you who is without sin be the first to throw a stone at her." His calm and truthful response left them disarmed, their own guilt laid bare. Similarly, chosen ones often compel others to face their own flaws, not by force, but by embodying a truth that cannot be ignored. For the controller, this interaction is a rude awakening. It stings because it reveals cracks in their armor they thought were invisible. Yet, at the same time, it presents an opportunity for transformation. By confronting these buried insecurities and falsehoods, they are given a chance to grow, if they're willing to embrace the discomfort and reflect on what has been revealed. Have you ever felt unsettled after interacting with someone whose authenticity shined a light on your own fears or doubts? Or perhaps you've been the one who unknowingly triggered this self-reflection in others. This dynamic reminds us that truth, when encountered, has the power to unsettle, but also to heal. Could it be that chosen ones are instruments of this healing, creating moments of transformation for those brave enough to face themselves? Ultimately, engaging with a chosen one leaves controllers with two choices: to confront their truths and grow, or to retreat further into their facades. Either way, the interaction is never forgotten. It's a moment of reckoning that shifts perspectives, often planting the seeds of transformation, even if they're not ready to see it yet. Number 7, attempts to dominate turn into obsession. When someone attempts to dominate a chosen one and fails, they often find themselves trapped in a relentless mental loop, obsessively replaying the interaction. Strangely, this obsession isn't triggered by anything dramatic. The chosen one did. In fact, it's usually the opposite. The chosen one's calm, unshaken refusal to comply creates a vacuum that the controller cannot seem to escape. The less the chosen one reacts, the more the controller's need for dominance spirals into fixation. Controllers thrive on reaction. It's the fuel that powers their sense of authority. When met with resistance, they expect anger, fear, or negotiation, something they can manipulate. But when a chosen one offers none of these, refusing to engage entirely, the controller is left disarmed and powerless. This unresolved tension festers in their mind, turning what was once a calculated power play into an all-consuming obsession. They replay every word, every moment, desperately dissecting where their tactics failed. The Bible sheds light on this dynamic in Proverbs 26:4. Do not answer a fool according to his folly, or you yourself will be just like him. Chosen ones, guided by this wisdom, understand the futility of engaging in battles that distract from their purpose. By withholding their energy and focus, they remove the manipulator's lifeline, leaving them to wrestle with their own frustrations. The irony of this situation is that while the controller is consumed by their obsession, the chosen one has already moved on, often without a second thought. They do not waste time or energy on people or situations that don't align with their divine purpose. Their indifference is what makes the obsession all the more maddening for the controller. They crave closure, validation, or at least acknowledgement of their efforts. But the chosen one offers none of that. For the chosen, the encounter is a closed chapter. For the controller, it becomes a book they cannot stop rereading. This dynamic creates a haunting realization for the controller. Their usual tactics hold no weight against a chosen one. They become ensnared in their own need for control, replaying a battle they've already lost. It's as though they've constructed a mental prison, brick by brick, only to find themselves locked inside. The chosen one's unyielding authenticity not only disrupts the controller's plans, but also exposes the futility of their manipulative behavior. Consider how Jesus disarmed those who sought to trap him. In Luke 20:26, after being questioned about paying taxes to Caesar, his response was so wise and disarming that they were unable to trap him in what he had said there in public. And astonished by his answer, they became silent. His calm, calculated response left his accusers with no room to maneuver, forcing them into silence and self-reflection. Similarly, chosen ones leave controllers speechless, not through argument, but through an unshakable refusal to play the game. This raises an important question. Why do controllers become so fixated on chosen ones? Perhaps it's because chosen ones embody a strength and clarity that exposes the emptiness of manipulation. The controller's obsession often becomes a mirror, forcing them to confront their own insecurities and dependence on control for validation. For chosen ones, the lesson is clear. Their peace and purpose are too valuable to waste on battles that don't serve them. For controllers, the experience is a harsh but necessary awakening. Their fixation isn't about the chosen one at all. It's about the deep void within themselves that no amount of control can fill. Could this mental loop, painful as it is, be the beginning of transformation for those willing to face their own reflection? Number 8, they trigger an emotional collapse. When a controller's attempts to dominate a chosen one fail, the aftermath often manifests as an emotional collapse. Chosen ones don't just resist control, they outright reject it with a calm, unshakable resolve that speaks louder than words. This steadfast refusal dismantles the controller's carefully constructed illusion of confidence and power. Without engaging in conflict, The chosen one's mere act of standing firm unravels the very foundation of the controller's dominance. Controllers often operate from a place of deep insecurity, using manipulation, guilt-tripping, or gaslighting as tools to assert authority and mask their vulnerabilities. But when those tactics fail, when a chosen one refuses to yield, the controller is left exposed. The emotional fallout begins as frustration, escalating into a complete unraveling as they grapple with the realization that their usual methods are utterly ineffective. This moment of exposure forces them to confront their deepest fears, that their power is fragile, their confidence is hollow, and their sense of control is an illusion. The Bible reflects this dynamic in 2 Timothy 7. For the Spirit God gave us does not make us timid, but gives us power, love, and self-discipline. Chosen ones rooted in divine strength embody this principle. They operate from a place of God-given courage and self-assurance, making them impervious to fear-based tactics. How could manipulation succeed against someone who draws their confidence from an unshakable source? For the controller, the collapse is both external and internal. On the surface, this may manifest as emotional outbursts, tantrums, or even silent withdrawal. Internally, however, the impact is far more profound. The chosen one's refusal to conform forces the controller to confront their own powerlessness, a truth they've likely spent years avoiding. This confrontation feels like a personal failure, a devastating blow to someone who thrives on control. They may lash out in anger, blaming the chosen one for their emotional turmoil, or spiral into self-doubt, questioning their ability to assert dominance in other areas of their life. This dynamic is eerily reminiscent of King Saul's interactions with David in the Bible. In 1 Samuel 18:12 we read, "Saul was afraid of David, because the Lord was with David, but had departed from Saul." Despite Saul's repeated attempts to control or harm David's unwavering faith and composure left Saul increasingly insecure and emotionally unstable. Like Saul, modern-day controllers find themselves unraveling when faced with the unbreakable spirit of a chosen one. What's particularly striking about this emotional collapse is how one-sided it is. While the controller spirals into frustration, anger, or self-doubt, the chosen one remains steady, often unaware of the chaos they've triggered. This contrast highlights the stark difference in their sources of strength. For the controller, power is external, dependent on others' reactions and compliance. For the chosen one, strength is internal, grounded in their connection to purpose and truth. This one-sided meltdown often leaves the controller questioning not just their tactics, but their very identity. Their inability to dominate a chosen one feels like more than just a loss of control. It's an unraveling of who they believe themselves to be. They are left emotionally raw, unsettled, and haunted by the realization that their strength was never as solid as it seemed. As you reflect on this dynamic, consider this question. What happens when we build our sense of power on external validation rather than internal truth? The story of chosen ones and controllers offers a compelling answer. It reminds us that true strength cannot be coerced or manipulated. It is a reflection of one's alignment with divine purpose. For the chosen one, peace remains unshaken. For the controller, the encounter becomes a reckoning, a painful but necessary confrontation with the fragility of their control. Could this be the catalyst for true transformation, or will it merely reinforce the cycle of insecurity? Number 9. Controllers lose their social power. When a controller targets a chosen one, they unwittingly initiate a chain of events that leads to their own social downfall. Chosen ones possess a quiet but powerful ability to expose manipulation, not through accusations or dramatic actions, but simply by being who they are, authentic, unshakable, and immune to deceit. Their presence acts as a mirror, reflecting truth and making the manipulator's tactics painfully visible to everyone around them. This unintentional unmasking causes a gradual but inevitable shift in social dynamics. Those who once admired or feared the controller begin to see through their facade. What once appeared as charisma or authority is revealed as insecurity and a need for control. The chosen one doesn't need to call out the manipulator. Their calm authenticity creates a contrast so stark that others cannot help but notice. As this awareness grows, people naturally gravitate toward the chosen one's honesty and strength, leaving the controller increasingly isolated. The Bible speaks to the power of truth in Ephesians 5:13. But everything exposed by the light becomes visible, and everything that is illuminated becomes a light. The chosen one's authenticity, like light, exposes manipulation for what it is. Could it be that this quiet, steadfast commitment to truth is the greatest defense against deceit? For the controller, this shift is devastating. Their sense of power often relies on influencing and dominating group dynamics. They thrive on admiration, validation, or fear. But as their manipulative tactics are exposed, these sources of power begin to dwindle. Friends, colleagues, or allies who once supported them start pulling away, unwilling to participate in their games. Conversations that once bolstered their ego become cold or dismissive. Efforts to reclaim influence through charm or coercion often backfire, further confirming others' suspicions about their true nature. This loss of social power is particularly jarring for the controller because it strikes at the very core of their identity. They are left facing a bitter realization. Not only did their attempts to control fail, but they also cost them the relationships and influence they depended on. Proverbs 11:3 captures this perfectly. The integrity of the upright guides them, but the unfaithful are destroyed by their duplicity. The duplicity of the controller is their undoing, while the chosen one's integrity continues to guide and uplift them. For the chosen one, this social shift isn't something they seek or celebrate. They are not interested in humiliating or isolating anyone. They are simply committed to living in truth. Yet, truth has a way of exposing everything in its presence. The chosen one's refusal to play along with manipulation creates a ripple effect, showing others that they too can reject control and align themselves with authenticity. This dynamic raises a question worth pondering. How often do we allow ourselves to be influenced by appearances or authority without questioning their foundation? The story of the chosen one and the controller serves as a reminder that true power lies in authenticity, not manipulation. Those who operate from a place of truth naturally attract others, while those who thrive on deceit eventually find themselves isolated. In the end, the controller's failed attempts to dominate highlight a deeper truth. Power gained through manipulation is fleeting, while strength rooted in integrity endures. The chosen one remains steadfast, unshaken by the chaos around them. The controller, however, is left to face the consequences of their actions, a diminished circle of influence, and the undeniable reality that their efforts to control not only failed, but also exposed their own vulnerabilities. Could this bitter reckoning be the first step toward genuine transformation, or will it merely reinforce their dependence on false power? Only time and self-reflection will tell. Number 10. Their presence becomes unbearable. When a controller fails to exert influence over a chosen one, an extraordinary shift occurs. The very presence of the chosen one becomes unbearable. This isn't because the chosen one is aggressive or confrontational. On the contrary, It is their calm, steadfast authenticity that creates an energy so powerful and unyielding that it naturally exposes the controller's deepest insecurities. Controllers thrive on manipulation and the ability to mold situations and people to their will. But when faced with a chosen one, they find themselves outmatched, unable to bend the chosen one's unshakable spirit. Each failed attempt to dominate only heightens the tension, creating an invisible yet undeniable barrier. This tension isn't external, it's deeply internal, forcing the controller to grapple with a truth they'd rather avoid. Their power was never real, only borrowed from the reactions they could provoke. The Bible captures this dynamic in John 3:20. Everyone who does evil hates the light and will not come into the light for fear that their deeds will be exposed. The chosen one, like a beacon of light, doesn't need to accuse or confront. Their mere presence brings clarity that unravels the controller's facade. Have you ever noticed how simply standing firm in truth can make dishonesty crumble without a word being spoken? For the controller, this growing discomfort becomes suffocating. Their usual tactics, manipulation, intimidation, or coercion, fail to penetrate the chosen one's energy. Instead of asserting dominance, they feel increasingly diminished, as though they are being stripped of the illusions that once gave them power. It's like standing in a room flooded with unrelenting light, where every flaw and insecurity is laid bare. This exposure creates a sense of unease so profound that the controller may begin to feel physically uncomfortable, as though they're being scrutinized without the shield of their usual defenses. Where they once felt powerful, they now feel small, outmatched, and vulnerable. This tension becomes an insurmountable obstacle, and in many cases, the controller has no choice but to retreat. The chosen one doesn't need to engage in conflict or push them away. The controller is driven to leave by their own inability to coexist in the same space as the chosen one's truth. The dissonance between the controller's need for dominance and the chosen one's refusal to yield becomes too great to bear. This quiet collapse is both humbling and inescapable. The controller might leave the situation drained, their confidence eroded, and their strategies exposed for what they truly are, empty attempts at control. What's remarkable is that the chosen one achieves this without lifting a finger. Their power lies not in action, but in being. Their unwavering authenticity and alignment with a higher truth create an environment where manipulation cannot thrive. Proverbs 28:1 offers insight into this phenomenon. The wicked flee, though no one pursues, but the righteous are as bold as a lion. The chosen one's boldness, rooted in righteousness, doesn't chase or confront. It simply exists, and that existence alone is enough to send manipulators running. Could this be the reason chosen ones often find themselves standing alone? Not because they are isolated, but because their light is too pure for some to endure. For the controller, this experience is deeply unsettling. They are left with a choice: to confront the dissonance within themselves, or to retreat further into their patterns of control. The space between them and the chosen one becomes a battlefield of their own making, charged with unspoken truths they cannot escape. And for the chosen one, it's just another testament to the strength that comes from walking in alignment with purpose and truth. This raises a profound question. What happens when we refuse to compromise our authenticity, even in the face of those who seek to dominate us? The story of the chosen one and the controller serves as a reminder that true power is not loud or aggressive. It is steady, quiet, and immovable. And for those who rely on control, it is a force they simply cannot endure. Number 11. A sudden shift in public perception. When someone tries to control a chosen one, the results often go far beyond a simple failed power play. There's an almost immediate shift in the way others perceive the controller, as if the universe itself has a hand in exposing the imbalance. People, whether they realize it consciously or not, can sense when something's off. They can feel the tension, the manipulation, and the unfairness of the situation. And even if no direct confrontation or words are exchanged, the scales tip in favor of the chosen one, often without explanation. It's like an invisible force that defies logic or reason. The controller may have once been seen as charismatic, powerful, or influential, but now people are beginning to notice the cracks in the facade. There's something about their actions that doesn't sit right. Maybe it's their desperate attempts to maintain control or the way they react to being challenged by the chosen one. Whatever the case, the perception begins to shift subtly but undeniably. What's fascinating is that the chosen one doesn't need to fight back or even speak out to make this shift happen. Their authenticity and strength speak volumes without uttering a word, and this quiet, unshakable presence creates a natural alliance with those around them. It's almost as if the energy surrounding the chosen one is contagious, uplifting their reputation by default, while the controller's image begins to crack. People may start to distance themselves, and those who once sided with the controller might suddenly find themselves more inclined to support the chosen one. This shift is like a cosmic vindication. The controller is left stunned, unable to stop the narrative from changing as the universe's inherent balance rights itself. In the end, the chosen one stands tall and steady, their reputation only growing stronger, while the controller watches helplessly as their own reputation crumbles. Number 12. Controllers leave. Feeling outmatched and inferior. When a controller interacts with a chosen one, they often walk away feeling a profound sense of inferiority, even if they can't quite put their finger on why. It's not about anything the chosen one said or did directly. There's no grand confrontation or dramatic moment. It's simply the way the chosen one carries themselves, with an unwavering sense of self and an independence that the controller can't touch. This quiet, unshakable strength stands in stark contrast to the controller's own insecurities and need for power. The chosen one vibrates at a frequency that most controllers can't even comprehend, let alone match. It's as if their presence serves as a mirror, reflecting back everything the controller lacks: true inner peace, self-sufficiency, and the freedom that comes from not needing to manipulate or control others to feel validated. The controller, in their desperate pursuit of dominance, realizes, perhaps for the first time, just how little of their own power is rooted in true authenticity. They have spent so much time building facades, manipulating circumstances, and clinging to their perceived control, only to face the undeniable truth that they've never experienced the kind of inner strength the chosen one embodies so effortlessly. This realization doesn't sit well with them. It's uncomfortable, humbling, and for some, outright humiliating. The very qualities they thought they were in control of, power, influence, and self-assuredness, feel hollow and fragile when placed next to the chosen one's raw, undisturbed presence. As a result, the controller is left feeling small, their need for control exposed as a mask for their own insecurities. They may leave the interaction, but they can't escape the nagging feeling that they were outmatched in a way they never anticipated, by someone who doesn't need to dominate to shine. In the end, the chosen one's greatest power lies not in confrontation, but in their ability to exist unapologetically in their truth. When controllers attempt to dominate, manipulate, or break them, they quickly learn that the chosen one's strength isn't something that can be seized or controlled. It's an innate force, an energy that doesn't require validation from others, doesn't need to impose itself, and yet somehow makes everything else around it shift. Controllers find themselves exposed, isolated, and in some cases broken by their attempts to impose their will. The chosen one doesn't play by the rules of the world that those in control cling to. They rise above them, leaving everyone around them to reckon with their own limitations. For those who seek to control, this is a rude awakening. They leave interactions feeling smaller, less powerful, and stripped of the influence they once thought they had. The irony is that the chosen one never sets out to prove anything. They simply are, and in that being, they force the world to recalibrate. They don't need to fight back or challenge anyone because their very presence does all the work. In the end, the real power doesn't come from control. It comes from living with an authenticity so strong that it naturally shifts the energies around you. The chosen one doesn't need to prove their worth. They just exist. And in doing so, they remind us all of what true power really looks like. It's quiet, it's grounded, and it's unstoppable. As one of God's chosen ones, you carry a light that cannot be dimmed, a purpose that cannot be shaken. The reactions of those who try to control you often reveal their own struggles, insecurities, and misunderstandings of God's plan for your life. Remember, their attempts to control or manipulate cannot alter the divine path God has set before you. Stay strong, stay faithful, and continue walking boldly in His truth, for He is your protector and guide. If this message has blessed you, consider supporting the channel through Super Thanks. Your generosity helps us reach more souls with God's Word. Whether you choose to donate or not, we are deeply grateful for your time and presence here. Please take a moment to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share it with someone who needs this encouragement today. Don't forget to leave a comment and let us know how this message has inspired you. May God bless you abundantly, protect your journey, and fill your life with peace, joy, and purpose. Go forth in faith and trust that His plans for you are greater than anything this world can offer.